Chapter 1561. Ryu Sinan wanted to fight with Jun Changshao for no other reason than the fact that the other party also controlled the power of space. After all, it was not easy to find someone with the same attribute. The 5 elements were common in the upper realm. Attributes such as space were very rare and could be classified as a rare species. All right. Jun Changshao did not refuse. Using the 4th form of the Sword of Agony gave him a strong fighting spirit. But Jun Changshao added, "It's not interesting to just compare notes. Why don't we add some stakes?" Here comes the trick. The system was not surprised at all. Ever since this guy invited Ryu Sinan for a meal, it was like a weasel paying a visit to a chicken. He was up to no good. What stakes? The loser has to promise the winner one thing unconditionally. Ryu Sinan fell silent. Of course. Jun Chang smiled and said, "If Big Brother Lu loses, I naturally won't let you do anything that offends the heavens." All right. Ryu Sinan agreed. He already had an idea. If he won against Jun Changshao, he would let him follow him to the demon-cleansing mountain to eliminate the devil in his heart and become an upright and kind person. This was a little difficult because Go Shing was not possessed by the devil. How could there be any devil in his heart? As for becoming an upright and kind person, demonic territory. The demon ancestor was still using his ability to heal his injuries. His face was gradually turning from pale to rosy. Based on the current situation, it would take some time for him to return to the state he was in when he entered and activate the formation to return to hidden Spirit Island. Although his condition was slowly recovering, the anger in his heart was even stronger. The soldiers and various resources in the ancestral land had been taken away. He had to find the culprit and burn his bones to ashes. Sigh. He came to the demonic territory to find solitude. If he went out and saw his subordinates and monsters on the island being slaughtered, he did not know if he could take the blow. There was no one else who could make a villain feel sorry for him. A mountain could not accommodate 2 tigers. Who asked the upper realm to have a person who did not play by the rules and liked to cheat? Jun Changshao, Master Devil, please cherish this opportunity. Whoosh! Swish! 2 streams of light flew up from the hidden Spirit Island and hovered in the air with a certain distance between them. The aura that emerged from them interfered with the space within a few hundred miles, causing it to gradually distort. The birds and seagulls did not dare to approach and could only choose to stay away from this place. Jun Changshao's expression was solemn. Although he had killed quite a number of truth-seeking realm warriors just now, the aura around this demon exterminator was obviously different. It should be very difficult to deal with him. The system said, if the host doesn't have a knife that can't be retracted, you'll only be abused in front of him. What a pity. Jun Changshao said adieu. Now, this guy was so self-righteous when he cheated. He was so crazy. Jun Patriarch. Ryu Sinan said seriously, come on. He was also very cautious. After all, so many members of the Zongyue Pavilion and demonic beasts had been killed, which was enough to prove that the other party was very powerful. Swish! Jun Changshao waved one hand, and the death scythe cut through the void, slashing out an extremely cold saber chi that contained an extremely strong spatial binding force. It was this overbearing force that made the Zongyue Pavilion members and demonic beasts unable to move. In the end, they could only watch helplessly as they died. Swish! Ryu Sinan's figure flashed, and he avoided the saber chi. You can indeed avoid it. As he knew that the other party had a space spirit, Jun Changshao was not surprised. Earthquake palm. At this moment, Ryu Sinan passed through layers of spatial binding force and appeared above Jun Changshao. The energy gathered between his fingers instantly materialized and bombarded the void frequently, forming layers of visible energy ripples. With a space spirit, his main combat method was to control space. For example, he had restrained the members of the Zongyue Pavilion who were escaping in demonic Affinity City. Swish! Jun Changshao raised the death scythe and slashed at the energy ripples. Several streams of light directly tore through the void. Ka-ka-ka! Ka-ka-ka-ka-ka! Pieces of space were mercilessly sliced and instantly became riddled with scars. This level of combat was very visually appealing. At the same time, it would also bring about large-scale destruction. Fortunately, this was the West Sea. Even if the space collapsed, there would not be any danger. However, Hidden Spirit Island was unlucky. Due to the instability caused by the spatial tears, a mountain wall in the southwest corner of the island suddenly collapsed. Jun Changshao and Ryu Sinan had just started their battle and were still in the testing stage. If they really went all out, Master Mo's home would probably be boom, boom. At this moment, the sound of an intense battle resounded in midair. After a simple exchange, Ryu Sinan became serious. He used all sorts of spatial martial arts frequently. The sky above the island was crazily twisting and folding. There was no place intact. Jun Changshao was not to be outdone. He waved the hard to withdraw scythe and slashed crazily. The cold saber chi tore the surroundings into pieces. A spatial attribute battle that destroyed the ecological environment had officially begun. Whoever had the better skills would win the competition. Let's wait and see. Hoo-hoo! 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 Near Hidden Spirit Island, due to the turbulence of space, it lost its original balance. The seawater began to boil violently, forming huge waves that mercilessly attacked the beach. Crack! Crack! The rocks and trees on the island were also attacked and began to collapse in large batches. Space was the foundation of the world's stability. If there was any change or destruction, the disaster would be unimaginable. Wong! Wong! As Jun Changshao and Ryu Sinan's battle reached its climax, the array formation system on the island began to weaken. The entire Hidden Spirit Island looked even more unstable. Boom! 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 The mountains collapsed and the waves swallowed everything. The island that had existed for 100,000 years was experiencing a huge disaster. If it had consciousness and could still speak, it would definitely cry and shout, "Stop fighting!" Jun Changshao and Ryu Sinan were still fighting in the sky. As they both controlled the power of space, their attacks were destructive. The battle was getting bigger and bigger, and the funds were still burning. Boom! Boom! The two exchanged more than 10 moves and entered a temporary resting state. They were dozens of feet apart. With them as the center, the space within dozens of miles was filled with holes and cracks. Awesome! Jun Changshao said excitedly. This was the first time he had used hard to stop to fight with an opponent for so long. Based on the current situation, it seemed like it would be difficult to determine the victor. Ryu Sinan was equally excited. Fighting with a martial artist of the same attribute had greatly benefited him. Come, fight! The two shouted in unison and began the second round of fighting. Boom! 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 The power of space exploded even more violently. The more they fought, the more exhilarated they felt. Hidden Spirit Island shook more and more. After dozens of moves, the ground finally could not withstand the spatial imbalance and began to crack. The shock waves spread to Hidden Spirit City. The surrounding walls collapsed crazily, and the scene was like the end of the world. The streets in the city quickly cracked open, and rows of buildings collapsed. Even the majestic palace was not spared. In just a short time, an ancient city that had existed for 100,000 years turned into ruins in the blink of an eye due to the spatial imbalance. One could vaguely hear a sad song. It was the coldest. The branches bloomed. I saw the spring coming to you. Phew! In the demonic territory, the demon ancestor exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. After recuperating, his condition had returned to how it was before he entered. It's time to go back. The demon ancestor stood up and walked to the teleportation array. He skillfully formed a seal and shouted, "All Tao belongs to me. Turn the starry sky!" Whoa! In an instant, the array flashed with a scorching light. After reaching a dazzling level, there was a loud boom, and it actually exploded on the spot. Exploded. Exploded. Boom! The demon ancestor was blown away. He landed on the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood. Then his eyes rolled back and he fainted. Chapter 1562. Above the hidden spirit island, Jun Changshao and Ryu Sinan were in the midst of a fierce battle. The power of space was wreaking havoc around them, and the damage caused would not be healed in a short period of time. Strictly speaking, this was not a battle of life and death, but a sparring session. Therefore, although the scene was explosive, it did not look tragic enough. Swish! The two entered a temporary truce. Jun Changshao said, "I haven't had such a good fight in a long time." In the past, he had always been cutting grass crazily, but today he could fight evenly with a martial artist. The process was simply too satisfying. "Me too," Ryu Sinan said. After wandering the world for so many years, all the opponents he encountered were extremely vicious. He would often choose to end the battle quickly. Only this time he completely let loose and even hoped that he could fight for a while longer. Because of their mentality, the battle was not tragic. The two were more like old friends testing each other's martial arts. What a pity! Ryu Sinan shook his head and said, "You and I will have to decide the winner in the end." Buzz! Buzz! He spread out his hands, and the power of space crazily spread out. From afar, it looked like a lotus flower enveloping him. "Are you going to fight for real?" Jun Changshao held his scythe in front of him, and his expression gradually became serious. "Jun Patriarch." Ryu Sinan's hands moved casually and said, "My move is called Sky-Shattering Cloud Lotus. It gathers the surrounding space to form the strongest attack." Buzz! Buzz! With every move of his palms, layers of space power twisted and superimposed around him, and the lotus-like shape became more and more obvious. The space was stirred, and the seawater below boiled violently. Ka-ka-ka! Ka-ka-ka! The ground on the hidden spirit island cracked faster and faster, gradually showing crisscrossing deep trenches as if it would disintegrate at any time. In fact, the entire island was supported by an ancient array that had existed for a long time. It would not be affected by the use of space power by a martial artist in the truth-seeking realm. However, the problem was that Jun Changshao had broken it and it had been shut down. Only when an array formation was in operation would it be effective. If it remained in a closed state, it would lose its defense. Let alone a truth-seeking realm cultivator. Even a revolving core realm cultivator would suffer fatal damage. The current situation was that the entire array formation system on the island had completely failed due to the collapse of space and Earth. At the same time, the two-way teleportation array was also affected. The demonic ancestor of the demonic domain did not know about this. He activated it when the array formation had completely collapsed. Finally, he was blasted out. The level of the array he had set up was not low, so it was very difficult to destroy it. At the same time, once it was destroyed, or even if the array exploded, the destructive power would be very serious, so he instantly fainted. Fortunately, his physical body was pretty good. If it was an ordinary body, it would have long been reduced to nothingness. That was not the main point. The main point was that the explosion of the two-way teleportation array meant that there was no way out. The fiend ancestor would be trapped in the demonic territory. He could only pray that the seal set up by the 10 major immortal sects and the various clans would weaken over time. Even after 100,000 years, the seal was still as strong as ever. As long as no one tried to break it, the possibility of it weakening was close to zero. He had entered the demonic region with the mentality of leading a 1,000,000-strong army. In the end, not only did he suffer a heavy blow, he was also trapped inside. Master Devil, you're too difficult. What had the 10 major immortal sects been doing recently? They had mobilized all their forces to search the buried moon pavilion for the fiend ancestors' hiding place. Now, they could announce that the crisis had been resolved in advance because most of the members of the buried moon pavilion had been killed. Even the resurrected fiend ancestor was trapped in his home. The initiators of this situation, Jun Changshao and Ryu Sinan, did not expect that they would carelessly trap an extremely dangerous villain in the demonic territory while they were busy fighting on the island. Others did good deeds without leaving their names, but they did good deeds without knowing. Ka ka ka. Ka ka ka. Ryu Sinan was still accumulating power for a big move, and the space was still folding crazily. At this moment, if a martial artist with a low cultivation level entered, he would definitely be cut into pieces by the turbulence. Boom! Boom! After a while, the hidden spirit island could not withstand the pressure of the space and instantly fell apart, turning into pieces that scattered on the sea surface. The base left behind 100,000 years ago had completely turned into nothingness today. Withdraw! Ryu Sinan clasped his hands together. Buzz! Buzz! The folded space seemed to shrink in an instant, and a palm-sized bright lotus flower gathered in front of him. Sky-bearing cloud lotus. It was one of Ryu Sinan's killer moves. The principle of this martial art was to constantly compress space. The wider the area it covered, the more essence it would gather. Jun Changshao furrowed his brows. Just from the degree of its brilliance, this little lotus must contain explosive energy. Jun Patriarch, Ryu Sinan said proudly, although I'm only in the middle level of the truth-seeking realm, I have extremely high control over the spirit of space. My strength is no weaker than that of the upper level of the truth-seeking realm, so you must take this move seriously. Understood. Jun Changshao placed the death scythe in front of him. Whoosh! The power of the fire soul and the power of evil instantly filled the entire blade. Half of his body was enveloped in flames, and the other half was enveloped in darkness. In the fourth form of the hard to retract blade, he used 2 types of spirits. This was very serious. It was not over yet. In the flames and darkness, his exposed skin gradually petrified. Ryu Sinan knew that Jun Changshao had 2 types of spirits, so it was not surprising that he released them. But when he saw that his skin was stone-like, he was shocked. Are you a descendant of the Stone Statue clan? That's right, Go Sheng said shamelessly. The bloodline of the Stone Statue clan was inherited in the land of demon affinity. If others insisted on thinking so, he would not deny it. After all, he had a status. Statement: I'm not a scammer. Ryu Sinan gradually understood and said, No wonder you have such a strong killing intent. It turns out that you are a descendant of the Stone Statue clan, like that guy. That guy? Jun Changshao said, Who is Brother Lu talking about? When he was in the lower world, he had learned about the Stone Statue clan from Black and White Rakshasa, but since he ascended to the upper world, he had never seen one of the 3 major clans. A guy who does whatever he wants. Ryu Sinan shook his head and said, Let's not talk about him. Jun Changshao was speechless. What was the difference between him and a cliffhanger like this? Of course. Goshing analyzed from the other parties words that the 2 should know each other and might even be friends, because the tone was full of complaints and not the anger of an enemy. Jun Patriarch. Ryu Sinan withdrew his distracting thoughts and said, It's about time. Let's decide the winner. Okay. Jun Changshao no longer thought about other things. Fire and evil spirit energy madly poured into hard to retract blade, causing it to instantly gather the 2 colors of crimson and darkness. Whoosh whoosh, whoosh whoosh whoosh. A strong wind blew, as if crying. If this continued, the space would not be able to take it. Ryu Sinan spread out his hands, and a bright lotus flew over. The sky that was gradually darkening was instantly dyed bright. Break! Jun Changshao held the death scythe with both hands and took a step in the air. Under the support of weapon, bloodline, and dual spirits, he directly tore out a shocking blade aura. Whoosh whoosh! The blade aura swept across the surface of the sea, and the water was directly cut open. Boom! From afar, It was as if a nuclear bomb had exploded in midair, and a spectacular mass of energy rose. Half of it was dazzling and pure white, and the other half was crimson and black. It was a tragic confrontation. Gurgle, gurgle. The energy and heat continued to erupt, and the seawater boiled violently and dried up. The floating pieces of land on hidden Spirit Island did not escape the demon's grasp and gradually evaporated into nothingness. If an island collapsed, there might be a possibility of repairing it. Now that there was nothing left, it meant that the demon ancestor's base had not only been ruthlessly destroyed, but also turned into ashes by the two of them. Chapter 1563. The two types of energy confronted each other in the form of a ball in the air for nearly a quarter of an hour. The seawater was deeply affected and gradually sank into a huge pit. The water that surged from all directions evaporated as soon as it touched the edge. Crack, crack, crack. The surrounding space was violently dazzling, and the collapse range also spread from dozens of miles to hundreds of miles. No one would have thought that a high-level battle would take place in the depths of the West Sea, let alone that an island that had existed for a long time would turn into nothing. In fact, in terms of realm, the battle between Jun Changshao and Ryu Sinan was far less intense than the high-level truth-seeking realm. They didn't even use the power of the true spirit. However, because both of them had mastered the space attribute, the battle didn't look bad. Boom! The two types of energy were in a stalemate for a long time. Then, like fireworks, they exploded in the air. Streams of light and fireballs flew out crazily. The scene was even more magnificent. Swish, swish. The streams of light cut through the space like knives. Sizzle, sizzle. The scorching fireballs fell into the seawater and produced billowing white smoke. The white smoke drifted in the explosion area as if a thin layer of gauze was draped over it. It was as beautiful as a fairyland. However, when the fog dissipated, when the fragmented space appeared, it seemed to have turned into hell in an instant. Puff! Ryu Sinan, who was suspended in the air, spat out a mouthful of blood. His face gradually turned pale. Although the battle just now lasted less than an hour, it consumed a lot of energy in his dantian. He seemed to be exhausted. Brother Liu. Jun Changshao, who was standing opposite him, said, "In this battle you—" Puff! 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 He couldn't suppress the boiling blood in his body. As if a sluice gate had been opened, the blood spurted out crazily from his mouth. At this moment, the death scythe in his hand flashed a ray of light and quickly returned to its pocket-sized form. The black robe on his body also turned into smoke and dissipated. The time limit of hard to retract blade was over. Without the support of the fourth form, Jun Changxiao's domineering and ruthless aura disappeared. He instantly withered. In terms of state, he was even worse than Ryu Sinan. This was not because of the side effects, but because he was exhausted. In fact, although there were side effects in the fourth form of hard to retract blade, there would be enough buffer time after it ended. However, Jun Changxiao's energy burst crazily and sped up this stage. Jun Patriarch. Ryu Sinan said with a smile. No. Jun Chang smiled. I didn't lose. I can still fight. Swish. Forcing himself to speak exhausted his remaining strength. His body suddenly lost balance and fell into the sea. He also fainted gloriously. Who was the winner of this battle? From the fact that Ryu Sinan still had the strength to fly, it meant that he had won. However, it was an extremely difficult victory. After flying to the distant island, he fell to the ground together with Jun Changshao. It was difficult for him to stand up again. A middle-level truth-seeking realm cultivator with a space spirit had been beaten so badly by a peak revolving core realm cultivator. It was not appropriate to say that he had one. Demonic region. When Go Sheng fainted, the demon ancestor happened to wake up. He stood up with a dirty face and tried to recall what had happened. After confirming that the array had completely exploded, he could no longer control his emotions. He roared at the sky, "How do we get out?" "Calm down, calm down." The demon ancestor took a deep breath and calmed his restless mind. He said, "The array must have aged and exploded after 2 teleportations. As long as we rearrange it and establish contact with Hidden Spirit Island, we can get out." As long as one's mind was not slippery, there would always be more ways than difficulties. Swish! He sat down cross-legged and recalled the array. He said, "Setting up the array doesn't require cultivation. However, because it is too complicated, it will take at least 1 or 2 months." He had waited 100,000 years for his resurrection. Why would he care about a few days? It had to be said that, as a big shot of the demonic race who had dared to go against the 10 great immortal sects, his mentality was really strong. On a nameless island, a cool breeze blew, warming one's heart. Jun Changshao could not feel it because he was still unconscious. Also, because he had fallen in the wrong position, he was hanging on a tree. Ryu Sinan, who was under the tree, tried to get up many times, but he did not succeed. He could only lie down like mud and said worriedly, "Jun Patriarch will be fine, right?" He was fine. Go Shun could endure. Cough, cough. One day later, Jun Changshao, who was hanging on the tree, opened his eyes. He found that everything in his field of vision was upside down. He was shocked and fell down instantly, crashing into Ryu Sinan's head. Hiss! Hiss! Because the fight was too fierce, the two of them lay neatly under the tree, unable to move. Fortunately, they were lying flat and could look at the blue sky. Brother Lu, after recovering a little strength, Jun Changshao said, "Both of us are weak. It's a draw." Ryu Sinan was silent. "This guy is obviously weaker than me. How can he say it's a draw?" "Of course," Jun Changshao said. "It's my fault for being merciful at the beginning. Otherwise, you would have lost." Indeed, Go Shang was merciful. He could have used the power of absolute space to bind him, like how he killed the members of the Zongyue Pavilion and the monsters. But in the end, he chose to give up because they were friends. Ryu Sinan did not deny this. When he came, the space vibration was very obvious, which made him infer that he was a master. But during the fight with Jun Changshao, the use of the power of space was obviously not as strong as before. Jun Patriarch. Ryu Sinan said bitterly, "Since I started practicing martial arts, no one has ever let me win. You are the first. Brother Lu is also the most difficult person I've met since I started practicing martial arts." Jun Changshao said with a sad expression, "At the same time, he reminds me of my life and death brother." Who? Gu Zhaoxi, the elder who sacrificed himself for the sake of all living beings in the world. That's right. Ryu Sinan knew more about Gu Zhaoxi. He originally wanted to call him a traitor, but after considering that Gu Zhaoxi sacrificed himself for righteousness and destroyed the worship, he changed the way he addressed him. We got to know each other after fighting. Later on, we became life and death brothers. Jun Changshao recalled the past, his eyes full of acting. Ryu Sinan said, "Your brother sacrificed himself for the world. This spirit is worthy of being remembered by future generations." Yes, Jun Changshao said proudly, "The first mission of the sect of all times is to do our best for the world." Pa! The bird flew across the sky, and when its stomach hurt, it excreted feces. Coincidentally, it landed on the head of Dog Leftover, whose mouth was full of nonsense. Ha ha ha! The system laughed. Because he was weak. Jun Changshao did not have the strength to lift his hand to wipe it away. He could only continue with a pile of bird feces on his head. Brother Lu, don't we practitioners have to be chivalrous in our hearts? That's right. Ryu Sinan agreed. Not only was he chivalrous in his heart, but he was also chivalrous in his actions. If that's the case, Jun Changshao said, "Why don't you join the sect of all times and take over my brother's position as an elder? You can continue his great chivalrous spirit." This, Ryu Sinan fell silent. A ripple appeared in his heart. Chapter 1564. Jun Changshao and Ryu Sinan lay there for 2 to 3 days. After being exposed to the wind and the sun, they finally regained their strength. Once they could move, the first thing they did was to take a bath at the beach, because when they couldn't move, their bodies were covered in bird droppings, especially Gosheng. There was a lot of droppings on his head. This made him wonder if he had a GPS toilet system installed on his body. All the birds that passed by were pooping on his head, and they were all accurate. No choice. The system complained. Who asked your head to be the brightest? After bathing, Jun Changshao lay on the beach and basked in the sun. His face showed a satisfied expression. Ever since he transmigrated, the thing that made him feel the most carefree was entering a period of weakness after using hard to keep blade. Because he didn't have to cultivate martial arts or think about sect matters, he could finally relax. Brother Lu, Jun Changshao asked, have you thought about it? These few days they talked a lot. From astronomy to geography, there was nothing they didn't talk about. Ryu Sinan said, the duty of a demon exterminator is to eliminate demons and protect the Tao. There are too many restrictions on joining a sect, so I'm sorry. There are no restrictions in the Realm Hall. No, I can do what I want. I don't have to listen to their orders. Brother Lu, you can still enjoy absolute freedom if you join the sect of all times. Jun Changshao had always been serious when it came to recruiting talents. Moreover, he almost couldn't handle hard to keep blade. For such a special kind of powerhouse, joining the sect of all times would be like adding wings to a tiger. He would even be happy to serve him. The system wanted to scold him. Indeed, joining the sect of all times might give him temporary freedom. But in the future, as long as he was assigned, he would immediately become a tool. For example, the Taishian spiritual master and Fan Yezi. Gu Zhaoxi was even more serious. He became a bomber and carried explosives to help him. Jun Patriarch. Ryu Sinan said, everyone has their own aspirations. You can't force them. The World Hall was similar to the Alchemy Hall. Both of them belonged to organizations that did not belong to any faction. It was not against the rules for their members to join a sect. However, he wanted freedom and did not want to be shackled. In fact, in the world of martial arts, many people were unwilling to join forces. They yearned to be free and unrestrained and yearned for the world to be their home. That was why there was a group of rogue cultivators. All right. Jun Changshao took out 2 bowls of fried rice and a jar of drunken dream from his interspatial ring and said, let's not talk about such depressing matters. Come, let's eat and drink. The system was speechless. If you can't trick him, you still have to resort to this method. Looking at the fried rice and smelling the fragrant smell of wine, Ryu Sinan couldn't stand it anymore. When a person was weak, it was easy for them to feel hungry. Therefore, the food and wine that Jun Changshao took out was undoubtedly extremely lethal. Thank you, Jun Patriarch, for your hospitality again. Ryu Sinan did not stand on ceremony. He picked up the fried rice and ate it. Once again, he touched the depths of his soul and recalled the past. Tears flowed uncontrollably. A man does not cry easily. It is only because he has not been deeply hurt. Brother Lu. Jun Changshao clinked a bowl of wine with him and said, being an honorary elder is fine too. Pooh. 3 days later, Ryu Sinan had recovered about 50 to 60% of his strength. Although Jun Changshao could walk, the side effects were still there. Therefore, he did not have any cultivation. Jun Patriarch. Ryu Sinan carried the sarcophagus on his back and cupped his fists. Goodbye. Ah. Jun Changshao was instantly dumbfounded. During this period of time, you have been eating and drinking my food. Now that you have more or less recovered, you want to leave me on a deserted island? Brother Lu. Jun Changshao said with a bitter face, I used a lot of energy and need time to recover. Can you send me back to the sect of all times? Okay. Ryu Sinon released his true spirit energy and enveloped Gosheng. Then he flew away from the deserted island and headed towards… Wrong. Jun Changshao hurriedly shouted, "Go east!" Ryu Sinon smiled awkwardly. He turned around and continued to fly. As a result, he was corrected countless times along the way. Jun Changshao collapsed. A guy who controlled the space spirit could actually have such a poor sense of direction. Fortunately, he had him to guide the way. If he was left alone in the West Sea, wouldn't he be lost forever? In fact, the reason why Ryu Sinon had such a poor sense of direction was because of the side effects of the space spirit. It was similar to how Gu Zhaoxi had the reincarnation spirit and lost key memories every time he was reborn. Even after eating the devil fruit, he could not swim. Therefore, since he had obtained a special ability, it was reasonable for him to be deprived of a certain ability. But here was the problem. Why was Jun Changshao completely fine? One had to know that he controlled the fire spirit and evil spirit. There had to be at least two side effects. Under normal circumstances, when something could not be rationally explained from a scientific point of view, we usually called this phenomenon the thick skin problem. LPW. Big Brother Lu, when we reach the Sect of all times, I will prepare a good meal for you. The fried rice you ate before was all prepared in advance. Some of it has been prepared for many days. When the time comes, I will let you eat freshly fried rice, hot ones. Big Brother Lu traveled thousands of miles to come back for me. This meal must be prepared. You must not refuse. The Sect of all times does not have any strong points, but the food and wine will definitely fill your stomach. Jun Changshao spoke the entire way. Ryu Sinon listened the entire way. Although he looked like he was about to collapse, he was actually looking forward to it. The chili fried rice was already so delicious. If he wanted to eat ready-made, he could not think about it. Just thinking about it made him salivate. A few days later, the two of them landed in front of the Sect of all times. Girl, Jun Changshao had just entered when he said loudly, "We have a distinguished guest. Quickly prepare the most sumptuous meal to entertain him." Jun Patriarch, there's no need for that. Ryu Sinon said that, but his body followed him in honestly. Sigh. It was hard to refuse such hospitality. The dining hall started to get busy. Qian Songbao was in charge of washing the vegetables, Ma Yongning was in charge of cutting the vegetables, and the others were in charge of preparing the various ingredients and food. Patriarch's tone was obviously stronger when he said distinguished guest. This meant that they had to entertain him with the most expensive dishes. Therefore, after Lu Wanshi carefully flipped through the Chinese cookbook, she directly chose the Manchu Han complete feast set. It's over. Even the gods would not be able to handle this. Preparing for the feast required time. Jun Changshao took advantage of this time to bring Ryu Sinon around the Sect. Finally, he purposely came to the courtyard where Gu Zhaoxi used to live. Although he had left, the courtyard was very clean. It should be cleaned regularly. Brother, Jun Changshao squatted at the door and said sadly, "I'm here to see you." In an instant, his face was covered in tears. True acting skills did not require any preparation, let alone the assistance of props. Looking at the simple courtyard and feeling the righteous aura in the air, Ryu Sinon put down the sarcophagus and placed one hand on his chest. The highest respect appeared in his eyes. A great hero would serve the country and the people. He, Gu Zhaoxi, did it. He was a great hero. The two of them reminisced for a while. Lu Wanshi's voice came. "Patriarch, the feast is ready." "Brother Lu," Jun Changshao said, "please follow me to the dining hall." Ryu Sinon said seriously, "Jun Patriarch, let's eat here. Let me toast to Hero Gu and his soul in heaven." "Okay, here." One Hei and two Hei moved the table and chairs over. They brought out exquisite dishes, one after another. All kinds of fragrances filled the courtyard, making Ryu Sinon's mind ripple. "Brother Lu, please, please." Ryu Sinan picked up the chopsticks and carefully tasted the food. His soul instantly floated to the sky, returning to the node where Gu Zhaoxi rushed to the 9 battleships without hesitation. He once again witnessed the magnificent feat that made him respect him. The feast lasted for a long time. There was no need to describe the details. In short, it was like a dream. After the feast ended, Ryu Sinan gently put down his chopsticks and looked at the main hall of the courtyard. He said seriously, "June Patriarch, I am willing to inherit Hero Gu's spirit and his chivalry." Chapter 1565. Ryu Sinan Compromised. That's right, being in the courtyard where Gu Zhaoxi used to live made him feel a sense of righteousness. So even though he was dead, his spirit had to be inherited. It was ridiculous to talk about chivalry in a world where the strong preyed on the weak, but there would always be people who believed in it. Ryu Sinan was this kind of person. He never cared about how others looked at him, nor did he care about being mocked by others. So when he felt Gu Zhaoxi's righteousness in the illusion created by the food, he decided to carry his banner and truly defend it, to truly inherit it. Brother Lu. Jun Changshao said seriously, "I won't force you." Ryu Sinan said, "I'm willing to do it, just to continue Hero Gu's spirit." Good. Jun Changshao swept all the food on the table away, took out an entry form, and said heroically, "From today onwards, Elder Gu's position and spirit will be inherited by Brother Lu. If he's in heaven, he'll definitely be very happy." Poor Gu Zhaoxi. Before he died, he helped Go Sheng increase his realm, and after he died, he still had to help Go Sheng recruit people, squeezing every last bit of value out of him. This was probably the true meaning of life and death, in Life and Death Brothers. Looking at the soup scattered on the ground, Ryu Sinan's face immediately showed a pained expression. Even though the dishes on the plate were finished, the soup was still a delicacy. Wasting it like this was a bit of a waste. Wait a minute. Was it because of chivalry or because of food? It should be both. The main hall on the main peak was still under construction, so Jun Changshao gathered all the disciples on Dragon Head Peak and announced loudly, "From today onwards, Ryu Sinan will take over Gu Zhaoxi's position and become the new elder of the sect of all times. Everyone, give him a warm welcome." Clap, clap, clap. All the disciples applauded. Ryu Sinan walked up to the stage, moistened his throat, and gave his speech. "Elder Gu is a man of honor. Now that I have inherited his position, I will definitely pass on the spirit. Pa, pa, pa." Another round of applause sounded. After the ceremony, Ryu Sinan went to the cafeteria first. As an elder, he naturally had to pay attention to the food. "Hall Master Lu, what a coincidence. My surname is also Lu. If the dishes are too simple, it's easy to get sick of them. Hall Master Lu, do you have any other dishes? Can you make a few for me to try?" Before entering the sect, Ryu Sinan's expression understood dash. After entering the sect, Ryu Sinan's expression changed. At this point, he could more or less guess that choosing to stay was not to inherit Gu Zhaoxi's righteousness, but to inherit his appetite. With the addition of Ryu Sinan, the strength of the upper echelons of the sect of all times had increased by another level. At present, including Yao Menjing and Gue Bajiang, the sect already had 10 people in the truth-seeking realm. Moreover, they had reached the middle level and had space spirits. Did the Xian sect have such a lineup? No. Even if there were truth-seeking realm, there would not be so many of them. Therefore, after ascending to the upper realm for more than 3 years, the strength of the sect of all times had been greatly improved. The only thing they lacked was recognition. Host, the top strength and backbone of the sect, have been built up. You can spend achievement points to upgrade the sect level, the system said. Jun Changshao rolled his eyes and said, "Spending money to upgrade is really F***cat up." With enough strength in the lower realm, the certification hall would personally send people to certify. It was more comfortable than the system. Without such an organization in the upper realm, although he could still upgrade, he needed achievement points. It was like no top-up, you're playing XX. Upgrading was not a big problem, because with the release of the new Disciple Mall, the disciples were more enthusiastic about doing missions. When Jun Changshao went to the West Sea, his contribution points and achievement points had been increasing. He just needed to wait for a while. However, if he only got the recognition of the system and not the world, what if he could not complete the main mission? Back then, for the main mission, Jun Changshao gathered all the powerhouses and forces in the falling star continent. With an attitude of "I finished speaking, who agrees and who disagrees." Only then did he reach the completion standard. No. Sitting in the study, he rubbed his temples and said, "I need to make my presence known." The best way to get recognition from the world was to let them know that the sect of all times had the strength to not be afraid of any Xian sect. Are there any martial arts competitions or similar events recently for the disciples to fight and spread the name of the sect of all times? Jun Changshao asked, continuously bullying the Sword Xian sect, and the Sword Xian sect did not bring enough impact. If there was a competition like the Dragon and Tiger battle for hegemony, the disciples would be able to take part in the first, second, third, fourth, and fifth. It would be perfect. Looking at the lower realm, the sect of all times' rise began in the Liang City sect competition. Then they challenged the Sacred Spring sect and the Lily Holy sect, until they achieved unprecedented results in the Dragon and Tiger battle for hegemony. On the other hand, in the 3 years since they came to the upper realm, they did not participate in any major competitions. It was not that Jun Changshao did not want to see such a good opportunity, but there really was no major competition. The conference held in the Divine Saint City previously was of high standard, but it was nothing more than a gathering of the big shots. Clan Leader Li, arriving at the Drizzle Hall, he said, "Investigate if there are any competitions in the upper realm for the disciples. It would be best if it's of a large scale." Yes, Li Luoqiu immediately acted. The next day, he placed a stack of information on the table and said, "Patriarch, according to the investigation, there are a total of 136 competitions held in the upper realm recently." So many? Jun Changshao's eyes widened. Li Luoqiu said, "And they are the ones that have been selected for the largest scale, including many smaller competitions. There should be at least a few thousand." Jun Changshao rolled his eyes. The system said, "What are you waiting for? Let all the disciples participate. 1 chapter per person will be enough until the end." "Oh, right," Li Luoqiu said. 10 years later, there will be a competition called the Favored Ones. The scale will be very large, and the martial artist who wins the final victory will be conferred the title of Favored Ones." "Oh," Jun Changshao replied. If it was a competition held recently, he might be very tempted, but it would only be held 10 years later. The sect would be invincible in the world. What was the point of sending disciples to fight? 10 years later, invincible in the world? The system was speechless. "You're really confident. However," Li Luoqiu added, "the conditions for participating in the Favored Ones battle are that you must not be more than 500 years old and have a cultivation base of the truth-seeking realm." "So high?" Jun Changshao was stunned. Other than some disciples in the sect, everyone else met the age requirement, but they had to be at the truth-seeking realm to participate. At present, only Yao Menjin could meet the requirements. Li Luoqiu continued, "As long as you meet the conditions, anyone can participate in the Favored Ones battle." "I can participate too?" "Yes." Jun Changshao touched his chin and said, "Interesting." Since transmigrating, Go Sheng had never participated in a competition because in any world only the disciples of the sect were held, not the Patriarch's battle. At most, they would exchange pointers at some big shots meetings, but the nature was completely different. If I participate in the Favored Ones battle, the others can only fight for second place. Jun Changshao said flatly, revealing an extremely strong, pretentious aura. The system broke down. Who gave him this confidence? Chapter 1566. Jun Changshao was very confident, but the most important thing right now was to get through the period of weakness. So he obediently entered the secret realm. Ryu Sinan began to live a happy life, tasting the food cooked by Lu Wancher every day. He seemed to have forgotten that he was a demon exterminator and had the responsibility of eliminating demons. Of course, it was not only the food that shocked him. Next, he came in contact with the various training settings of the sect of all times. It was as if he had discovered a new continent and opened a door to a higher realm. Unbelievable. This is unbelievable. Walking out of the secret realm, Ryu Sinan recalled the scene where he was instantly killed by a powerful demon beast and immediately gave a professional evaluation. Hell mode is definitely comparable to a first-class forbidden area. Damn. Su Xiaoma, who was passing by, opened his eyes wide. The new version of the secret realm had been around for a while. Everyone was challenging the easy and normal mode. But this new elder actually challenged the hell mode. Fierce. Failing the challenge of the secret realm would result in a weakened state. Ryu Sinan lay in his room for a whole day until he recovered and then challenged the hard mode. Although he succeeded, he paid a big price. It was worth it, because the improvement in all aspects was significant. With this kind of secret realm suitable for training, why would I worry about not being able to improve my realm? Ha ha. Ha ha ha. Ryu Sinan stood outside the secret realm and laughed, attracting the attention of a disciple named Mao Xiaodao who happened to pass by. He secretly said, "Sure enough, this new elder has seen the world." He was an outer sect disciple and usually cleaned with Dunan, so he did not have much of a presence. However, because he had been in the sect for a few years, he knew all kinds of sect facilities like the back of his hand. It had even become a habit. Even if the patriarch took out something new, he would not be surprised. Ryu Sinan was different. Although his realm was high, it was the first time he came in contact with the sect facilities. When he realized that it was extremely helpful for martial arts, he naturally could not control his emotions. He could not control his emotions because he had taken all kinds of pills and cultivated all kinds of martial arts. Especially the Thousand Shadows art, it was an all-rounder technique that could adapt to all aspects. Brother Lu, after returning from the secret realm, Jun Changshao, who had recovered, asked, "How do you feel after joining the sect?" Unbelievable, unbelievable. No words could describe the shock in Ryu Sinan's heart. If it weren't for Gu Xiaoxi's righteousness and Lu Wancher's food, if he were given another chance to choose, he would definitely still become an elder of the sect of all times. Brother Lu, Jun Changshao said, "Although you have joined the sect, you have absolute freedom. You can go out and slay demons and devils at any time." This Ryu Sinan considered for a long time and said, "Stay for a few more days." There were all kinds of facilities, all kinds of pills, and all kinds of delicacies. Although he enjoyed himself so much that he forgot to leave, as a demon exterminator, he would never forget his duty. Jun Changshao respected him and allowed him to leave the sect to do his own things. But there was a prerequisite. Brother Lu. Jun Changshao threw over a pile of information and said, "I plan to let the disciples participate in the martial arts competitions held in various cities. Since you want to travel the world, why don't you lead them to participate?" As a demon exterminator with a high status and powerful abilities, it would be safe for him to bring his disciples to participate in various competitions. Okay. Ryu Sinan agreed. Slaying demons and defending justice meant that he had to roam the world anyway. It would not be a problem to bring them along. Okay. The system said, "A new tool is online." A few days later, Ryu Sinan familiarized himself with everything in the sect. He brought Lu Qianqian, Xiao Ziji, Su Xiaoma, and the other disciples out of the sect of all times. Before they left, they packed a lot of fried rice and would sit down to eat once every few 100 miles. To put it nicely, they were hungry. Li Qingyang did not go because he had to build the main hall. Yi Xingqian did not go because he had to cultivate like crazy. The sect's level has been recognized by the system and the upper realm. There should be generous rewards, right? Jun Changshao sat in the study and muttered to himself. After that, he had nothing to do, so he often went to the medical hall, smithing hall, and poison hall to keep abreast of the progress of the instant pills, battle armor, and unmanned control technology. 3 years. The astral soul realm would come. He had to have enough strength to protect the sect from being invaded. This was Jun Changshao, a real man who would immediately throw himself into work after the week period. Ice Ray City. Just from the name alone, one could tell that this was a city covered in ice and snow. At this moment, hundreds of thousands of martial artists are gathered in the central arena spectator area in the city. They stared intently at the graceful figure in the arena like a proud plum blossom. The disciples of this sect of all times are too beautiful. It's as if they've become one with the world of ice and snow. How can such a beautiful woman be sent out to fight and kill? Lu Qianqian heard the crowd's discussions, but her cold face and clear eyes did not show any emotion. She stood there like a perfect ice sculpture. Sometimes a woman's beauty needed the environment to set it off. At this moment, Lu Qianqian, who was in Ice Ray City, had an extremely cold temperament. She might not lose to the rows of flowers in her formal dress. Tisk, tisk. Ryu Sinan commented in his heart. This eldest disciple seems to have an extremely high understanding of the ice element. The elders of the various sects sitting at the side twitched their mouths. They still could not understand. When did this demon exterminator from the realm hall become an elder of the sect of all times? She even brought a disciple to participate in the Ice Ray martial arts competition that was held every few years. The first round of the competition begins. The referee announced. Mississippi, the contestant who had just walked onto the arena, scratched her head and smiled. Although you're a woman, since you're here to participate in the competition, don't blame me for bam. Before she could finish, she was sent flying by a gust of cold air. Sect of all times disciple Lu Qianqian wins. Next, the referee's announcement continued. This was because in the second and third rounds, as long as Lu Qianqian fought, no matter how strong or weak her opponent was, they were all killed instantly without exception. She's too strong. No one can withstand one move from her. Revolving core realm. Everyone was shocked. Ryu Sinan shook his head and said to himself, the patriarch sent a disciple with such strength to participate in the Ice Ray martial arts competition. It's a waste of talent. In the finals, Lu Qianqian still defeated her opponent instantly and became the champion. This made the martial artists who had painstakingly come to watch the competition break down. After all, the entire competition was not exciting at all. In fact, it was extremely boring. Refund. I want a refund. Ding. Disciple Lu Qianqian won the Ice Ray martial arts competition's champion. Reward. 100 reputation points. Ding. Sect reputation points. 2,100. No way. Jun Changshao, who was sitting in the study, put down the novel he wrote and broke down. Only 100 points? That's good enough. The system said, don't be greedy. All right. Jun Changshao picked up the novel again and wiped his tears as he read. This author wrote too tragically. I've cried a few times. Ding. Disciple Su Xiaomo won the XX competition's champion. Reward. 100 reputation points. Ding. Disciple Hiwudi won the XX competition's champion. Reward. 100 reputation points. In the following period of time, Jun Changshao often heard notifications. His original complaining mentality gradually faded. After all, it was a little less, but many little drops made an ocean. Ah, how wonderful this world is. Chapter 1567. The disciples played the role of tools in the competition, while Jun Changshao collected reputation points in the sect. His days were comfortable and comfortable. The outside world began to boil over. If it was just a martial arts competition, there would be nothing strange about it. However, in half a month's time, the disciples of the sect of all times had won all the competitions held in the major cities. As the news spread, it would definitely cause a huge commotion. Oh my God, the sect of all times has also taken the championship of the Golden Seal City competition. This is already the 10th. I heard that the competition was completely one-sided. Many of the participants were defeated before they could even withstand the second move. What shocked the world the most was that the champion was not just one disciple, but a group of disciples. This meant that the sect of all times had participated in all the competitions. As long as they participated, they would definitely win the championship. They would not give the other sects any chance of survival. That's too scary. Could it be that all the disciples of the sect of all times are super strong? I heard that all the participants were at the revolving core realm. It was normal for a sect to have outstanding disciples participate in the martial arts competition and win first place. However, it was a little shocking for so many disciples to win the championship. Combined with the fact that the sect of all times had caused trouble for the sword-wielding sect and the sharp-blade sect, many cultivators began to face a problem. How strong was the sect of all times now? Mystic rank, there's no doubt about it. I don't think it's just that. The other sects have participated in so many competitions, but they might not be able to win all of them. As Ryu Sinan led his disciples to participate in the competitions and win the championship, the sect of all times' strength became the most discussed topic in the upper realm. Mystic rank, that was the most recognized rank at the moment. As for the truth rank, it could not be achieved just by the disciples winning the championship. It also needed to display the strength of the upper echelons. Patriarch Li Luaccio reported, "The outside world is talking about our sect. They think that we have the strength of a mystic rank." Jun Changshao was not surprised at all. Sending Lu Qianqian and Su Xiaoma to participate in all kinds of competitions was to let the world know that the sect of all times could easily win the championship. If they still couldn't see the problem, then they should quickly go and have their brains treated. Next, Jun Changshao pulled open his data panel and looked at his achievement value that had increased quite a bit recently. He thought to himself, I just have to wait for the system's approval. The recognition of the upper realm depended on strength. The system's approval depended on financial resources. As long as he had enough achievement points, any problem could be easily solved. Jun Changshao did not summon his disciples back and continued to let them compete outside. He wanted to use their absolute strength to let the world acknowledge that the sect of all times had reached the Xian level. A month later, Lu Qianqian, Su Xiaoma, and the others had won no less than 30 championships. It could be said that they had fought from the east to the west, from the south to the north. Wherever they went, they were invincible. As for his reputation, it had increased from 2,000 points to 5,000 points. The contribution value system was on the verge of collapse. The reputation system had only just begun to show its tip. As it continued to refresh, the items that appeared in the shop could only be bought with reputation. It was no longer the mixed value that it used to be. The trend of substitution was irreversible. One day, the contribution value system would cry, "Brother, I'm going to leave now." The reputation value system said solemnly, "Brother, I will inherit your spirit and provide Gosheng with more cheats. You can go in peace." As the saying goes, each new generation will replace the previous one, and the previous one will die on the beach. Half a year. It was not too long. Unknowingly it had passed. Lu Qianqian, Su Xiaoma, and the others had returned long ago. They had won a total of 50 championships, completely spreading the name of the sect throughout the upper realm. Ask any martial artist what level the sect of all times was at, and the answer would definitely be Xian level. Ta. Outside the life and death secret realm, Yi Xingqian walked out, his forehead covered in sweat. In the past half a year, he did not participate in any competitions and devoted himself to martial arts training. He had entered the 5th transformation from the 4th transformation. Because of the 10-year promise, all the sect's resources were used on Anyo, which allowed him to advance by 1 transformation in just half a year. Dragon Head Peak. The new main hall was completed. As the face of the sect, it could not be changed frequently. Li Qingyang's design this time was very grand, ensuring that it would not fall behind for a long time. In the past, although the sect of all times gave people a sense of grandeur, it was still a little too secular. Now that the main peak had been greatly modified and decorated with various precious plants, it was not only full of vitality, but also full of immortality. Not bad. Jun Changshao was very satisfied. Ka. On the training field, a few Diablo mechs were cleaning up the building waste under Dunan's command. Under the continuous research of the old man Taishan, the number of mechs had increased to 3,000. Because all of them were equipped with soul formations that could be piloted, the Diablo mechs were originally used for battle. Considering that the energy consumption could be controlled, Jun Changshao put some of them in charge of the sect's internal affairs, truly converting the mechs from military to civilian use. During this period, many first transformation pills were produced. The process of taking them was very painful, but many disciples broke through to the revolving core realm. According to the latest statistics, the number of first transformation disciples had exceeded 2,000. In less than 200 days, the overall strength of the sect of all times had increased by leaps and bounds. The speed of growth was so fast that it was shocking. It was a pity. There were improvements in all aspects, except for Jun Changshao, who was stuck at the peak of the revolving core realm. He had not triggered the epic mission to break through to the truth-seeking realm. Ding! Disciple Mao Xiaodao has cleaned the toilet 100 times and completed the sect mission. He has received 10 contribution points. It is worth 100%. Ding! Sect contribution points 6703200. Ding! Sect achievement points 100000000. The notification sounded again, and a smile appeared on Gosheng's face. Achievement points. It had finally exceeded 10 million. Shua. He opened the system data interface and tapped on the sect level without hesitation. The option to spend 10 million achievement points popped up. Yes, ding. 10 million achievement points spent to upgrade. Ding. Sect achievement points 0. Ding. Checking if you have reached the standard. Jun Changshao almost cursed. I've already spent all my money. What's the point of checking? Ding. The sect has been recognized by the upper realm. It has met the requirements to upgrade. The strongest sect of all times has been upgraded to a mysterious sect. As expected, Jun Changshao said, spending money might not be enough to upgrade. It still needs to be recognized. The system said, didn't you still succeed? Bullsh *T. Jun Changshao roared, if we didn't send our disciples out to compete, we would have wasted our achievement value by leveling up carelessly. The system was silent. Although it did not want to admit it, it might be possible. Ding! The sect has been upgraded to a mysterious sect. Obtain 10,000 reputation points. Obtain the right to purchase supreme goods X1. Obtain the 9 heavens divine stone X1. Obtain the heart of the earth horn dragon X1. Shua. Jun Changshao jumped up from his chair. His expression gradually turned from dull to ecstatic. He had thought that there would be rewards for upgrading the sect to a mysterious sect, but he did not expect it to be so rich. 10,000 reputation points. Supreme goods. Even if it was just one of the two, it would be a huge profit. Does it feel good? Great. The smile on Jun Changshao's face was like a blooming chrysanthemum. Then he opened the purchase goods column and clicked on the supreme goods. However, he froze instantly because the price was 12,000 reputation points. Damn it. The reputation points rewarded were not enough to buy it. He had to pay another 2,000 points. Chapter 1568. The supreme item required 12,000 reputation points to buy. It was really expensive. After all, many items in the shop were only around 1,000 reputation points. There's a reason why it's expensive, and there's also a benefit to it. After a short moment of consideration, Jun Changshao gritted his teeth and chose to buy it. Ding! The host has spent 12,000 reputation points and obtained Supreme Item X1. It has been transferred to the space ring. Ding! Sect reputation points, 8,000. Swoosh! His spiritual sense entered the space ring and stopped in front of the big box with a question mark. He prayed sincerely, "May the gods bless me and give me a bunch of divine weapons and equipment." He reached out and touched it. Its surface rippled with golden light. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining Vairocana Zen Palm X1. The big box in front of him turned into nothingness, and a yellowed ancient book fell into Jun Changshao's hands. Vairocana Zen Palm? This reminded him of the scene in Kung Fu where Master Xing used a palm technique from the sky to defeat Fire Cloud Evil God. Thus, he flipped through it with a burning gaze. As expected, from the introduction, it was indeed similar. However, what made Jun Changshao depressed was that when he opened the data panel, it could not be matched with the Sect's techniques. This meant that it was only suitable for him and not for the upper echelons and disciples. Since it was obtained from such an expensive supreme item, it must be very powerful after learning it. Retracting his spiritual sense, he returned to the study and began to study it seriously. It's too difficult. After studying for an entire night, Jun Changshao broke down. From the moves and chants of Vairocana Zen Palm, there should be nothing special about it. However, when he really understood it, it contained extremely profound meaning. It would take a long time to master it, spending more than 10,000 reputation points to buy a martial art that was difficult to learn and master. No matter how he looked at it, it was a loss. Sigh. Jun Changshao shook his head and sighed. After leveling up to a mysterious master, he also received the 9 Heavens Divine Stone and the Earth Horn Dragon Heart. One was similar to an ore, and the other was similar to a medicinal herb. The names sounded good, but what was the value? The system said, maybe it will come in handy in the future. I hope so. Jun Changshao leaned back in his chair and said helplessly, the reward for this upgrade didn't give me any substantial help. At least the sect has entered the Xian level, and the distance to the celestial level. The system could not help but laugh. After all, there was the word truth and the word Tao behind it, so it was still far from reaching the celestial level. It's too hard. The main storyline quests in the upper realm are too difficult. If the fiend ancestor were to hear this, he would definitely spit at him. Can you be more difficult than me? After being trapped in the devilish domain for more than half a year, he had tried to set up several teleportation arrays in succession, but all of them ended in failure. No, there must be some details that were overlooked. The fiend ancestor was not discouraged as he continued to ponder over the array formation's route. Sir System, don't waste time. You didn't neglect the details, but the other point was long gone. Even the entire hidden spirit island had been reduced to nothingness. Even if you set it up until the end of time, it would still be impossible to succeed. In the past 6 months, the upper realm was very peaceful. In particular, the buried moon pavilion seemed to have disappeared without a trace, making the realm hall very comfortable. The entire upper realm did not know that this mysterious hidden force that had existed for a long time had been mostly destroyed by Jun Changshao. The 10 great celestial sects were still foolishly sending people to search for it. Most of them were destroyed. Could it be that there was something missing? That's right. There were still survivors in the buried moon pavilion. At that time, the fiend ancestor chose to take refuge in the hidden spirit island and only took the members of the headquarters with him. There were still many members of the branches who had not arrived. Among them was the Great Guardian, who was in charge of presiding over the 10 great celestial demonic bodies when they entered the demonic territory, as well as his hundreds of subordinates. Whoosh! Whoosh! On the West Sea, a strong wind blew. The Great Guardian held the token with a blank expression on his face. The black-robed old man next to him was very puzzled. "We've been searching for a month, but we still can't find the hidden Spirit Island. Could we have come to the wrong place?" "Impossible," the Great Guardian said with a decisive tone. "It's in this sea." "Search. Search carefully." Yes, the subordinates could only continue to search nearby. In the end, after searching for a few more months, they still could not find the hidden Spirit Island. They were worried that the 10 great celestial sects would discover them, so they could only leave and find a place to hide. "Great Guardian," the black-robed old man said worriedly, "the headquarters has not contacted us for a long time. Could something have happened?" The Great Guardian was silent. He had thought about this problem a long time ago. Under normal circumstances, the headquarters would send information almost every once in a while. Now that almost a year had passed, there was still no news. Coupled with the fact that they could not find the hidden Spirit Island, something must have happened. Could it be, speak? The black-robed old man hesitated, but he still said what was on his mind. "The 10 great celestial sects found the hidden Spirit Island, and all of our people." The Great Guardian fell into deep thought and said in a deep voice, "We can't rule out this possibility. Lord Demon Ancestor, no." The Great Guardian guessed what the black-robed old man wanted to say and interrupted. "Although the Lord Demon Ancestor has just been resurrected, he is not someone that the 10 great celestial sects can easily kill. Because it was a belief, it was brainless worship." Sigh. The black-robed old man shook his head and said, "Then why is there no news? If the headquarters was discovered by the 10 great celestial sects and we were not summoned by the Lord Demon Ancestor, there is only one possibility." The Great Guardian said in a serious tone, "He entered the demonic territory in advance." Needless to say, the Great Guardian's guess was right. The Demon Ancestor was in the demonic territory, but the reason he entered was not because he was chased by the 10 great celestial sects and had nowhere to go, but because he entered by himself. "In that case," the black-robed old man said, "why didn't he summon us?" "There may be 2 reasons. First, the Demon Ancestor fought with the 10 great celestial sects and then entered the demonic territory with injuries. He is recuperating now, so it is difficult for him to care about anything else. Second, the 10 great celestial sects used a special method to strengthen the seal of the demonic territory. It is difficult for the Demon Ancestor to break it from the inside." The black-robed old man said, "Which reason do you think it is?" The Great Guardian thought for a moment and said, "Since the Demon Ancestor has a way to enter, he will definitely summon us. Now that there is no news, it could be the second reason. He is trapped in the demonic territory and can't get out." This guy's deduction seemed very professional, but it was actually the opposite of the truth. This was because it had nothing to do with the 10 great celestial sects. However, the final judgment was correct. The Demon Ancestor was indeed trapped inside. What should we do? What else can we do? Think of a way to break the seal. The black-robed old man's mouth twitched slightly. The seal set by the 10 great celestial sects has been unshakable for 100,000 years. Now that it has been strengthened, how are we going to break it? There is bound to be a flaw. The Great Guardian said firmly, "There must be a flaw in the seal." Sect of all times. Jun Changshao entered the space-time secret realm again. For the past few months, as long as the CD was restored, he would definitely enter to comprehend the Vairocana Zenpom. He finally made significant progress. How is the power? Whether the move was strong or not, it needed actual combat to prove it. Therefore, Jun Changshao walked out of the space-time secret realm and planned to go to Spirit Beast Peak to find Hall Master Z to practice. Patriarch. However, just as he arrived at the Spirit Beast Hall, Liluachio's urgent voice transmission rang in his ears. Elder Lu is in big trouble outside. Chapter 1569. Swish. The ancient warship left the Sect of all times. According to the latest news, Ryu Sinan was in trouble outside and needed the Sect's help. Although Jun Changshao acted immediately, he was on the verge of a mental breakdown. He thought that he had recruited a powerful demon exterminator to protect the Sect. Now, he had to send someone to protect him. What was this? If he can threaten Elder Lu, he must be in big trouble, Rose of Flowers said seriously. Not only did she come, Yao Menjing and Gue Bajiang also came. From this, it was obvious that Jun Changshao also realized that if he could cause trouble for Ryu Sinan, the situation would not be simple. Hence, he brought the Sect's top forces. Who is so bold to provoke a demon exterminator? Could it be a demon cultivator? Possibly. Ryu Sinan had been slaying demons all year round. It was normal for him to encounter a demon cultivator that he could not handle. Jun Changshao sneered. Anyone who dares to provoke the Sect of all times, regardless of whether he is a demon cultivator or a heretic, will be knocked down with a brick. Protecting his subordinates was his specialty. He would not change it until he died. Hall Master Li gave them the exact location. The ancient warship flew at top speed, completely ignoring the energy consumption. What made Jun Changshao collapse was that, according to Su Xiaoma, when he parted ways with Elder Lu, he was in the extreme north. It had only been a few months, so how did he end up in the extreme south? Was there a need to ask? He must be lost. If not for the fact that he had a disciple with him, Ryu Sinan would have led them to the ends of the earth. Brother, you are a little troublesome. Boom! Boom! In a valley in the extreme south, the sounds of battle rang out. The surrounding rocks and space collapsed. The scene was quite explosive. Actually, in terms of movement, it was not as loud as the battle between Jun Changshao and Ryu Sinan in the West Sea. However, the air was filled with intense killing intent. It was enough to show that they were fighting to the death. This is too scary. In a relatively safe area outside the valley, many martial artists had gathered. There was shock and fear on their faces. He did not know the specifics of the situation. He only knew that 2 streaks of light flew over from afar, and then a fierce battle broke out inside. If this continues, the entire valley will be razed to the ground. Let's hide further away so that we won't be affected. The more cowardly martial artists retreated one after another, while the more courageous martial artists chose to stay where they were. Boom! Boom! The sound of battle rang out again. Large parts of the mountain collapsed, and the space became distorted. Swish! At this moment, a stream of light flew out and hovered in midair, revealing a slender and flirtatious man. This is, someone exclaimed, 10,000 longevity Demon King. Ah! All the cultivators widened their eyes, the fear in their eyes growing stronger and stronger. 10,000 years ago, an inconspicuous demonic beast appeared in the southernmost region. After cultivating, it gradually grew stronger and possessed the strength to dominate a region. To outsiders, it called itself the 10,000 longevity Demonic King, implying that it had a boundless lifespan. Retreat! Retreat! All the cultivators retreated in unison, wishing that they had more legs. Everyone in the upper domain knew that the 10,000 longevity Demon King was a cruel and merciless person. He even killed living beings based on his mood. That was why he was labeled as a traitor by the Realm Hall. Shouldn't this guy be at the 10,000 longevity mountain? Why would he appear here? Swish! At this moment, another stream of light flew out of the valley. It was a weathered, middle-aged man with a white cape on his shoulders. His fingers were surrounded by a special energy. Ryu Sinan. Many people might not recognize the 10,000 longevity Demon King, but when they saw the iconic cape, they immediately guessed his identity. They understood now. The demon exterminator was capturing the traitor who had committed crimes. Wrong. Ryu Sinon was not working. The main reason was that he had entered the 10,000 longevity mountain in a daze and then started fighting. Ryu Sinon, the 10,000 longevity demon king, said, "So you are one of the 3 demon exterminators of the realm hall. No wonder you dare to trespass on my territory." "I'll say it again," Ryu Sinon said. "I'm just passing by." Bullsh *T. The 10,000 longevity demon king roared, "There are so many paths. What right do you have to pass by my territory?" The corners of the martial artists' mouths twitched. From the simple conversation, they understood the situation and firmly believed that Ryu Sinon must be passing by. This kind of situation was common. There were even rumors that this guy had accidentally passed by the West Mountain Holy Spring. That was an eternal hot spring that had the effect of nourishing one's meridians and body. It was controlled by a female-dominated sect all year round. "What do you want?" "I want to beat you up." Ryu Sinon shook his head and said, "I still have to return to the sect. I don't have time to waste with you." "That's not up to you." Whoosh! The 10,000 longevity demon king gathered monstrous demonic aura in his palms, forming a materialized palm print that blasted toward Ryu Sinon. Under the powerful pressure, space began to crack rapidly. This guy was very strong. He was at least at the middle-level truth-seeking realm. Ryu Sinon frowned slightly and immediately used the voice transmission technique to contact the nearby members of the Drizzle Hall and ask for help. If Jun Changshao knew that this new elder had sent a distress signal after just a few moves, he would definitely roar, "Big brother, you're too fast to summon people. Come on." Boom! Boom! The 10,000 longevity demon king was cruel and used all his killing moves. Ryu Sinon did not choose to fight head-on. He relied on the space spirit to dodge frequently. The 10,000 longevity demon king sneered. "Is this the demon slayer of the realm hall? In my opinion, he's just a coward." "You're wrong," Ryu Sinon said. "I'm not representing the realm hall now. I'm representing the sect of all times." "Sect of all times?" The 10,000 longevity demon king said disdainfully. "What kind of trash sect is this?" All the martial artists shook their heads. Demon beasts were demon beasts. They did not care about the affairs of the world at all. They did not know that the trash sect was in the limelight in the upper realm recently. "I've already contacted the sect. If you know what's good for you, you'd better leave quickly. Otherwise, when the patriarch brings people here, you'll end up very miserably," Ryu Sinon said seriously. He. The 10,000 longevity demon king laughed strangely. "Even if the immortal sect comes, what can they do to me, let alone a trash sect?" This guy was very arrogant. He was even more arrogant than the Purple King. Boom! He landed on the mountain peak, crossed his arms, and said, "I'll wait for your patriarch to bring people here." Ryu Sinon had no intention to fight. He dodged the entire time. The 10,000 longevity demon king would not be able to hurt him in a short time, so he might as well save his energy and see what the sect of all times was capable of. They're not fighting anymore. Ryu Sinon has joined the sect of all times? I think I've heard about it from others. The battle stopped temporarily. All the martial artists discussed in low voices. Whoosh! An hour later, the ancient warship cut through the void and appeared above the valley at the fastest speed. It stirred up gusts of wind that blew away the surrounding grass and dust. "Who is it?" Jun Changshao stepped out and stood on the bow of the ship. He circulated his energy in his dantian and shouted, "How dare you bully the people of the sect of all times?" His voice was so loud that it made the martial artist's ears buzz. This was his aura. Chapter 1570. Jun Changshao shouted, and his aura and style immediately appeared. At the same time, It attracted the attention of the martial artists in the extreme south. It's June Patriarch. He looks like he's only in his early 20s. As expected, heroes come from the young. In fact, Gosheng was already in his 30s, but because of the facial mask he wore all year round, he looked like a handsome young man of 18 or 19 years old. Elder Lu, Jun Changshao said, "What's going on?" He was a little depressed. To be able to take the initiative to ask for help from the sect. Perhaps the person was already injured or beaten up in a very dangerous situation. In the end, when he arrived at the scene, he found that nothing had happened. Was this a joke? Was this a joke? Didn't it cost money to drive the warship over? Patriarch, Ryu Sinan pointed at the mountain peak and said, "It's looking for trouble with me." Jun Changshao looked in the direction and locked onto the slender 10,000 longevity demon king. He asked in surprise, "Is this person a man or a woman?" It's over. The expressions of the martial artists changed. Those who had lived in the extreme south for a long time knew that the 10,000 longevity demon king had a biggest taboo, and that was to have its gender questioned by others. June Patriarch's question had touched its reverse scale. As expected, the 10,000 longevity demon king's eyes flashed with anger as it said, "Brat, you're humiliating this king." It was a male beast, but there was a small accident during the process of transforming into human form, so it looked more feminine. Later on, it was often teased by its own kind, and as time passed, it became a pain in its heart. Humiliate? So what? Jun Changshao's face was indifferent. He did not know the 10,000 longevity demon king's taboo. Even if he knew, he would say it because it indeed looked neither male nor female. "Those who humiliate me die." The 10,000 longevity demon king shouted coldly. Rolling black waves instantly spread out from the mountain peak, surging towards the ancient warship like a group of demons dancing wildly. Killing intent, demonic chi, extremely explosive. "You dare to be impudent in front of the Patriarch." Yao Menjing glared and shouted, "Take him down!" Yes, Ghost 8 flew out. Jun Changshao sat on a chair, crossed his legs, and took out a nail clipper to trim his nails. With a few powerful bodyguards around, the feeling of not having to do anything was great. TSK, when the 10,000 longevity beast king saw this, he sneered and said, "So what if you have more people?" As a powerful demonic beast that dominated the southernmost region, it had experienced fighting against a group of demonic beasts. Whoosh! Whoosh! General Gue Ba flew out of the warship and unleashed his powerful demonic chi, suppressing the demonic chi in an instant. All the martial artists exclaimed, "Demonic cultivator!" They were already very far away, but they were still disturbed by the demonic chi that permeated the air. Those whose cultivation levels were not high found it difficult to suppress the blood in their bodies, and they immediately spat out blood. Retreat! Swish! Swish! All the martial artists retreated as fast as they could. The camera turned back to the 10,000 longevity demon king, and the disdainful smile on his face froze. If it was just a large number of people, it wouldn't be afraid, but the problem was that these 8 tall and strong martial artists in armor seemed to be on par with it, judging from the aura they released. How was he supposed to fight? Who? A monstrous demonic aura surged forth, as if there was an army of thousands upon thousands of horses. Not good. The 10,000 longevity demon king's expression changed. Boom! 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 In an instant, all kinds of special effects and energy bloomed in the air like fireworks. The martial artists who were hiding further away turned around and saw the demonic chi that covered the sky in the valley. They all mourned for the 10,000 longevity demon king in their hearts. Although they couldn't be sure of General Gue Ba's strength, they could tell from the demonic chi that they had more people. Boom! Not long after, the 10,000 longevity demon king flew out of the demonic chi and unlocked a new posture of landing on his face. Damn it. He stood up, covered his face, and said angrily, "If you have the ability, let's fight one-on-one." Jun Changshao said disapprovingly while trimming his nails, "You're fighting 8 people by yourself. Isn't that a duel? I'm talking about a one-on-one fight." Boom! Dust flew and the earth shook. A ghost general landed beside the 10,000 longevity Demon King and struck a punch. The latter was sunken into the ground in the shape of a swastika, and there was an eye-catching fist mark on the right side of his face. Sigh. Jun Changshao shook his head and said, "You can't even one-on-one." Ah, the 10,000 longevity Demon King jumped out of the pit, and his black hair danced in the wind as he roared. In the end, he was beaten up by a few ghost generals who landed behind him. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, 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 boom. Plop! A moment later, the 10,000 longevity Demon King fell to the ground with a swollen face and squinted eyes. There was no place on his body that was intact, and he was beaten up terribly. 2 fists couldn't beat so many fists. Moreover, there were 8 powerful demonic race generals. Jun Changshao landed, took out the green dragon crescent blade, and placed it on the Demon King's neck. He said calmly, "Not only am I going to humiliate you, but I'm also going to kill you. Do you have any objections?" The 10,000 longevity Demon King didn't have the strength to speak. To casually send out 8 powerful devil cultivators, this eternal sect was a little too terrifying, wasn't it? Patriarch Ryu Sinan suggested, "This beast is quite strong. We can bring it back to guard the door." Jun Changshao's eyes lit up. "Good idea. Damn it." The 10,000 longevity Demon King gathered his strength and said, "I can be killed, but not humiliated. Don't even think about it. Take him away." Yes. The 10,000 longevity Demon King was immediately tied up and carried onto the archaic warship. Then, the tail of the warship shot out light and flew away. The whole process came and went in a hurry. All the martial artists were stunned. The Demon King that dominated the extreme south was captured by the sect of all times just like that. Creak. The 10,000 longevity Demon King, who was riddled with injuries, was thrown into the prison cell. As he had recovered some strength before coming, he lay on the ground and roared, "I won't submit!" What's with the noise? The Purple King walked over with a straight face. Jun Changshao didn't throw that guy into the Tianyuan prison pagoda. Instead, he sent him to the Spirit Beast Hall's prison cell. After all, he was the same as Z, and there should be a way to subdue him. As expected, when the 10,000 longevity Demon King saw the Purple King, he instantly smelled the scent of his own kind. "Who are you? I should be the one asking you this question." Z sat down. He had the aura of a hall master. "Humph." The 10,000 longevity Demon King said proudly, "I'm the 10,000 longevity Demon King of the Longevity Mountain Range." Longevity Mountain Range? The Purple King said thoughtfully, "A place filled with memories. I still remember that a few thousand years ago, I met a toad spirit that was being bullied by its companions. I pitied it and saved it, giving it a few crystal cores. I wonder if it has become stronger now." The 10,000 longevity Demon King's eyes widened the moment he heard the toad spirit. "What?" Seeing the change in his expression, the Purple King joked, "That unlucky guy can't be you, right?" The 10,000 longevity Demon King said with a trembling voice, Could it be Big Brother Purple?" Big Brother Purple. The Purple King shook his head and sighed. "It's also a name filled with memories." As he spoke, his appearance gradually changed from 20 to 50 years old. His deep gaze and weathered face gave off a feeling of, "I haven't been a big brother for many years." Big Brother Purple. The 10,000 longevity Demon King said in surprise, "It's really Big Brother Purple." "You're a toad spirit?" "That's right. I'm the little toad who gave you a favor back then." The Purple King stood up with his back facing him. He cried in his heart as he wailed. After leaving the upper realm for so many years, the The vegetables that I've saved have higher cultivation than me. Chapter 1571. Gulp. In the cafeteria, the 10,000 longevity demon king finished the soup in his bowl and looked back with a blissful expression. So fragrant! This guy had already become a member of the Sect of all times. Don't say that he had no backbone. The reason why he chose to compromise was because the Purple King had once helped him. In order to repay the favor, he was willing to put down his dignity as a demon king. Little Toad, Z handed over a napkin and said, "From today onwards, you are a member of the Spirit Beast Hall. If your performance is good, I can apply to the Patriarch to promote you to the Deputy Hall Master." It was comparable to a mid-level, truth-seeking realm cultivator. Big Brother Purple. The 10,000 longevity demon king wiped his mouth and asked, "What have you experienced all these years? Why is your aura not as high as mine?" The Purple King's face instantly darkened. "From tomorrow onwards, you will be responsible for cleaning the Spirit Beast Peak and the toilets." Ah, the 10,000 longevity demon king was stunned. Speaking was an art. If you don't know how to speak, don't speak. Night. The Purple King sat alone on a huge rock on the peak of the mountain. His figure was very lonely. His gaze was very dejected, like a rooster that had lost a fight. As an extremely rare Tao transformation Kuan, his future should have been bright. However, because he sought excitement and stole the dragon egg, he was forced to drag out an ignoble existence in the lower realm until he returned a few thousand years later. Even the little demon that he had helped was much stronger than him. The former big brother, the current little brother. The world had changed. Things remained the same, but people had changed. Jun Chang Xiao walked over and sat beside him. He put down a jar of drunken dreams and looked at the bright night sky. Such a beautiful scenery needs wine to liven things up. Big brother, I'm very uncomfortable. Liven things up my ass. Z. Jun Chang Xiao handed over the wine and smiled. I didn't expect you to be a big brother in the upper realm. Swish. The Purple King grabbed the wine jar and drank a big mouthful. He said bitterly, "That's just the glory of the past. Be confident." Jun Chang Xiao patted his shoulder and encouraged him. Even a little toad spirit can become an indomitable demon king. How can you, the Kuan of the purple firmament Tao, fall behind? The Purple King understood this logic. However, understanding was one thing. Seeing that the 10,000 longevity demon king's cultivation was higher than his, he would definitely feel uncomfortable. Patriarch! The purple, craggy monster king clenched his fists and pleaded, "I want to become stronger. Can you help me?" As demonic beasts, their lifespans were very long. Just by breathing in and out every day, their lifespans were constantly increasing. Their lives were much more blissful than that of humans. However, after being dealt a blow by the toad spirit, their desire to become stronger was instantly ignited. "I can help you, but..." Jun Chang Xiao paused. "The process of becoming stronger is very painful. You need to face it yourself." The Purple King's gaze was resolute. "As long as I can become stronger, I won't be afraid even if I have to face a mountain of blades or a sea of flames. Blade, mountain, flame, sea guild." Jun Chang Xiao murmured, "Follow me." Back mountain. A brand new vortex gradually formed at the entrance. A new secret realm? A trace of disappointment appeared on Z's face. He knew that the secret realm that the Patriarch placed in the back mountain was very heaven-defying. However, because he was a beast, even if he went in to train, he wouldn't gain much. "This is the Blade Mountain Flame Sea Guild," Jun Chang Xiao said, "a secret realm suitable for demonic beasts to cultivate." The Purple King, who was originally dejected, suddenly became excited. However, Jun Chang Xiao added, "You need to go through 81 days of tempering in there before you can sublimate." When did he buy this secret realm? He didn't buy it. It was one of the rewards he got from Gu Zhaoxi sacrificing himself to help him complete the epic mission. Although there was no description, it really existed. A year had passed. Why didn't Goxing take it out? That was because this secret realm was only suitable for demonic beasts. Additionally, the manual stated in red, extremely dangerous. Enter with caution. Back then, Jun Changshao had complained that humans couldn't enter. Later on, he was so busy with the Sect's affairs that he gradually forgot about it. If Z hadn't mentioned the Blade Mountain Flame Sea Guild, he wouldn't have remembered. I think the author just thought of it on the spur of the moment. The system complained. 81 days. The Purple King became spirited and said, I'll go in and temper myself now. Jun Changshao reminded him, this Blade Mountain Flame Sea Guild is different from other secret realms. Once you fail, you will die. Jie. The Purple King's raised leg froze in midair and his expression became interesting. Many secret realms and facilities were also very dangerous. For example, the Life and Death Secret Realm and the Training Tower. However, failing a challenge would only result in a period of weakness. It was precisely because of the risk of death that Jun Changshao chose to forget about it. In the various planes, the value of demonic beasts was nothing more than helping humans train and providing cores. However, the demonic beasts of the sect of all times were like family. They couldn't be allowed to be harmed. You clearly forgot, but you still have to flaunt yourself. The system said, what a dog! Scared? The Purple King shook his head and said, for a demonic king, this is a disgrace. Ta! He took a step forward, resolute and resolute. Hall, Master Z, Li Qingyang and Xiao Ziji's eyes shone with admiration. The system was already used to its disciples appearing and disappearing mysteriously. This time, it didn't lose control of its emotions and roar. Battle song. Jun Changshao shouted. Pa! Yi Xingqian pressed the play button and a pleasant melody came from the magically modified sound system. He sang leisurely, I haven't been a big brother for many years. I don't like the cold bedside. Don't force me to miss. Don't force me to cry. Bao. Shua. 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 Li Qingyang and Xiao Ziji might be wearing pajamas, but it didn't stop them from giving the most formal military salute. 1 year ago, Gu Zhaoxi flew into the sky with a bomb on his back. This scene had appeared before. Ta! The Purple King stepped into the whirlpool with 1 foot. He then turned around and smiled at everyone. Wait for me to come back. Less nonsense. Hurry up and go in. Bang! Jun Changshao personally sent Z into a mountain of blades and a sea of flames. On the 7th day after Z's departure, everyone missed him very much. On the 7th day after Z's departure, everyone came to the Spirit Beast Hall to reminisce. On the 7th day after Z's departure, everyone gradually forgot about him and cultivated as usual. Last, in the cafeteria, the 10,000 longevity demonic king licked the rice in the bowl clean and grinned. Another bowl. Ryu Sinan rolled his eyes. What are you looking at? The 10,000 longevity demonic king pointed at the dozens of stacked plates and roared, I didn't eat as much as you. Speaking of Elder Lu, he had to mention that the reason why he called for help was because he missed Lu Wancher's food too much. However, he was lost in the extreme south and couldn't return. He had no choice but to ask the patriarch to pick him up. Brother! After knowing the truth, Jun Changshao collapsed. Asking for help is such a serious matter. Can we be more serious in the future? On the 7th day after Z's departure, Du Nan was cleaning the stairs outside the mountain gate. Suddenly, he noticed the dust and sand jumping faintly. He looked down in astonishment. Ta! Ta! A martial artist walked up the stairs step by step. Because his head was lowered, only his Mediterranean sea could be seen. His face couldn't be seen clearly. Buzz! Buzz! With every step that person took, the surrounding dust and sand gradually floated up. An expert. An expert. Du Nan placed the broom in front of him and asked politely, Benefactor, are you visiting the sect of all times? Visiting a friend. The martial artist's voice was deep. I'm sorry, Du Nan said. The gate is not open yet. Please wait for a moment. The martial artist stopped and gradually raised his head. A sharp face appeared. The corner of his mouth raised into a faint smile. I'm an impatient person. I don't have time to wait. Whoosh! He pinched his middle finger and a stream of light flew out. Not open the gate? Okay, then let me open it. Swish! Du Nan took a step and blocked the path of the stream of light. He put his palms together and said, Amit Ba, Benefactor, don't mess around. Whoosh whoosh! Dust and leaves flew under his feet. His school uniform fluttered without wind. Golden light gathered behind him and quickly formed a swastika barrier. Huh! The martial artist's eyes were filled with surprise. A seemingly ordinary sweeping monk was actually an expert. Interesting. The martial artist gave up attacking the mountain gate and manipulated the stream of light to blast at him. He wanted to see what ability he had. Buddha illumination. Du Nan took a horse stance and his eyes were cold. Boom! Bang! The swastika barrier instantly collapsed and turned into golden light. Thump, thump, thump. Du Nan took a few steps back and stopped in front of the gate. He gave a thumbs up and said, Amazing! Plop! After speaking, he directly collapsed on the ground and fainted. The middle-aged martial artist was speechless. Chapter 1572. Aha! He woody yawned and rubbed his eyes as he walked towards the gate. After joining the sect of all times for so many years, the first thing he did when he woke up was not to go to the toilet, but to open the red gate. Although it was boring, it had already become a habit. Creak! He opened the door and took a deep breath of fresh air. Bam! Plop! He woody flew out of the gate and rolled on the training field like he was skipping water. At this time, disciples were coming down from the various peaks to do their routine morning exercises. When they saw their senior brother suddenly flying over, they turned around in shock. Stomp! The middle-aged man walked over proudly from the open gate. He crossed his arms, and the few strands of black hair on his head fluttered in the wind. He said calmly, Sect of all times, That's all there is to it. Inform the patriarch. Someone is causing trouble. Swoosh! In the room, Jun Changshao washed up and sat in front of the mirror with a magically modified mask on his face. He patted his face lightly and said with satisfaction, A handsome young man with delicate skin. Li Qingyang's urgent voice rang in his ears. Patriarch! Someone broke into the sect and knocked out junior brother. He and junior brother go. What? Jun Changshao stood up and took off his mask, revealing an angry face. Who dared to smash the intestines of the sect of all times? Swoosh! He kicked the door open and flew out. Plop! Jun Changshao had just landed on the main peak when he saw Ding Xingwang fall in front of the main hall. Ding Xingwang clutched his chest and tried to get up. An intense pain swept over him, and he fainted. Sigh. The middle-aged man stood on the training ground and shook his head. No one can fight. Don't ask about the sect protecting array. He was too lazy to explain. Damn it. Jiang, yeah, old go. And the other higher-ups were about to charge forward angrily, but were stopped by Jun Changshao in time. Stand down. The middle-aged warrior raised his head and looked at the young man floating in the air above the main hall. He said indifferently, Are you the disciple of Jinren Tonggu, the patriarch of the sect of all times? Not bad. Jun Changshao floated down with his hands behind his back. Who are you? Although Go Shing was extremely angry in his heart, the other party's aura was very strong. He was afraid that his strength was not weaker than Ryu Sinan. Who I am is not important. The middle-aged man stroked a few strands of his black hair and said, What's important is that I'm not here to destroy the sect of all times. I'm here to look for a friend. F***ck. After injuring the upper echelons and disciples of my sect, he actually said that he wasn't trying to cause trouble? How could a person be so shameless? Friends? Jun Changshao suppressed his anger and asked, Who? Me. Ryu Sinan flew over from Dragonspine Peak and landed on the martial arts arena. His gaze gradually sharpened as he said, Gong Sun Ho, you've gone too far. The middle-aged man grinned and said, The rumors are true. You've really joined the sect of all times. Elder Lu. Jun Changshao sent a voice transmission and asked, Who is this guy? We're in the same profession. A demon exterminator. That's right. I see. Jun Changshao suddenly realized. No wonder he's so strong. Go Xing did not know about the other two demon exterminators, but based on Ryu Sinan's realm, he guessed that they should not be too far apart. This person controls the sand spirit, and his realm is not below mine, Ryu Sinan said with a serious expression. Sand spirit. Jun Changxiao's expression changed slightly as he thought to himself. No wonder there's sand floating around the martial arts arena. I thought Go Fuguei did not clean it up. Also, Ryu Sinan said he has the same bloodline as the patriarch. Jun Changxiao was stunned as he blurted out, This guy is from the Stone Statue tribe. That's right. Jun Changxiao's expression became interesting. When they were sparring at Hidden Spirit Island, Ryu Sinan had mentioned it. He did not expect to meet him so soon, and he even had the identity of a demon exterminator. That's not right, since he has the same bloodline as me. Why don't I feel close to him? The system was speechless. Does the host really think of himself as a descendant of the Stone Statue tribe? Jun Changxiao then remembered that although he had the bloodline of the Stone Statue tribe, he had actually obtained it by accident. It could not be considered legitimate at all. At most, he was just an impostor. Sigh. Why was it so difficult to obtain a noble identity? Jun Changxiao had been fantasizing about whether he was the son of the Celestial Emperor or the heir to the throne that the Stone Statue tribe had been searching for. Now that he had met someone with the same bloodline, he felt nothing. It was like being slapped in the face by the cruel reality. It hurt. He had woken up from his dream. Strangely, Go Sheng felt a little sad. Kid. Gong Sun Ho said calmly, You've convinced Ryu Sinan to join the sect. You're quite capable. It's all right. Jun Changxiao cupped his hands and said, Since you're Elder Lu's friend, you're a friend of the sect of all times. Please come into the main hall for a chat. I'm sorry, Gong Sun Ho said. I'm here to cause trouble, not to visit family or friends. Jun Changxiao was dumbfounded. You clearly said that I'm not here to cause trouble, but to look for friends. Why did you suddenly change your mind? Patriarch. Ryu Sinan said telepathically, This person has a strange personality. He often says things that don't make sense. Jun Changxiao pursed his lips and said, Are all demon exterminators like this? One was extremely bad at directions, while the others spoke incoherently. Who knew what was so different about the third one? Ryu Sinan, Gong Sun Ho said calmly. You and I didn't have a clear winner last time. Let's do it here today. I'm sorry, Ryu Sinan said, not interested. Bam! Gong Sun Ho took a step forward, and the floor caved in. He said, Jun Patriarch, are you interested in a fight? Jun Changxiao almost cursed out loud. You want to fight him, and if he doesn't agree, you immediately come to me. You've changed your target too quickly. Whoosh! Whoosh! At that moment, Gong Sun Ho's body emitted a special aura. Half of his face quickly turned into stone. Damn! Jun Changxiao's eyes widened. He knew that Gong Sun Ho must have activated his stone statue bloodline. However, half of his face was normal, and the other half was petrified. How did he do that? Patriarch. Ryu Sinan said telepathically, This man will awaken his bloodline as soon as he has the desire to fight. If we don't fight him, he will continue to be entangled with us. Jun Chang Shao said, "If that's the case, I'll do as you say." Whoosh! He landed on the arena and raised his hand. The blood in his body boiled, and the power of the stone statue appeared around him. His entire face and even his exposed skin quickly turned into stone. Gongsun Ho said in shock, "Same race?" "No, I know everyone in the race. Why haven't I seen him before?" "Could it be?" Gongsun Ho dashed forward, grabbed Jun Changshao's wrist, and pulled up his sleeve. When he saw the mark of a stone statue on his sleeve, he took a few steps back and said excitedly, Young, 8 ghost generals." Go Xing shouted, "Beat him up!" Swish! Swish! In an instant, 8 ghost generals flew over from different directions and stood in front of Gongsun Ho like door gods. Then they kicked him up like how they tortured the 10,000 longevity Demon King. Ryu Sinan's mouth twitched. The patriarch had activated his bloodline. He thought that he would have a fair fight with Gongsun Ho, but he sent 8 ghost generals. That was too much. Chapter 1573. Jun Chang Shao had originally planned to fight Gongsun Ho one-on-one, but he suddenly rushed over and grabbed his wrist. He had no chance to react at all and realized that the gap between the two of them was too big. The reason why he could fight Ryu Sinan so well was because of hard to stop. Without this trump card, even if Go Sheng had the strength of a lower-level truth-seeking realm cultivator, it would be difficult for him to compete with a middle-level truth-seeking realm cultivator. Forget it. Let's use the old method and let him fight the 8 of them alone. The Ghost 8 generals moved out together again. Like emotionless killers, they surrounded Gongsun Ho and used their fists and feet. Very soon, Gongsun Ho was beaten black and blue. Ryu Sinan was stunned. It was undeniable that the 8 ghost generals were powerful. However, during the process of being beaten, that guy didn't fight back. He even lay on the ground and squeezed out a smile on his bloated face, as if he was very comfortable after being beaten up. This didn't fit the image of a hot-tempered person at all. Ha! Gongsun Ho laughed with difficulty, but he laughed very happily. Is this guy crazy? He's laughing after being beaten so miserably? The disciples whispered to each other. This was the first time they saw a strange person who could laugh so happily after being beaten up. F***CK. Jun Chang Shao felt that this guy was laughing at him, so he said coldly, "Continue to beat him up." Bang, 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 bang. All kinds of big feet fell crazily. Not long after, Gongsun Ho collapsed on the ground like mud. He was beaten until he fainted, but there was still a smile on his face that his parents couldn't recognize. Does this guy have a special attribute like the psychic cat? Jun Chang Shao muttered in his heart. Guards, take him to the cell. Since he came to the sect of all times to cause trouble and knocked out Dunan Hiwudi and the others, no matter who he is, no matter if he is Ryu Sinan's friend, he must be locked up. Unless he pays. Little Mo, search him. Yes. Su Xiaoma quickly ran over and searched him from head to toe. He shook his head and said, Patriarch, this guy doesn't have a spatial ring on him. F***CK. Jun Chang Shao scolded. Poor bastard. Creak. The door opened, and Gongsun Ho was thrown into the prison of the Spirit Beast Hall. After being brutally abused, Jun Changshao's anger subsided a lot. Otherwise, he would have been sent to Tianyuan Prison Pagoda and handed over to the prison trio to be dealt with. The 10,000 longevity demon king locked the door and said coldly, How dare you come to my sect of all times to cause trouble? You must be tired of living. He needed to go through a mountain of blades and a sea of flames for 81 days. Thus, Jun Changshao temporarily put him in charge of managing the internal affairs of the Spirit Beast Hall. Of course, she still had to clean the toilets because it was arranged by the hall master before he left. Although the 10,000 longevity demon king had only joined the sect of all times for a short period of time, he was already a writer. After all, he had a benefactor and delicious food. Beasts would never be slaves unless they provided food and shelter. Patriarch. In the main hall, Ryu Sinan said worriedly, Gongsun Ho has a bad temper. I'm afraid he won't be able to settle down in the prison. Why don't we throw him into the wilderness? Humph. Jun Changxiao's anger had not subsided. He said coldly, How can I let this matter go without paying after beating up my people? On account of the fact that he was a demon exterminator, Goshing would not hurt Gongsun Ho. However, since he had done something wrong, he had to be punished. As far as I know, Ryu Sinan said this guy likes to gamble and loses every time he gambles. He might not have any savings on him. That's even better. Jun Changxiao said calmly if he can't pay, he can work in the sect of all times to pay. At this point, the sect was not lacking in money. If Gongsun Ho could not pay, it was not a bad idea to force him to stay. It's even harder to make him work. Ryu Sinan knew this old friend very well. Not only was he impatient, but he also cared about his reputation. Rather than making him work in the sect, it was better to just kill him directly. Don't worry. Jun Changxiao smiled wickedly and said confidently, Those who fall into my hands, no matter how stubborn they are, can't escape a certain law. Creak. The next day, the door of the prison was opened. Xiao Ziji walked in first and skillfully set up the chair. Jun Changxiao sat down and waved his hand lightly. Su Xiaoma quickly went forward and tied up the unconscious Gongsun Ho with a metal chain. Then he hung him up. Whoosh! Cold water splashed on his head to stimulate his thinking. Gongsun Ho opened his eyes in a daze. When the scene from yesterday returned to his mind, when Jun Changxiao appeared in his vision, an excited expression appeared on his face again. Young, cut the F** king crap. Beat him up again for me. Boom, boom, boom. Su Xiaomo wrapped the chain around his fist and used a combination of moves on Gongsun Ho. His face was contorted, and then he fainted again. Whoosh! Cold water splashed on him again. This time, Jun Changxiao took advantage of the fact that Gongsun Ho had just woken up and said, You don't need to speak. Just listen. Gongsun Ho kept his mouth shut, but his eyes were still shining with excitement. Su Xiaoma and Xiao Ziji were speechless. This guy must have a strange disease where he would not feel comfortable unless he was abused. You injured 2 of my sect's disciples and one of our higher-ups. You need to pay the corresponding medical fees. Jun Changxiao said, Nod if you have no objections. Shake your head if you do. Gongsun Ho nodded. Ryu Sinan, who was standing outside the cell, suddenly widened his eyes. This guy actually agreed to pay the medical fees? This was unbelievable. Jun Changxiao was also very surprised. He had thought that Gongsun Ho would be a tough character. He did not expect him to be so cowardly. Nod if you have the money. Shake your head if you don't. Gongsun Ho shook his head. Jun Changxiao interlocked his fingers and said seriously, Since you don't have the money to pay the medical fees, you can stay in the sect of all times and do odd jobs to pay. Nod if you agree. Shake your head if you don't. With that guy's character, it would be strange if he agreed. Just as Ryu Sinan was muttering to himself, Gongsun Ho nodded with difficulty. This stunned him instantly. Big brother, you're too cowardly. Jun Changxiao's face gradually turned disappointed. Naturally, he wanted to recruit this powerful demon exterminator. However, he was too spineless to surrender after being beaten up twice. Today you can't scare me. Tomorrow I'll be scared. How about this? Jun Changxiao said, Hand over your soul origin. Gongsun Ho cowered too quickly. This made Goshing look down on him. Therefore, he didn't plan to recruit him into the sect. He chose to control him by force and purely use him as a servant. Ryu Sinan frowned. Handing over one's soul origin was tantamount to letting someone else control one's life and death. No martial artist could accept this. That guy would definitely be furious, damn. Why did he nod again? Seeing Gongsun Ho shake his head up and down without hesitation, Jun Changxiao's expression froze. He was very familiar with making martial artists hand over their soul origin. However, the people involved would have to consider it very hard or be threatened before they would compromise. On the other hand, this guy, after being beaten up by Su Xiaoma, he immediately obeyed. He was such a coward. Or could it be that Jun Changxiao had finally awakened the legendary domineering aura? Strong martial artists were willing to submit to him, and beautiful women were willing to throw themselves at him? Chapter 1574. Swish! A stream of light flew out of Gongsun Ho's body and was pinched by Jun Changxiao's fingertips. A smile appeared on his face. Although this demon slayer was very cowardly, since he controlled the soul origin, it was equivalent to having a servant that he could control at will. Sigh. Ryu Sinan shook his head and sighed. How could he be so cowardly? He really didn't deserve a demon slayer. Untie him. Crack, crack, crack. The chains were untied, and Gongsun Ho fell weakly. Then he knelt on one knee with difficulty and put one hand on his chest. He said respectfully, "Greetings." "Greetings, young master." "Young master?" Jun Changxiao said with interest. "That's a good name." Go. Xing didn't care if he called him patriarch, master, or young master, because he couldn't change the fact that Gongsun Ho was his servant. Besides, calling him young master would make him look very young. Get up. Yes. Gongsun Ho stood up, but because he had been beaten up too badly by Gui Ba, he immediately fainted. Little Mo, Jun Changxiao said, "Carry him out of the cell and arrange a room for him." Yes. Su Xiaoma lifted Gongsun Ho up and said excitedly, "Such a powerful truth-seeking realm cultivator was beaten unconscious by me. I feel so accomplished." Haha, he had no idea at all. Gongsun Li was placed on the mountain where the disciples lived. Although it was not a courtyard, the rooms were not bad. After all, Li Qingyang was responsible for the design and construction. After a few days of rest, his injuries gradually recovered. Plop! One day, Gongsun Li came to the main hall and knelt on one knee. He said respectfully, "Young master, please accept my bow." Coincidentally, Lu Sinan was also present when Zhang Xian was discussing some matters with the sect master. Seeing Lu Sinan bowing to him, Zhang Xian was speechless. Even if his soul source is being controlled, there's no need for him to bow so respectfully to me as soon as he sees me. Old Ho. Jun Changxiao frowned and said, "Although you and I are master and servant now, you don't have to bow to me every time you meet." No. Gongsun Ho's gaze was firm as he said, "You are the young master of the Stone Statue clan. As a member of the clan, I should salute you. This is the rule set by our ancestors. Rules are made by people. Why bother?" Jun Changxiao's expression froze as he spoke. Then he asked in surprise, "What clan leader did you just say?" "Stone Statue race." Gongsun Ho said, "Young master." Pa! The teacup fell to the ground. Ryu Sinan was also dumbfounded. Just now, he almost heard that he was the patriarch of the sect of all times. But the Stone Statue clan and the sect of all times didn't match, and neither did the patriarch and the young master. F***CK. The system thought to itself, could it be that the host guessed correctly? Does he have a noble identity that no one knows about? An hour later, Jun Changxiao, who was sitting on the chair in a daze, raised his hand and patted his face a few times. Am I dreaming? Try harder, the system said. Ryu Sinan, who was sitting at the head of the table, said solemnly, so the patriarch is also the young master of the Stone Statue clan. This is too surprising. Hee, Gosheng laughed foolishly. To be honest, he himself was also very surprised to hear this from Gongsun Ho. Old Ho. Jun Changxiao gradually calmed down and said seriously, "Are you sure?" In the past, he dreamed that he was the son of the Celestial Darch and had an extremely high status. Now that the opportunity had finally arrived, he began to doubt it. Gongsun Ho said, "The stone statue holy seal on the young master's arm is the best proof, because only the young master appointed by the patriarch will have it. No one else can duplicate it or replace it. Jun Changshao hurriedly lifted his right sleeve and looked at the special seal. This thing appeared after the bloodline awakening in the land of demon affinity. At that time, Go Xing thought that it was a symbol of the awakening, so he didn't pay much attention to it. Now, it seemed that it represented the young master's identity. No, Jun Changshao face-bombed and said, "This is a bit messy." He woke up early in the morning and had not even eaten, and suddenly someone told him that he was the young master of the stone statue tribe. He really couldn't take it. "Young master," Gong Sun Ho said, "you left the stone statue domain in your infancy. It's reasonable that you don't know your true identity." Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. After a period of buffer and thinking, Jun Changshao squatted in front of the chair, lowered his head and laughed without restraint. Me, Jun Changshao. Indeed, he had an extraordinary identity. This child is stupid. The system was speechless. It was not that Jun Changshao had lost his mind, but the Stone Statue clan was one of the 3 major clans along with the Dragon clan and the Demonic clan. They had a very high status in the upper realm. Now that he had the identity of the young clan leader, he could definitely save himself a lot of hard work. Demon ancestor? What am I afraid of? 10 immortal sects? What am I afraid of? Kakik. Go Sheng's laughter gradually changed in tone, gradually becoming eerie and strange. Ryu Sinan and Gong Sun Ho could not help but shudder. "Let's go," Jun Changshao said. "Let's go home." Since he knew his true identity, he definitely had to go to the stone statue domain and accept the worship of his tribe. He definitely had to inherit the position of the clan leader. "We can't go back," Gong Sun Ho said bitterly. Seeing this, Jun Changshao's heart skipped a beat. He thought to himself, according to the traditional plot, as long as someone of status is wandering outside, something must have happened. Could it be that the stone statue tribe has internal strife? Or perhaps it was seized by an ambitious person, and I'll be in danger if I go there? Although the system wanted to complain, it had to admit that this was indeed a possibility. Otherwise, why would a young master of a tribe be outside for no reason? If that's the case, Jun Changshao said cautiously, wouldn't that mean one more big trouble? Maybe they're waiting for the host to turn the tide and help the collapsing edifice. The system said. F***CK. Jun Changshao said with a broken face, then I'd rather not have the identity of the young master. If something really happened within the stone statue tribe, he still had to bear the mission of reviving the tribe. It would definitely delay the development of the sect. Young master, Gong Sun Ho said, the entrance to the stone statue domain only opens once every 6 months. If you want to go home, you'll have to wait for a few more months. Is everything fine at home? Jun Changshao asked. What's the matter? Gong Sun Ho looked puzzled. Jun Changshao asked tentatively, like if there's any trouble, like, young master, please rest assured. Everything is fine in the tribe. Gong Sun Ho said, everyone is waiting for you to come back, especially the old master, who is still waiting for you to pass on his position. Is that so? Jun Changshao immediately relaxed. Sure enough, idiotic characters couldn't be calculated according to traditional thinking. Rows of flowers stood in the stone pavilion, looking left and right. She said in surprise, are you really the young master of the stone statue tribe? Jun Changshao tidied his collar and said proudly, genuine goods at a fair price. I'm honest with all. TSK, TSK. Rows of flowers said, unbelievable. TSK, Jun Changshao said indifferently, if you can be the empress of the soul race, can't I be the young master of the stone statue tribe? Yes, yes. Rows of flowers didn't argue with him. She smiled and said, if you are the young master of the stone statue tribe, then am I not the young madam of the stone statue tribe? Jun Changshao immediately rolled his sexy little eyes. Night. Everything was silent. Jun Changshao sat alone in the courtyard, as if thinking about something. Although he laughed happily during the day, when he cooled down, he knew very well that he wasn't a descendant of the stone statue tribe, let alone the young master. Being recognized by Gongsun was nothing more than. He lifted his sleeve and looked at the mark. The awakening of the stone statue tribe bloodline is related to that stone statue, so this mark must be related to it. Phew! Jun Changshao took a deep breath, touched his shiny forehead, and said, "Although I don't know what the story is, since I have obtained it, then I am." His expression gradually became serious. The young master of the stone statue tribe. Chapter 1575. Jun Changshao had become the young patriarch of the stone statue clan, and it could be said that he had never forgotten about it. However, everything originated from the stone statue. There was no way to know what kind of unknown story was hidden within. Jun Changshao did not care at all, because Gong Sunho had said that the young master had left the stone statue domain when he was an infant. If he went, he should not be exposed. What if I test my bloodline? I've already awakened. Do I still need to test it? Who knows? Jun Changshao said, "You just can't bear to see me doing well. You just can't wait for something to happen to me." No, the system said, "I just don't want to see the host be a villain." F***CK off. The next day, Jun Changshao called Gong Sunho over and carefully asked about the stone statue clan, such as how big the ancestral land was, how many people there were, and how strong they were. Since he was the young patriarch, he definitely had to understand the situation. Otherwise, when the time came, he would go in foolishly and say, "What the F***CK," when he saw the shocking points, making him seem uncultured and uncultured. Gong Sunho thought for a moment and said, "Young master, our ancestral land is not inferior to the Moang domain. In terms of population, there are at least tens of millions, and our strength is not inferior to any immortal sect in the upper realm." Is that so? Jun Changshao was overjoyed. A territory about the same size as the Moang domain, and its strength was not inferior to the immortal sect. Once he succeeded as the patriarch, wouldn't he immediately have the qualifications to be on equal footing with them? Previously, when he went to the sacred city to participate in the meeting, although the major forces were very polite, it was only because of his master, Jinren Tonggu, and Gu Xiaoxi's sacrifice. Putting aside these two factors, even if the sect was recognized as a mysterious sect, it was still not recognized by the high-end circle. Stone Statue Clan Patriarch. This identity was very good. I can't wait. Jun Changshao rubbed his hands, his eyes gradually becoming excited. No matter how anxious he was, it was useless because the entrance to the stone statue domain would only open for at least 2 or 3 months. So he could only suppress his excitement and continue to focus on the development of the sect. Old Ho, this is the entry form, fill it out. Jun Changshao already knew that the other party wasn't a coward in the beginning. It was only because he was the young master of the stone statue tribe that he was so obedient. Since that was the case, he definitely couldn't treat him as a mere servant. He had to take him in to strengthen his sect. Yes, Gong Sun Ho filled in the form without hesitation and successfully became a member of the sect of all times. This was probably the most effortless and least suspenseful thing that Jun Changshao had done in recruiting experts so many times. Furthermore, the other party did not do it because of the true fragrance law. 2 to 3 months was not long. However, Jun Changshao's days felt like years. Finally, a few days later, Gong Sun Ho came to see him and said, "Young Patriarch, the entrance to the ancestral land will open in 10 days. We need to go there in advance. Go." Jun Changshao immediately walked out of the hall and summoned the archaic warship. As early as half a month ago, he had already instructed the matters of the sect and was just waiting to raise his butt and head to the stone statue region. Shwa! Shwa! The two of them flew onto the warship and were about to leave when Rose of Flowers also jumped onto the ship. "What? I'm going with my husband." "No." Jun Changshao immediately rejected her. "If you leave, who will take care of the sect's internal affairs. Old Ding and the others can do it, Rose of Flowers said. June Changshao frowned. Rose of Flowers said telepathically, I don't mean anything else. I'm just worried that after returning to the ancestral land, they will find a group of fiancés for my husband or have arranged a marriage when they were young. June Changshao roared in his heart. Has she read too much of this chapter? Patriarch. Gongsun Ho said, young madam can come along. During the time that he lived in the sect, he had already learned that June Changshao and Rose of Flowers were married. In terms of etiquette, she was not only the patriarch's wife, but also the stone statue tribe's young madam. She has already agreed. Are you still going to refuse? June Changshao said, unhappily, the legs are on you. Go wherever you want. Whoosh! The ancient warship streaked across the sky, carrying the three of them away from the sect of all times. Because the disciples were used to the patriarch going out often, they watched as the figure disappeared and focused on cultivating and completing missions. A few days later, the ancient warship stopped in a large canyon. The stone walls on both sides were as smooth as knives, and there was a roaring river below. It was a grand sight. Patriarch. Gongsun Ho said, this is the entrance to the ancestral land. It will open automatically in a few days. June Changshao nodded. Although he looked calm on the surface, he was actually panicking inside, especially when he thought about meeting the stone statue, tribe's patriarch soon. A different feeling arose in his heart. Go Sheng's parents had died early in both his previous and current lives, so he had never experienced familial love. Now that he was the stone statue tribe's young patriarch, didn't that mean that he had another father and mother? Old Ho, June Changshao said, is my father easy to get along with? Gongsun Ho said respectfully, I am not in the ancestral land most of the time and have little contact with the patriarch, so I don't know much. What about my mother? Clan mother has already passed away. Oh, June Changshao nodded, a sense of loss appearing in his eyes. The greatest thing in the world was a mother's love. It was a pity that he didn't have the chance to see it. Forget it, forget it. It was good enough to have a father. Go Sheng started to imagine meeting the stone statue tribe's patriarch. It should be a heartwarming and tear-jerking scene. Should I prepare some eye drops in advance? Host spent 10 contribution points and received the modified tear gas Grenade X1. It has been transferred to the interspatial ring. Whoosh whoosh! A few days later, the river below the canyon started to boil. Strange lines started to appear on the mirror-like stone walls on both sides. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 streams of light shot out from the left and right and intertwined. As they clashed, sparks flew and formed a huge whirlpool. Patriarch, Gongsun Ho said, we can go in now. Phew! June Changshao took a deep breath and used his finger to flick the rose of flowers' hand. What? Are you an idiot? Of course, I want you to extend your hand. As Go Sheng spoke, he took the initiative to pull the ancient warship over. Then he used his mind to control the ancient warship and slowly flew towards the whirlpool. Stone statue domain. I, June Changshao, am here. Whoosh! The ancient warship instantly merged with the whirlpool. Whoosh whoosh! The river water gradually calmed down. The stone walls on both sides stopped releasing light. The huge whirlpool completely faded as though nothing had happened. Not long after June Changshao entered the stone statue domain, Dunan, who was cleaning in front of the Sect stone steps, noticed 2 people walking up. He immediately became alert. Could it be someone was here to cause trouble again? Plop! Plop! The 2 people who walked up seemed to have lost all their strength and collapsed on the ground like mud. They were wearing simple and unadorned clothes with golden rims from poor families. They also had golden hair that was different from ordinary people. We want to see June Patriarch for urgent matters. One of them spoke weakly, but fainted before he could finish his sentence. Senior brother's son. Quick, come and save him. Medical Hall. Ryu Sinon carefully analyzed the 2 golden tokens found on the unconscious person. A moment later, he said in a serious tone, "They are from the dragon race." Chapter 1576. Blue sky and white clouds, beautiful mountains and clear waters. This was the environment Jun Changshao was in after entering the stone statue region. It was completely different from what he imagined. Because the tribe was related to the stone attribute, the ancestral land should be more desolate. For example, although the demonic territory had been sealed for a long time, the environment inside was dark and full of demonic energy. It was obviously different from the environment of the upper realm. Phew! A breeze blew and he felt refreshed. Rows of Flowers closed her eyes and felt the fragrance of flowers in the air. She said, "It's so beautiful here." "It's like a paradise," Jun Changshao said. "Patriarch, you don't know." Gongsun Ho said, "The environment of the stone statue region used to be extremely harsh. There were wastelands and sandstorms everywhere. Later, under the tireless efforts of the generations of tribe leaders, it became a picturesque place today." That was right. Jun Changshao felt relieved. The wastelands and sandstorms were in line with his previous fantasy. He could even understand why they turned into stone statues. After all, special environments created special tribes. If this was a world of birds and flowers from the beginning, Go Sheng would never believe that the stone statue tribe would be born. Without the stimulation of a harsh environment, can the tribe members still awaken their bloodlines? Jun Changshao asked. As expected of the young tribe leader, he started to care about the people as soon as he came to the ancestral land. Gongsun Ho's heart was filled with respect. He said, "After the environment was improved, the difficulty of bloodline awakening greatly increased. However, the ancestors left behind a land of stone and sand. When you reach adulthood, you can enter it to awaken your bloodline." "Oh," Jun Changshao asked tentatively, "do I still need to awaken or verify the purity?" Gongsun Ho said, "Patriarch, before awakening your bloodline, you need to verify the purity because this is related to the success rate. Since you have awakened your bloodline, it means that the purity has reached the standard." "Perfect." Jun Changshao let out a sigh of relief. He was not happy as the system and the famous dog He had hoped. Speaking of awakening, Gongsun Ho's respect grew. Because since ancient times, the tribe members had only awakened in the stone statue region. There was no precedent of awakening in the outside world. No wonder he was designated as the young tribe leader at birth. He was indeed extraordinary. Whoosh! Swish! At this time, several streaks of light flew over from the distance and stopped in front of the ancient warship. Gradually, for martial practitioners in their early 20s appeared, dressed in simple robes. They were originally hostile towards the warships, but when they saw Gongsun Ho, they were overjoyed. "Uncle Ho!" "Haha!" Gongsun Ho laughed heartily and said, "I haven't been back to the ancestral land for a few years. You kids have all grown up." Jun Changshao was surprised. At first, he thought that the 4 of them were older, but after hearing Gongsun Ho's words, it seemed that they were really young. "Amazing, my home. Just a few random youngsters that flew over had a revolving core realm cultivation." "Uncle Ho." A stone statue race clansman looked at Jun Changshao and Rosa Flowers and asked, "Who are these 2? "Shua." Go Sheng straightened his collar and held his head high. Gongsun Ho hurriedly introduced with a solemn expression, "You little brats, listen carefully. This is the young master of our stone statue clan who was left outside." "What? Young patriarch?" The 4 clansmen widened their eyes. In terms of age, they were more than 10 years younger than the young patriarch. However, ever since they could remember, they had often heard from their parents and elders that the heir chosen by the patriarch had been missing for decades. The entire clan had been searching for him, but there had been no news. "Uncle Ho," one of the clansmen grinned and said, Such a noob as the young patriarch? Are you kidding me? Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, he was sent flying. Jun Changshao stood in the area where he was and gently retracted his foot. His peak revolving core realm cultivation fully erupted, and various special effects enhanced his body. He said indifferently he's not joking. Domineering, domineering. The 3 clansmen standing nearby were instantly dumbfounded. When did this guy come down? When did he send Brother Ling flying? They did not see it at all. A strange look appeared in Gongsun Ho's eyes. When he first came to the sect of all times, he realized a problem. The patriarch's aura seemed to be only at the peak revolving core realm. But when he released his aura, it gave people the feeling of being at the truth-seeking realm. The reason was very simple. Jun Changshao had 2 true spirit cores in his dantian. He had 2 powerful spirit bodies and was invincible in the same realm. Of course, if there was nothing special about Go Sheng, the main character would have been replaced by Goa. After all, he had a super awesome father and mother, as well as a super awesome father-in-law and mother-in-law. He was truly a winner in life. Swoosh! The ancient warship flew through the mountains and fields, heading all the way south. Gongsun Ling and his 3 companions who had been kicked leaned against the deck and looked at Jun Changshao fearfully. Was this guy really the young patriarch who had been missing for decades? Young master. Because they had arrived at the stone statue region, Gongsun Ho changed the way he addressed him. At our current speed, we will reach the main city in about an hour. Jun Changshao nodded. Along the way, they passed by many cities. In terms of overall scale, it was not comparable to the demonic region, but the streets and buildings were well planned. It looked very clean and comfortable. The stone statue race. Just the name alone was enough to make people wary. However, the ancestral land they lived in was picturesque and picturesque. It really surprised Jun Changshao. What surprised Gosheng the most was that the stone statue clan living in the city lived in harmony and were refined and courteous. Even the air was filled with a sense of tranquility. One day, Jun Changshao sighed. After finishing all the work, I will live in seclusion and live a peaceful life. Wouldn't that be wonderful? Rows of Flowers said, I will accompany you. An hour later, the ancient warship slowly landed outside a huge city. That's right, this was the stone statue region's main city. In terms of scale, it was not comparable to the demonic region's main city. But because it was home to millions of people, it was full of vitality. Thud! Jun Changshao walked in with rows of flowers. They walked along the main street and saw a lifelike statue. It was a woman with disheveled hair holding a swaddled baby high. Young master, Gongsun Ho said in a low voice. The old chief ordered the craftsman to make this. It has been standing in the square for decades. Jun Changshao was silent. He understood. The woman must have been the stone statue race's matriarch, and the baby must have been the young chief. Husband. Rows of Flowers said telepathically, You looked quite cute when you were a baby. Jun Changshao rolled his eyes and thought to himself, turning his wife and son into statues to remember them. The stone statue race's chief must be a good father who values affection and righteousness. The tear gas grenades were ready to go. Young master, Gongsun Ho said, Let's go to the clan hall. The clan hall was the most sacred place of the stone statue race. It was similar to the forbidden area of the palace. However, because they had been informed in advance, Jun Changshao and rows of flowers walked in unimpeded under the watchful eyes of the imperial guards. Young master, stopping in the magnificent hall, Gongsun Ho said in a low voice, The chief will be here soon. Please wait for a moment. Okay. Jun Changshao nodded and looked at the hall full of history. The chief has arrived. After a while, a loud voice sounded. Whoosh! A figure flew in from the side door and then stopped on the throne. When the light dissipated, a graceful and beautiful woman with disheveled hair was revealed. Damn! Jun Changxiao's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Rose of Flowers was also stunned. Who was this woman? Why were Go Sheng and his wife so surprised? If you want to know what happened next, listen to the next episode. Chapter 1577. Why was Jun Changxiao shocked? Because this graceful and elegant woman who suddenly appeared was extremely similar to the statue outside. It was completely carved based on her appearance. No, Gongsun Ho said that the clan mother had already passed away. How could she still be alive? Could it be that he guessed wrongly? That woman's original form was not the young clan leader's mother? That's not right again. The throne was clearly the clan leader's seat. How could she sit there? Swish! The graceful and elegant woman floated down. From her casual movements, it was obvious that she had already formed a habit. Go Sheng's mind was in a mess. Plop! Gongsun Ho knelt on one knee and placed his hand on his chest. He lowered his head and said respectfully, "Greetings, clan leader." When Jun Changxiao heard these words, his eyes widened even more. She was the clan leader? The stone statue clan leader was a woman? No way. His head was hurting. My son. At this moment, the beautiful woman smiled and said, "Welcome home." She had already learned about Jun Changxiao from Gongsun Ho's voice transmission, so she was very excited. Go Sheng's mouth twitched. "You're my mother." "No." The beautiful woman said, "I'm your father." Jun Changxiao directly collapsed. A woman said that she was his father. This made his brain explode instantly. What a joke! Or perhaps the stone statue clan leader and the clan mother were both women? It must be. It must be. Even humans had such a situation, let alone other clans. But how could they reproduce? Young clan leader. Gongsun Ho said, "The custom of the stone statue clan is that after marriage, the woman is the father and the man is the wife." F***CK. What kind of custom is this? Jun Changxiao couldn't suppress his emotions and roared. "Why didn't you say so earlier?" "You didn't ask," Gongsun Ho said weakly. Go Sheng was completely speechless. From the beginning to the end, he thought that the stone statue clan leader was a man, and the deceased clan mother was a woman. In the end, there was a reversal. He didn't lose his mother, but his father. No. According to the stone statue clan's custom, she was the father, not the mother. It's a mess. Jun Changxiao hugged his head and held in his heart. This is too messy. Son. The patriarch of the stone statue clan waved his hand and said with an amiable smile, "Come, let me take a closer look." Jun Changxiao was very conflicted. A woman claiming to be his father sounded awkward, but his body seemed to walk over uncontrollably. Pa! He walked to the front of the stage and was clasped around his wrist. Buzz! A surge of energy entered his body, instantly activating the stone statue seal on his arm. Jun Changxiao was stunned. At this moment, the patriarch of the stone statue tribe pulled him into his embrace and cried tears of joy. "It really is my son! It really is my son!" Go Sheng naturally had to struggle. After all, men and women should not touch each other. After all, there were so many readers watching at the scene. If he was said to have taken advantage of her, his reputation would be ruined. However, when the woman's tears splashed on his face, a subtle sense of closeness welled up in his heart, making him stand there in a daze. When he came, Jun Changxiao thought a lot, especially about the reunion of father and son. It would definitely be very sad, so he prepared himself in advance. However, when this moment really came, he understood that all his preparations were completely useless in front of the flood of familial love. Drip, drip, tears splashed on the floor. Go Sheng, who did not use the tear gas, cried. Famous people would say that he was deliberately acting. After all, the cultivation of the patriarch of the stone statue clan was not inferior to Jinren Tonggu. It was a good opportunity to cozy up to him. However, Jun Changshao had told countless lies and acted countless times in his life. This was the only time he revealed his true feelings, because after being hugged by the woman, his whole body was enveloped in a closeness that blood was thicker than water. That's right, he was not the young patriarch. However, after awakening the bloodline of the Stone Statue clan, the blood flowing in his body merged with the appearance of the Stone Statue clan. "Mother," Jun Changshao shouted. There was no sense of shame. It was natural. "Call me father." "Father, good son." The patriarch of the Stone Statue clan held his face and said with heartache, "You're so weak. You must have suffered a lot in the outside world, right?" The corner of Gongsun Ho's mouth twitched slightly. The patriarch had never gone out and did not know about the upper realm. However, he knew that the young patriarch was not only in charge of a sect, but he was also accepted as a disciple by Jinren Tonggu. He was definitely an ambitious young man. "Tell me," the patriarch of the Stone Statue clan said softly, "have you been bullied in the past few decades?" "Yes." "Who?" The patriarch of the Stone Statue clan's eyes flashed with murderous intent. "The Boundary Hall." Jun Changshao gritted his teeth and said, "Whoosh!" In an instant, energy ripples that were visible to the naked eye surged out from within the hall, and they emitted boundless rage and killing intent. It shocked the clansmen in the main city to the point of astonishment, and they secretly guessed who made the patriarch unhappy. The Boundary Hall. The higher-ups were discussing the buried moon pavilion when they suddenly shuddered. Everyone looked at each other with a dumbfounded expression. The Lingtian celestial sect. On the altar on the highest mountain peak, streams of light gathered around it, forming a special formation. Swoosh! After a while, a sage-like elder flew over and sat cross-legged in the center of the stream of light. He took out a sword used for sacrifice, placed 2 fingers on the sword, and chanted a strange spell. Who else? In the main hall of the Stone Statue domain, the beautiful woman said coldly, "The 10 major celestial sects." Jun Changshao said without hesitation, "Whoosh!" In an instant, another energy ripple appeared. It was even stronger than before, and even contained the power to cross the void. It directly broke the sword in the altar formation. "Oh no!" The sage-like elder stood up and said in shock, "The great calamity is coming! The Boundary Hall, the 10 major celestial sects." The patriarch of the Stone Statue clan's beautiful eyes were filled with endless anger. She gritted her teeth and said, "You dare to bully my son. Wait for the wrath of the Stone Statue clan." Jun Changshao's expression became interesting. It was just a casual remark, but she was so angry. She really loved her son deeply, as expected of my husband's close family. Rows of Flowers thought their protective personalities are exactly the same. At first, she was also surprised that the patriarch of the Stone Statue clan was a woman, but she soon got over it. After all, every clan had different customs and did not have to follow the standards of the human race. Jun Changshao was held in her arms. She was not jealous. Instead, she was happy for her husband because they finally had a family reunion today. "My son." The patriarch of the Stone Statue clan looked at Rows of Flowers and asked, "Who is she?" "Patriarch," Gongsun Ho said. "This is the young patriarch's wife in the outside world." Damn, why was he so enthusiastic? "Oh." The patriarch of the Stone Statue clan sized her up carefully and said, "Although your cultivation is a little low, your potential is not bad. My son is lucky to have married you." Jun Changshao was dumbfounded, listening to the first 2 sentences. It should be that she is lucky to have married me. How did it become that I am lucky to have married her? Pass the order. The patriarch of the Stone Statue clan said, "Tell the 3 ministers and 9 ministers to quickly come to the clan hall to greet the young patriarch." "Yes." Announce to the entire clan that the young patriarch has returned. In 3 days, The new patriarch succession ceremony will be held in the main city. Yes. Jun Changshao turned to the camera with a stiff expression. He was having a mental breakdown. I am going to become the patriarch of the Stone Statue clan in 3 days? Isn't this too fast? Chapter 1578. Clan Hall. About 100 or so stone statue race martial artists arrived one after another. The 3 people standing at the front were quite old, and their auras were quite strong. One could tell at a glance that they weren't weak. They were the 3 dukes, Grand Tutor, and Grand Guardian. Their positions in the stone statue race were second only to the clan leader. If one were to talk about a coup, these 3 were undoubtedly the most dangerous. Of course, it was just a casual remark. The stone statue race had existed for so long, and there had never been any internal strife. Although Jun Changshao had a natural mocking face, it wasn't to the extent of triggering a precedent. Standing behind the 3 dukes were the 9 ministers. Although they also looked quite old, their auras were clearly inferior. As for the group at the back, they had the aura of civil and military officials. Greetings, clan leader! Everyone knelt in unison. Rise! The stone statue clan leader's expression was indifferent, fully displaying the absolute prestige of a clan leader. It was a stark contrast to her previous amiable appearance. Jun Changshao was arranged to sit alone beside her. He carefully sized up the 3 dukes at the front and was secretly surprised. From their auras, they aren't inferior to Master. If he became the clan leader and brought them to the upper realm, wouldn't he be able to do whatever he wanted? Good. The system said, he hasn't even ascended the throne, but he's already arrogant. Clan leader. The Grand Tutor was also sizing up Jun Changshao, so he asked respectfully, Who is this little friend? My son. The Stone Statue clan leader said, Mabai. After her son was born, she gave him the name Gong Sun Mabai. Sigh. Jun Changshao sighed inwardly. It was undeniable that this surname sounded very cool. However, Gong Sun Mabai preferred the name Jun Changshao. We prefer Jun Gosheng, the system and the readers said in unison. The 3 dukes, 9 ministers, and civil and military officials didn't care about the name, but the words my son. Their expressions gradually changed, and they said in unison, Young clan leader? Swoosh! Jun Changshao turned his face sideways, his palms slowly moving upwards from his temples. That's right, I'm your handsome, elegant young patriarch. Why aren't you kneeling down to me? Heavens! Gosheng was about to ascend to the heavens. All of you. The chief of the stone statue tribe frowned and said, Why aren't you saluting? Plop, plop. In an instant, the civil and military officials all got down on one knee, performing the highest etiquette of the stone statue race. Any one of the 3 chancellors and 9 ministers was stronger than Jun Changshao. Therefore, when he saw them kneeling in front of him, he felt a little smug. Cough. Go leftover moistened his throat and assumed a stance. Get up. This was truly a petty person intoxicated by success. It was no wonder that a small group of extreme readers wanted to see him mercilessly exposed, skinned, and hung up. In 3 days, Stone Statue Race's chief said, My son will be the new chief. Which one of you agrees? Who objects? The corner of Jun Changshao's mouth twitched. As expected of my father, he's so domineering. The 3 chancellors looked at each other with conflicted expressions. What? Stone Statue Race's chief said, Do you object? The Grand Tutor hurriedly said, Chief, the young master was appointed as the young patriarch after he was born. There's nothing wrong with him inheriting the position of chief, but the necessary procedures are still, Stone Statue Race's chief said indifferently. I said that my son will inherit the position of chief. This is the necessary procedure. How domineering! Jun Changshao thought to himself. However, he felt that something was wrong for her to be in such a hurry to hand over the position of chief to him. Could there be something wrong? Was there some hidden story that no one knew about? I agree. At this moment, Gong Sun Ho, who was closest to the entrance of the hall, expressed his opinion. He traveled in the upper world all year round and did not have any authority in the stone statue race. However, he was a middle-level, truth-seeking realm cultivator after all, so he had a little bit of weight. I agree too. With someone taking the lead, many officials expressed their opinions. Young Master. Gong Sun Ho sent a voice transmission. How was my cooperation? I'll give you a thumbs up. Although Jun Changshao was worried that something was wrong. Since he was asked to be the chief of the race, he would definitely not refuse. After all, he could control the entire race. He could kill whoever he did not like. How free and easy! For a moment, many civil and military officials expressed their support for the son of the chief to inherit the throne. However, the 3 ministers and 9 ministers were still conflicted. It was not that they were unhappy with Go Sheng, but that their ancestors had left behind a rule that the successor of the chief had to undergo a test. Chief, the Grand Tutor said, the complicated procedure can be waived, but the rule of challenging the warriors can't be ignored. The Grand Tutor, who had been silent all this time, said, if the young master can't defeat 10 warriors, how can he convince the masses and gain the approval of the race? Before every chief of the stone statue race succeeded, they had to challenge the clansmen who had been evaluated as warriors. Only by defeating them could they legitimately lead the entire race. What if they failed? Then they would continue to cultivate until they won. Rather than saying that this was a rule, it was better to say that it was a kind of spur, a spur to the incoming chief to work hard at all times, or they would just keep waiting. If that's the case, the stone statue race's patriarch's eyes were cold. Are you going to object? Plop. The 3 ministers knelt down and hurriedly said, we are acting according to the rules of the ancestors. We are not selfish. Humph. The stone statue race sneered and said, using the rules of the ancestors to suppress me again. Do you believe that I won't demote you right now and send you to the Earth Spirit Evil Valley? Father, Jun Changshao said, since the race has rules, then let's do it according to the rules. Even if the stone statue race's patriarch could arbitrarily pass the position to him, the 3 ministers and 9 ministers would definitely not approve of it. Rather than that, it was better to let them see my strength. Fight. Who have I been afraid of? Furthermore, the author's father created me. How can I not let him take the opportunity to write 2 chapters? My son, the stone statue race's patriarch sent a sound transmission. Are you sure you want to fight? Shua. Jun Changshao stood up, rubbed his shiny head, and said, as the young patriarch of the stone statue race, if I don't obtain the approval of the clansmen, what qualifications do I have to sit on the seat of the patriarch? All right, the stone statue race's patriarch said, then let's do it according to the rules of the ancestors. Outside the clan hall, the stone statue race's clansmen started to get busy, and in just one day, they set up the arena. At the same time, the various cities posted imperial notices calling for all clansmen with the title of warrior to head to the main city as soon as possible to participate in the Battle of the Saints 2 days later. The so-called Battle of the Saints was a battle between the young patriarch and the warriors. It would only be held when preparing to inherit the throne, and the purpose was to test the strength of the successor. The young patriarch is back? He's back. I heard that he was found by Gong Sun Ho. Heavens, this is a big matter. 2 days later, in the spacious hall outside the clan hall, thousands of stone statue race's clansmen gathered. They came from various cities, and on their chests hung the warrior medal, representing the outstanding elites of the race. My son, the stone statue race's patriarch, brought Jun Changshao out of the clan hall and sent a sound transmission. I've already selected 10 warriors for you, and I've also specially instructed them. Then he gave a you-know-what-I-mean look. The corner of Go Sheng's mouth twitched slightly. This father of mine knows how to play tricks. Phew! Jun Changshao took a deep breath and jumped onto the arena. In front of all the warriors and clansmen who came to watch the show, he said loudly, "In order to make you acknowledge me as the young patriarch, I won't fight 10 warriors today." After a pause, he said with a spirit that could swallow mountains and rivers, "I want to fight all of them." In the distance, Rows of Flowers leaned against the railing, her face in her hands, looking at the back of Go Sheng's head and his shining back. She smiled. "This is my man." Chapter 1579. I want to fight all of them. Jun Changxiao's arrogant and domineering voice resounded outside the main hall, shocking everyone. According to the rules set by the ancestors, the young patriarch only needed to win 10 matches, so there was no need to fight all of them once. Young patriarch. The Grand Tutor said, "There are so many warriors, it's too time-consuming to fight them one by one." "It won't take time if they fight all at once," Jun Changshao said. The Grand Tutor was dumbfounded. The young patriarch wanted to fight a few thousand alone? The stone statue patriarch's face was almost green with anger. He had already arranged 10 actors for him, and he only needed to put on a show in front of others. Yet he wanted to fight all of them at once. How could he be so capable? The young patriarch is too fierce. 1 against a few thousand. This is unprecedented. The stone statue clan members who came to watch the battle discussed in low voices. Of course, Jun Changshao added, "If I lose, I won't inherit the patriarch's position." If not for the large number of clansmen present, the stone statue patriarch would have directly kicked him into the earth, spirit, evil valley. Young man, there was nothing wrong with being arrogant. However, his son's behavior could be categorized as courting death. Young patriarch, the Grand Tutor said solemnly, "The battle between the saints is very sacred. Please treat it seriously." He thought Jun Changshao was joking. But the truth? Go Sheng was unprecedentedly serious, because the mission was triggered yesterday, and the content was to challenge all the warriors in the battle between the saints and obtain the final victory. This explained why Jun Changshao suddenly became manly. After coming to the upper realm, his main path was to avoid trouble as much as possible. Even if he was really arrogant, he would not foolishly fight a few thousand people. Moreover, it was just a spar, not a life-and-death battle. There was no need to go all out. The Go Sheng without a mission and the Go Sheng with a mission were like 2 different people. Most importantly, it was not a side mission, but an epic mission. Jun Changshao might not care about the contribution points, because the system had already collapsed. But an epic mission related to the realm, no matter how difficult it was, he had to complete it. Me. Go Sheng stood proudly on the stage and said in a serious tone, "I'm not joking. This young master is quite interesting." The gazes of the thousands of martial artists standing outside the fighting ring immediately became heated. They were all elites of the Stone Statue clan. Although they weren't very old, they all had extraordinary strength and potential. In particular, he was very ambitious. Since the young patriarch wanted to challenge everyone, they were naturally happy to oblige. If this was in a human environment, not to mention a young master, even if it was a young master, the servants would have to be respectful and not dare to offend them. In the Stone Statue clan, the status of the young clan leader was very noble, and the clansmen respected him. However, if one wanted to gain their recognition, one must have absolute strength. Patriarch, you see, what are you looking at? If my son wants to fight them all, then fight them all. The Stone Statue tribe's patriarch was clearly a little angry, and his tone was impatient. All right, the Grand Tutor announced loudly, "All warriors step forward." Ta, ta. In an instant, nearly 3,000 Stone Statue clan elites strode out. Their eyes and bodies were filled with intense battle intent. There was a huge martial arts arena outside the clan hall. At this moment, Jun Changshao stood on one side and thousands of warriors stood on the other side. Previously, the arena was only designed for one-on-one duels. now that it had developed into a group of people fighting against one person. They definitely had to change the venue. The camera gave a distant view. One person facing thousands of people. The scene was quite shocking. Patriarch, the Grand Tutor praised. Young Patriarch's courage is awe-inspiring. The stone statue tribe's Patriarch's face was gloomy. He originally planned to pass the position of Patriarch to his son as soon as possible. However, things had developed to this point. If he lost to the warriors, it would definitely be delayed for a while. No, there was no what if. He definitely couldn't win. The 3 chancellors and 9 ministers also thought so because there were too many warriors. Even if he was in the truth-seeking realm, it would be difficult for him to fight against so many. Alas! Gongsun Ho-sighed secretly and said, "Young Patriarch is too reckless." At this moment, none of the stone statue clan members present were optimistic about Goshing's chances. Only Rose of Flowers believed that her husband could win, because during this period of time together, she gradually understood that he wouldn't do things that he wasn't sure of. Battle of the Saints, begin! Wait a minute. Jun Chang Shao interrupted the referee and looked back at the 3 chancellors and 9 ministers in front of the hall. He said, "I've been cultivating in the outside world, and what I've learned is also the martial arts of the outside world. Does it count if I beat them?" "It does." The Grand Tutor said, "We Stone Statue Clan believe in strength, no matter what martial arts we cultivate." "Can I use weapons and equipment?" "Yes." After receiving a clear answer, Jun Changshao put on the great sage suit and held the sky-dominating spear in front of him. His eyes flashed with strong fighting spirit. The sky-dominating spear was jointly forged by the blacksmiths of the Falling Star continent. Because the material came from the upper realm, its power couldn't be reflected in the lower realm. Therefore, after ascending to the upper realm, Go Sheng asked Fan Yezi to modify it. Now, it had already undergone qualitative changes. Hall Master Fan is busy with mecha parts and armor research all day long. How can he have time to modify weapons? This kind of last-minute enhancement is too shameless. The system roared. Crack! Crack! Thousands of warriors began to rub their hands together. It was a supreme honor to be able to fight with their young patriarch, so they had to go all out. Battle of the Saints. The referee dragged out his voice and shouted, "Begin!" Whoosh! Whoosh! In an instant, thousands of warriors unleashed their full cultivation. Monstrous chi waves gathered on the training field, and the momentum was incomparably vast. The young elites carefully selected by the Stone Statue clan were quite strong. Not only were they all at the core transformation realm, but there was also no lack of 8th or 9th transformation realm or even peak transformation realm. In theory, it was impossible for Jun Changshao, who had not stepped into the truth-seeking realm, to defeat thousands of people. Go! Swoosh! 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 The Stone Statue clan warriors swarmed forward. All kinds of energy gathered, and the airwaves created completely disturbed the space. It's over. The Stone Statue clan leader shook her head. With so many people, if each of them kicked her son, he would not be able to take care of himself. Whoosh! Suddenly, a powerful aura erupted from the training field. She was so shocked that she hurriedly looked over. She saw Jun Changshao leaping into the air, the long spear in his hand slashing down vertically. His whole face gradually distorted, and his battle armor seemed like boiling lava. A scarlet flame cloak gathered around his shoulders. Lava as armor, flame as robe. That hot man is here. Boom! The powerful sky hegemon's spear fiercely slammed into the ground like a sea-stabilizing needle. Energy ripples visible to the naked eye spread out crazily. In the slow-motion scene, the thousands of warriors who charged over had shocked expressions on their faces. Then, under the influence of the airwaves and the ground shaking, they unlocked all kinds of new postures and flew up. This The 3 ministers and 9 ministers opened their eyes wide. Swoosh! Jun Chang Shao withdrew the sky hegemon spear and elegantly spun it a few times. Then, with a bang, he placed the spear horizontally in front of him. He raised his head slightly and smiled evilly. It's over. Whoosh! Whoosh! In an instant, as if in slow motion, the thousands of warriors who were floating in the air in all kinds of postures were sent flying and scattered outside the training field. 10 minutes of preparation before the battle. 1 second after the battle ended. This was the return of the great sage. Chapter 1580. Thousands of warriors were sent flying away by that single strike. The stone statue clan's clansmen who were watching the battle were all stunned. It ended just like that. It was over. The referee announced the start of the battle, but it ended in just 1 second. It was so fast that it was like child's play. It couldn't be helped. Who told Jun Chang Shao to use the return of the great sage effect and be possessed by Monkey King? It was so lonely to be invincible. The stone statue race matriarch frowned. She could feel that her son seemed to have become a completely different person when he made his move. Martial arts? Or theurgy? The stone statue race matriarch couldn't figure it out, but a smile gradually appeared on her face. It didn't matter how he won, because the battle was over. Her son had defeated all the warriors and was qualified to become the next patriarch. No one would doubt it. Whoosh! Jun Chang Shao turned around and looked at the stunned 3 ministers and 9 ministers. Are you okay? The Grand Tutor and the others' mouths twitched. They didn't think the young patriarch could win at all, but he sent everyone flying with a single strike. The scene was simply too shocking. One person fighting so many warriors was already unprecedented, and now they were all killed in an instant. No one would be able to do it in the future. Shocking. Too shocking. It could be seen that Jun Chang Shao came to the stone statue race and pretended to be very successful. The stone statue race matriarch announced in a clear voice, "The battle is over. My son Mo by defeated all the warriors and will take over the position of patriarch in 2 days." Plop, plop. The hundreds of thousands of stone statue race clansmen and the 3 ministers and 9 ministers all knelt on one knee and shouted respectfully, "Young patriarch is mighty! Young patriarch is mighty!" Under everyone's cheers, Jun Chang Shao rested the sky hegemon spear on his shoulder, and an extremely powerful aura appeared around him. On the same day, the announcement about the young patriarch taking over the position of patriarch spread throughout the city. Everyone started to prepare, such as preparing cannons and fireworks. As the person involved, Jun Chang Shao was hesitating in the young patriarch residence's study. Strange. Too strange. Rows of flowers asked, "Why is it strange?" Jun Chang Shao stopped and said, "I've just arrived at the stone statue domain, and I'm already in a hurry to give up my position. I keep feeling that something is wrong. It is quite strange. I suspect that this is a conspiracy." "What scheme?" Jun Chang Shao said in annoyance. "If I wanted to know what kind of conspiracy it was, why would I be here thinking about it?" "Young master," Gong Sun Ho shouted from outside, "the clan leader wants you to go to the clan hall." "Got it." Jun Chang Shao tidied himself up and headed to the clan hall alone. Just as he entered, he saw the magnificent clan leader sitting there in a daze, as though she was thinking about something. Cough, Goshin coughed. The stone statue, tribe's matriarch, came back to her senses. She looked at him with motherly love and said, "Are you curious as to why I'm in such a hurry to pass the position of matriarch to you?" Jun Chang Shao thought for a moment and said, "I'm a little curious." The stone statue, tribe's matriarch, stood up and walked in front of him. She said meaningfully, "Because father still has an important matter to do and has no time to manage the entire tribe. He can only leave it to you." "What important matter?" "Go find your mother." Jun Chang Shao was stunned and said in surprise, "Hasn't he already passed away?" "Some people are dead, but they may still be alive. Some people are alive, but they may already be dead, said the stone statue tribe's matriarch. These words were so philosophical. Child, the stone statue tribe's matriarch said, I know that the stone statue tribe's bloodline in your body is not pure. Damn. Jun Changshao was shocked and thought to himself, exposed. Do you know why? Asked the stone statue tribe's matriarch. The system said, impersonation. Scram. Jun Changshao cursed in his heart and said, I don't know. The stone statue tribe's matriarch said, because your mother is not from the stone statue tribe, nor is she from the upper realm. She came from another plane. Jun Changshao was instantly dumbfounded. This melon was a bit big. Of course. The stone statue tribe's matriarch said, you don't need to be depressed. As long as you awaken your bloodline, you will be a member of the stone statue tribe. No one can take away your identity as the next matriarch. Jun Changshao did not care about this. He was more concerned. Which plane did mother come from? The stone statue tribe's matriarch shook her head and said he did not say when he left. Left? It seemed that he was still alive. Perhaps because he did not return, his father bore a grudge and announced that he had died. You passed the matriarch position to me because you want to find him? That's right. The stone statue tribe's matriarch's eyes flickered with anger. I must find him and ask him why he abandoned his wife and children back then. Jun Changshao was depressed. Your stone statue tribe's strange custom of women being husbands and men being wives. If it were me, I would definitely run away too. The upper universe is so big. Can you find him? I have to find him even if I can't, because I hate being played with by others the most. From her eyes, Jun Changshao saw extremely strong anger and resentment. It could be seen that she must have loved that man very much back then and hated him because he never returned. Wait a minute. Jun Changshao suddenly realized a problem and said, the upper universe's space system is very strong. Can you break free? The stone statue tribe's matriarch said proudly, I have already peeked into the 4th step. Hearing this, Jun Changshao's eyes widened. The 4th step was the divine arcanum. Master Jinren Tonggo had been exploring this level for a long time, but there was no progress so far. Jun Changshao said in shock, Father, you have entered the 4th step? The stone statue tribe's matriarch shook her head and said, only half a step. It's still too early to truly cross over. However, she said confidently, breaking free from the shackles of heaven and earth and crossing the universe is no problem. Jun Changshao was a little emotional. He had always thought that the stone statue tribe's strength was about the same as Jinren Tonggu's. Now, it seemed that the stone statue tribe's matriarch was stronger. Also, Mother was not dead. She was still alive. Since she could leave the upper realm, her strength was definitely not weaker than his father's. The heavens have opened their eyes. I, Jun Changshao, finally have 2 super powerful backers. The universe is so big. Looking for a person is like looking for a needle in a haystack. Go, Shang said seriously. That's why you need to think twice before you act. I've been thinking about it all the time. I've been thinking about it for decades. The stone statue tribe's matriarch said, until you came back, I can finally let go of everything and look for that heartless man. That's right. He was in a hurry to pass the matriarch position to Gosheng because he had a conspiracy. However, it was nothing more than to quickly put down all the burdens on his body and leave the upper realm to look for the abominable man who abandoned his wife and son. Understood. Jun Changshao said, I will inherit father's position as matriarch and make the whole tribe more glorious. The stone statue tribe's matriarch was very pleased. After a while, she took out an exquisite box from her space ring and said, This is the secret manual that the heartless man left behind before he left. You have inherited half of his bloodline, so you should be able to cultivate it. Jun Changxiao's eyes lit up at once. However, when he took it and tried to open it, there was no reaction at all. He asked, "How do I open it?" Before the heartless man left, he said that only you can open this box. Chapter 1581. The reason why the stone statue tribe leader passed his position to Jun Changxiao was that he was in a hurry to leave the stone statue tribe and the upper realm to find the heartless man. But explaining the cause and effect gave Gosheng too much information. After returning to his residence, he was still thinking hard. Of course, what he was most concerned about was his so-called mother from the Blue Ocean system? At this moment, Jun Changxiao was no longer a babbling child. With the help of the star chart and the drone, he had an intuitive understanding of the upper realm. And this box, he looked down and collapsed. Should I use my head to break it open? According to the stone statue tribe leader's guess, the way to open it might be the other half of the bloodline, but he just happened to get the bloodline of the young master. He did not have the other half. Ah! Jun Changxiao hugged his head and said, "This is too difficult." The box's workmanship was very delicate, and it emitted a special aura. It meant that the secret manual inside was extraordinary. He could only look at it and could not take it out. That was really worrying. "Smash it," the system suggested. "That's all I can do." Jun Changxiao first set up an isolation array outside the bedroom, then took out Ask the Heaven's sword, Yanuadeo, Sky Tyrant spear, and other weapons. He arranged them like surgical instruments, then put on a mask and gloves. Boom, boom, boom. Bang, bang, bang. After a few hours, Jun Changxiao lay on the ground like mud. All kinds of weapons were scattered around him. As for the box on the table, it was intact. It was obviously not broken by violence. The system said, "The material is very hard." Ding. Settlement complete. Ding. Congratulations to the host for defeating all the warriors and obtaining the final victory. You have met the conditions. Epic mission 6 completed. Completion rate 100%. Reward 1 million contribution points. Ding. Sect contribution points 7703200. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the Upper Realm Epic Mission 6. Reward Seal Opening Talisman 4x1. Just as Jun Changxiao was about to collapse from exhaustion, Sure 6's mission was completed, and there were frequent notifications. No way! Only one seal opening talisman. Sure 5's mission completion rate was as high as 600%, setting a new record. Sure 6's mission completion rate was only 100%, and he was only rewarded with one talisman. Ding! The host has successfully broken through to the lower, truth-seeking realm. Here comes the main point. The depression in Jun Changxiao's heart was swept away. As long as he could break through a major realm, it didn't matter how much contribution points or rewards he received. Whew! Suddenly, a majestic aura gushed out from Jun Changxiao's body and instantly filled the entire room. Because it was too dense, the isolation array that was still in place couldn't withstand it and started to distort gradually. Boom! Not long after, the formation exploded. Hoo! The aura of advancement that had gathered in the room surged out in all directions like a flood. The civil and military officials in the clan hall were discussing tomorrow's succession ceremony when they suddenly sensed a majestic aura surging from the young lord residents. Their eyes were filled with astonishment. "Young patriarch!" The Grand Preceptor exclaimed, "You've broken through?" The leader of the stone statue tribe also sensed the aura. She walked out of her bedroom and covered the young lord residents with her spiritual sense. A gratified smile appeared on her face, but it gradually turned cold as her thoughts drifted back to decades ago. Ruoli, although this little guy was just born, his bones are exquisite and his talent is extraordinary. He will definitely achieve great things in the future. Ruoli, when you come back, you will personally nurture your son and make him an indomitable expert. Ruoli, I'm leaving. Freed from the killing memories, Gongsun Ruoli gnashed her teeth and said, "You are right. Our son is very outstanding and entered the truth-seeking realm at a young age. But you went back on your words and never came back. No matter where you are, I will find you. I will ask you why you abandoned us." The advancement momentum lasted for 2 hours and gradually subsided. Jun Changshao walked out of the room and carefully sensed the deeper mysteries of heaven and earth. He muttered to himself, "Is this the truth-seeking realm?" Truth-seeking, seeking the truth of martial arts. At this level, martial artists had completely broken free from the constraints of water and could pursue higher mysteries of martial arts according to their personal preferences. Jun Changshao closed his eyes and breathed in and out. His body, mind, and soul seemed to be one with heaven and earth. If there was another divine battle, Go Shang was confident that he could use the Sky Tyrant Spear to defeat thousands of reincarnation realm experts without using any special effects. The system did not ridicule him because it was not bragging. He really did have this ability. Before his breakthrough, Jun Changshao's aura was infinitely close to the truth-seeking realm. Now that he had truly entered, his combat strength would definitely soar. At the door of another room, Rose of Flower smiled and said, "My husband is even more handsome." That's right. After his breakthrough, his head was even brighter. The next day, the major cities of the stone statue domain were decorated with lanterns and banners, as if celebrating the new year. Today was the patriarch succession ceremony, so it would definitely be lively. Behind the main city's clan hall, there was a high-level altar. Usually, all major events would be held here. At this moment, the 3 ducal ministers, 9 ministers, and all the civil and military officials lined up neatly, their faces solemn. Gong Sunruoli was dressed in a noble and gorgeous formal attire, with a resplendent crown on her head. She sat on the throne in the middle of the altar, exuding the aura of someone who had been in a high position for a long time. There was a solemn air in the air. "Let's begin." Yes. The priest in charge of the succession hall held the sacrificial flag and said loudly, "The patriarch succession ceremony will now begin. Young patriarch, come up to the stage." Woo woo, the horn sounded. On the blue stone road outside the altar, Jun Changshao strode forward, not recognizing anyone. Occasionally, he waved to the audience around him, and a silly smile gradually appeared on his face, like a landlord's silly son. He was asking for a beating. In the end, Jun Changshao stopped at the center of the altar and bowed to the patriarch. "My son." Gongsun Ruoli stood up and took off the dazzling crown. She gently placed it on his bald head and instructed, "From now on, the entire stone statue race is in your hands. Don't disappoint your father." "I'll do my best until my death." Jun Changshao straightened his body, but his heart was crumbling. "This crown is at least a few thousand kilograms. My neck is about to break from the weight." The system said, "If you want to wear a crown, you must bear its weight." Swoosh! Gongsun Ruoli stepped to the side and gave up the throne. She looked at him kindly and gestured for him to sit. Swoosh! Jun Changshao obeyed without hesitation. As soon as he sat down, all the civil and military officials below the altar knelt on one knee and performed the highest standard of etiquette. They shouted, "Greetings, Patriarch!" Plop! Plop! In an instant, all the citizens in the main city and other major cities knelt down, turning into devout believers. "Rise, everyone!" Jun Changshao spread out his arms, looking like an emperor. In the falling star continent, he had sat on the throne in front of everyone. But that was just the glory given by his realm. Now he was ascending to the throne in the true sense of the word. After the coronation ceremony ended, a banquet was held for the officials. However, just as Jun Changshao was drinking with the 3 chancellors and 9 ministers, a clansman came to report, "Patriarch, the dragon tribe sent an invitation." "Oh." Jun Changshao put down his wine cup and opened the letter. A smile appeared on his face. The content was, "Our tribe will hold the coronation ceremony in half a month. We respectfully invite the Stone Statue tribe to attend." "Humph," Gongsun Roali said coldly. "We didn't even send an invitation to the Dragon tribe for the coronation ceremony. How dare they send one to us?" "You can't blame them, because you didn't even inform them." "Father," Jun Changshao said, "since the invitation is sent, we can't not go because of etiquette. According to Go Sheng's personality, if you don't let me go, I won't let you go. But this time, I have to go even if I have to pay the price. The new Dragon Emperor will definitely be the little dragon. I'm the Stone Statue tribe's patriarch, and my contracted beast is the Dragon Emperor of the Dragon tribe. Come, the 10 immortal sects. Let's sit down and discuss whether the realm hall is necessary or not." Chapter 1582. It had been a few years since the little dragon left the sect of all times, and Jun Changshao missed it very much. Hence, he could visit it now that the Dragon clan had sent him an invitation. "My husband is the leader of the Stone Statue clan, and his contracted beast is the Dragon Emperor of the Dragon clan." Rosa Flowers said, "Both of you are amazing." "Not bad." Jun Changshao's face was filled with pride. "Oh, right." Rosa Flowers added, "The million-strong army of the devilish clan is also under the control of Yao Menjing. In that case, all 3 clans are directly or indirectly controlled by my husband." That was right. If she had not mentioned it, he would have forgotten. Jun Changshao took a sip of tea and said proudly, "Now I should be qualified to be on equal footing with the 10 major immortal sects." He admitted that his realm was weak and was not worth mentioning in front of the top powerhouses. However, he was related to the 3 clans and his master Jinren, as well as his group of relatives and friends. Was the immortal sect afraid? It had to be said that Go Sheng, who had developed in the upper realm for 3 to 4 years, was no longer the rookie he used to be. At least he had enough capital. Although he could not turn into the power of the sect, after having absolute power, he could do many things boldly. For example, if a large mineral vein appeared, there was no need to be sneaky, and he could fight for it openly. Wonderful! Jun Changshao's smile grew wider. However, the camera turned, and he sat in the clan hall with a stiff expression. Since he had become the new leader, there was no lack of meetings in the hall. However, the 3 ministers and 9 ministers handed all kinds of memorials and documents to him as soon as he arrived, and they were almost piled up into a small mountain. Jun Changshao broke down. "How long have you been accumulating these clan affairs?" 3 to 4 years. The Grand Tutor said, "There are still many that have not been presented. Because of Gongsun Roali's personal relationship problems, she rarely interfered with clan affairs since a few years ago, so the internal affairs were always handled by the 3 ministers and 9 ministers. Now that the new leader had arrived, he must review them personally." "No." Jun Changshao held his head and said, "My head hurts." There were so many memorials and so many internal affairs. Just going through them one by one would take a few days. It felt good to be in control of a tribe. But Go Sheng had forgotten that being the leader of a tribe was much more difficult than being the leader of a sect. After all, he had to manage tens of millions of tribesmen and deal with all sorts of matters. Night fell. Jun Changshao was sitting in his sleeping quarters, flipping through the memorials in despair. He had been working continuously for several hours. Looking at the densely packed words on the paper, he felt as if they had turned into sharp swords, flying into his consciousness and madly stimulating the nerves in his brain, sending him waves of pain. "Ah, I can't." Jun Changshao leaned his face against the table. The considerate Rose of Flowers brought him a cup of refreshing tea and said with a smile, "It's only been half a day, and you can't take it any more." Jun Changshao was speechless. "I'm not you. I haven't managed an entire tribe before. Wait a minute." Go Sheng's eyes suddenly lit up. Rose of Flowers guessed his thoughts and said, "You don't want me to review the memorials and deal with the internal affairs of the Stone Statue tribe, do you? Isn't taking care of an entire tribe a piece of cake for you?" Jun Changshao said. Rose of Flowers said, "You're the leader. The custom of the stone statue tribe is that women are husbands and men are wives. It's reasonable for you to deal with the internal affairs of the tribe." Jun Changshao said. Bah. The system spat out a mouthful of phlegm. In the past, it had refused to acknowledge the marriage contract. Now that it needed a tool, it began to make an issue of it. That's not right. Rose of Flowers said, "As the saying goes, the husband is in charge of external affairs, and the wife is in charge of internal affairs. Since it's an internal affair of the tribe, shouldn't it be handled by you?" Well done. The system praised. Jun Changshao was speechless. Currently, there were only two people who could make him feel defeated. One was Rose of Flowers, and the other was Lu Qianqian. What about the system? Sorry, it was not human. In the beginning, Lu Qianqian had dissed Gosheng because she was not strong enough in the early stages of development and liked to boast. Later on, as her realm gradually increased, she became less sharp-tongued and almost lost her sense of existence. As for Rose of Flowers, Jun Changshao had entered the Soul Continent with the help of the space-time worm. Before he knew his identity, he had been caught by her. Here. Jun Changshao pushed the memorial over and said, "You handle it. I'm not professional." It's not that you're not professional, you're shameless. The system's words said what many people were thinking. Okay. Rose of Flowers sat down and picked up a memorial to read. Needless to say, Gosheng looked like a monkey sitting on pins and needles when he read the memorial. He looked calm and not awkward at all. Professional. In one night, Rose of Flowers finished reading the memorial. Amazing. Jun Changshao gave her a thumbs up. Reading the memorial allowed Rose of Flowers to regain the feeling of being an empress, so after she was done, she said lazily, "Make tea." Yes. Jun Changshao bowed and left. After taking 2 steps, he was stunned and broke down. What do I think I am? The system said, worthy of the name. Early morning. A routine meeting in the clan hall. The 3 chancellors and 9 ministers flipped through the memorial one by one, and their eyes gradually lit up. So many internal affairs had piled up and were finished in one night. This new clan leader was capable. Grand Tutor. Jun Changshao said lightly, "Have you prepared the gifts for the trip to the Dragon Clan?" Little Long Long was going to succeed the position of Dragon Emperor. As the host, since he was going to congratulate him, he must prepare enough sincerity and not lose his way. Clan leader, it's ready. The Grand Tutor handed over the gift list. On it were listed ores, crystal cores, medicinal herbs, and other things. Just from the names alone, it was very precious. Not bad. Jun Changshao nodded in satisfaction and announced, "We'll set off tomorrow." The Grand Tutor said, "Clan leader wants to go to the dragon territory personally." Of course. It's a little inappropriate. When the clan leader succeeded the position, the Dragon Clan did not send anyone. Now that the Dragon Emperor was ascending the throne, it was enough to send a representative. If the clan leader wanted to go personally, it would be too embarrassing. I've made up my mind. Jun Changshao said, "No one can object." The 3 chancellors and 9 ministers fell silent. This new clan leader was even more domineering than the previous clan leader. Like father, like son. All of you. Jun Changshao clasped his fingers and said seriously, "You'll have to go too." Huh. The 3 chancellors and 9 ministers were stunned. Not only did Gosheng want to go personally as the clan leader, but he also wanted to bring Gong Sun Ruoli and a group of civil and military officials. It was not for anything else but to support little Long Long. If it was not for the lack of time, he might have returned to the sect of all times and brought the upper echelons and disciples. The next day, the 3 chancellors and 9 ministers and a few hundred elites gathered outside the clan hall. Gong Sun Ruoli was also there. She had planned to leave the stone statue region, but she could not resist her son's persuasion. Hence, She decided to accompany him to the Dragon Clan before going out to find the heartless man. Buzz! The ancient warship appeared out of nowhere. Get on the ship. Schwa! 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 In an instant, the upper echelons and elites of the stone statue race flew up. This was a grand lineup. Those who did not know would think that they were going to the Dragon Clan to fight. Swish! The ancient warship started moving and gradually merged into the vortex. Sect of all times, Old Ding, Elder Wei, and the others were frowning. The 2 Dragon Clan members had woken up and told them a piece of bad news. Hence, they were in a dilemma. Hall Masterly, Jiangya said, have you contacted the Patriarch? No. Li Luoqiu shook her head. Sigh. Jiangya sighed helplessly. At this juncture, the Patriarch had gone to the stone statue region. What should they do? We can't wait any longer. Old Ding stood up and said solemnly, this matter is very serious. If the Patriarch is there, he will not hesitate. Hence, we must act immediately. That's right. The black and white Rakshasa, Old Ge, and the others agreed. Do you know where the Dragon Clan is? Elder Wei asked. Everyone fell silent. At this moment, Ryu Sinan said, I know. Let's go. To the Dragon Clan. Swish, swish. That day, 3,000 Diablo aircraft flew out of the Sect of all times under Zhong Yi's lead. With Ryu Sinan as the leader, the upper echelons of the Sect moved together. Yao Menjing realized the seriousness of the situation and immediately deployed 200,000 Devil Army soldiers from the mountains. Junchang Xiao had brought the stone statue tribe's elites to support Little Long Long, but they had brought so many people with them just to fight. The Spirit Beast Hall also moved out. The 10,000 Longevity Fiend King led the upper echelons and followed closely behind. Wait, halfway there, old Nyo slapped his head and said, why hasn't the Hall Master come out yet? If the Purple King knew, he would definitely roar at the top of his lungs. You guys finally remembered me! Chapter 1583. The black and white Rakshasas, Old Ding, and the others stood in the snow, looking at each other. Elder Lu. Jiangya could not help but ask, what is this place? How would I know? Ryu Sinan said. Everyone was stunned. You're the one leading the way. If you don't know, who will? Don't worry. Ryu Sinan sat cross-legged on a snow mountain, trying hard to recall. Let me think about how to get to the dragon field. Everyone's mouth twitched. I remember now. Ryu Sinan slapped his forehead. The dragon field should be in the East Sea region. Where? East Sea. Where is this place? How would I know? Brother, it's only 1,000 miles from here to the West Sea. Wrong way. Everyone fell to the ground. The road from the East Sea to the West Sea. And he still did not realize that he had gone the wrong way. What a terrible sense of direction. Everyone did not have time to complain. Since they were given the location, they quickly changed the direction. With Ryu Sinan leading the way, the journey to the dragon field was destined to be lonely. As for whether they could find the entrance, it was still unknown. The space-time tunnel. The ancient warship was moving at high speed. Father. Jun Changshao stood at the bow of the ship, looking at the illusory environment. He was surprised. How was this opened? The stone statue race and the dragon race were close. The ancestors of both sides spent a lot of time to open a tunnel connecting the two fields, Gongsun Roli explained. A field was actually a small independent space, always relying on the system of the upper realm. So, it was possible to open a tunnel, but not to extend to the upper realm. I see. Jun Changshao understood. Of course. Gongsun Roli said. There's another important function. What function? My son, do you know about the demonic race 100,000 years ago? I've heard of them. The demonic ancestor of the demonic race was an extremely ambitious person and could enter the divine realm at any time. He was not tolerated by the 10 great celestial sects and in the end he fell, and even his ancestral land was sealed. Oh, Jun Changshao responded. When he was in the upper realm, the version he heard was that the demonic tribe was in danger of harming living creatures. The 10 major celestial sects and other clans joined forces to eliminate them for the sake of the stability of the upper realm. Gong Sun Ruoli said, "Although my clan and the Dragon Clan did not participate in the extermination of the demonic clan, we were naturally worried that the 10 major immortal sects would use the same reason to target us. Therefore, we opened up a space-time tunnel, hoping that we could provide timely assistance when one of us is in trouble." Foresight. Jun Changshao asked, "How's the relationship between the two races now?" "It's all right." From these 3 words, Go Sheng roughly guessed that the relationship between the 2 parties should be very faint. In the general trend of the world, if one is united for a long time, one must separate, and if one is separated for a long time, one must unite. It is almost impossible to maintain a long-term friendship. Father, Jun Changshao said proudly, "When we go to the dragon field this time, the friendship between our 2 races will definitely be unbreakable." "What do you mean?" Gong Sun Ruoli asked. "You'll know when the time comes. Allow me to keep you in suspense for now." Jun Changshao did not intend to tell the person who was about to succeed the Dragon Emperor was his contracted beast. This was because it would be more impressive to say it in front of the 3 dukes and 9 ministers. Gong Sun Ruoli said, "As far as I know, the position of Dragon Emperor has been vacant for a long time. The 4 great Dragon Kings have been fighting fiercely for it. Why would someone suddenly succeed the throne? Could it be that they have decided who's better?" Jun Changshao did not think so. "My contracted beast is a legitimate 5-clawed golden dragon, the Dragon Emperor appointed by the Dragon Clan. Before coming, the 4 great Dragon Kings could fight for it. When he returns to the dragon field, won't he obediently listen to my orders?" Whoosh! The ancient warship sped up. After a few hours, it finally reached the end. It gradually merged into the vortex layer and appeared in a huge and complex array. This was the end of the tunnel. This was the dragon field. However, when the array's light gradually dissipated, martial artists in fine armor stood with spears in their hands. The leaders shouted, "Who are you?" Since they flew in from the tunnel, they must be from the stone statue race. However, as the leader of the tunnel guards, he had to go through the formalities. Moreover, there were close to 1,000 people on the warship. No matter how he looked at it, it seemed like they were here to cause trouble. Stone statue race leader. The Grand Tutor said, "I'm here to congratulate the Dragon Emperor on his ascension." Whoosh! With that, a stream of light flew out. The Dragon Race General caught the stone statue race token. After confirming its authenticity, he waved his hand to signal the soldiers to withdraw their battle stance. He then cupped his hands and said, "It's just a routine matter. Please forgive us." In his heart, he muttered, "Although my Emperor's ascension is a joyous occasion, the stone statue race doesn't have to send so many people to congratulate me." The dragon field's environment was not bad, but it was still lacking compared to the stone statue race. However, the dense dragon chi in the air gave off an indescribable feeling. Jun Changshao kept the ancient warship and followed the guide to the main city. Along the way, he saw many dragon race martial artists, and their auras were not ordinary. The 3 races' population was far less than the human race, but because of their special bloodline, they were stronger. "My son." Gong Sun Ruoli sent a voice transmission. "The overall strength of the dragon race is not inferior to the stone statue race. As the race leader, you must be careful in handling the relationship between the 2 races. You must not easily create conflicts." "I won't." Jun Changshao said, "We're all family." "A family?" Gong Sun Ruoli was confused. The dragon race's main city was called Dragon City, as it was very close to the space-time tunnel's teleportation formation. The group arrived at their destination in a short while. The city's scale was even more magnificent than the demon race's main city. This race had a foundation. Everyone, please. Please. Jun Changshao entered Dragon City and instantly unlocked a new achievement. He had entered the main cities of the three races in his lifetime. Who in the entire upper world could do it? The Dragon Emperor's ascension ceremony was held a few days later, and the main city was already decorated with lanterns and streamers. Race leader Gongsun, the old man leading the way, stopped in front of a luxurious mansion and cupped his hands. This is your residence. Thank you. Jun Changshao returned the greeting. Later, my race's elders will come to visit. I'll take my leave first. Take care. As this was Little Dragon's territory, Gosheng was very polite. The race expert thought to himself, I didn't expect the new stone statue race leader to be so easygoing. Easygoing? Circle it and wait for a test. The courtyard arranged by the dragon race was very big. Although Jun Changshao brought many clansmen, it was not crowded at all when they moved in one after another. Afternoon. The dragon race sent an elder to visit. As the race leader, Jun Changshao had to entertain guests. Both sides chatted happily. Strange. After the elder left, Gongsun Ruoli walked in from the backyard and asked in confusion, Why isn't the high priest here? If it were them, the dragon race would definitely send the three dukes to congratulate them. But they only sent an elder. Clearly they were looking down on them. The ceremony is about to start. Maybe he's busy. Jun Changshao closed his eyes and searched for Little Dragon's location. But due to the disturbance of the dragon chi, he could not determine the location. So he shook his head and smiled. Since he's already here, what's there to be afraid of? Chapter 1584. The Dragon Emperor's succession ceremony would be held 3 days later. So Jun Changshao had nothing to do. He brought rows of flowers around Dragon City to experience the different local customs. During this period, the dragon race did not send anyone over. The 3 ministers and 9 ministers were very unhappy. We came with generous gifts to congratulate you, but your high priest did not come over personally to receive us. Who are you looking down on? Patriarch. The Grand Tutor said angrily, the dragon race has neglected the stone statue race so much. Why are you being so cold? There's no rush. Jun Changshao took a sip of tea and said calmly, after all, they have to hold the succession ceremony. It's understandable that they don't have time to receive us. Since the Patriarch had said so, the 3 ministers and 9 ministers could only suppress their anger and continue to wait. After waiting for another day, the high priest still did not appear. Even the 4 dragon kings did not appear. What is this? We shouldn't have come to the dragon domain in the first place. In private, the upper echelons of the stone statue race were furious. In terms of overall strength, our race is not weaker than your dragon race. In the end, we were treated so coldly. Is this how you treat guests? Just as the 3 ministers and 9 ministers were extremely emotional, the dragon race's high priest finally arrived at the residence. As soon as he walked into the hall, he blamed himself and said, I was busy with work and neglected everyone. Please forgive me. Humph. The Grand Tutor and the others were displeased. You still know to come? The high priest was a little embarrassed. In order to ease the atmosphere, he looked at Jun Changshao and said, This little friend has an impressive appearance and looks like a jade tree in the wind. You should be the new patriarch of the stone statue clan, right? The dragon race knew about the change of patriarch of the stone statue race after Gosheng came over. That's right, Jun Changshao said. Heroes come from young. As the saying goes, one does not hit a smiling person. Since he was so polite, the 3 ministers and 9 ministers could not find fault with him no matter how unhappy they were. High priest. Jun Changshao asked, Does the Dragon Emperor have time? I would like to meet him. He had initially planned to give Little Long Long a surprise when he became the next Dragon Emperor. But now that he was in Dragon City, the longing in his heart was growing stronger and stronger, and he couldn't control himself at all. The high priest said apologetically, "The succession of the Dragon Emperor is imminent. It's not convenient for me to receive guests." These words made the 3 dukes and 9 ministers unhappy. "Our patriarch is already giving us a lot of face by attending the ceremony. How dare you put on airs?" "All right." Jun Changshao expressed his understanding. After all, he was quite busy when he took over as the patriarch, so he understood Little Dragon's current situation. After a brief exchange, the high priestess took her leave. Gongsun Roli walked in from the backyard and said, "This high priest doesn't look right. What's wrong?" "I can't say." 2 days later, the Dragon Emperor enthronement ceremony began. Unlike the Stone Statue clan, the ascension of the Dragon clan's leader was held in the clan hall. Jun Changshao led everyone to rush over and deliver congratulatory gifts. When the Dragon clan reported these gifts one by one, all of the Dragon clan martial artists were shocked. This was because the congratulatory gifts were far too generous. There was a need to pay attention to the gifts. It was rare to see someone as generous as Gosheng. Fortunately, the Dragon Emperor enthronement ceremony did not invite the major forces of the upper realm. Otherwise, if they gave 1,000 and he gave 100,000, it would be a slap to everyone's face. "Patriarch Gongsun, please!" With more gifts, the treatment given by the Dragon clan was immediately different. They were directly arranged to sit at the front, only 2 to 3 meters away from the Dragon Emperor's throne. Little Dragon. Jun Changshao sat down and thought, "I'm here to witness your enthronement as the Dragon Emperor." Enthronement hall. At this moment, the high priest shouted, "It begins now!" Swish, swish. The Dragon clan martial artists gathered in the hall stood up one after another with a solemn expression on their faces. "Dragon Emperor, please ascend to the throne." Under the solemn atmosphere, the side door of the hall slowly opened. "It's here." Gosheng smiled. Stomp, stomp. Heavy footsteps sounded, and a figure in a gold-trimmed robe walked over, surrounded by Dragon clan martial artists. The smile on Jun Changshao's face gradually froze. The one who walked out was not Little Dragon, but a middle-aged man with a square face. Jun Changshao had seen him before. Back when the various clans came to the Sect of all times he had appeared. According to his master, he seemed to be called Qing Ming Dragon King. No, the main character should not have appeared yet. Jun Changshao stood up and looked deep into the side door, but it was closed. No one. The plot was not right. Stomp. At this moment, the middle-aged man in luxurious clothes stopped in front of the Dragon Emperor's throne, and a powerful aura instantly appeared around him. "It's really him." Gongsun Ruoli's tone was not surprised. Among the 4 Dragon Kings, Qing Ming Dragon King was the strongest. It was only natural for him to succeed the Dragon Emperor's throne. Jun Changshao was stunned. Why was this guy standing in front of the Dragon Emperor's throne? Was there another procedure to be completed? Little Dragon was the last to appear? "High Priest, Qing Ming Dragon King said announce it." Yes. The High Priest turned around and faced the Dragon Race martial artists. He said loudly, "As the Dragon Race's High Priest, I officially announce that the Dragon Emperor's throne will be inherited by Qing Ming Dragon King. Do you all agree?" "Agree. Agree." Everyone lowered their heads and placed their hands on their chest. Qing Ming Dragon King smiled as he placed his hands on the dragon throne and sat down. "I don't agree." Suddenly, a discordant voice sounded in the hall. "Jie." Qing Ming Dragon King's body stiffened. He looked at the source of the voice with a black face and immediately locked onto Jun Changshao. He said in shock, "It's you." "Shua." Jun Changshao jumped up and stood on the throne. He said angrily, "You are not a 5-clawed dragon. What qualifications do you have to sit on the Dragon Emperor's throne?" Gongsun Ruoli was stunned. The 3 chancellors and 9 ministers were dumbfounded. Although they were unhappy with the Dragon Race's neglect in the past few days, they couldn't say anything because of the relationship. Now that the patriarch was publicly opposing the new Dragon Emperor, he was roaring at the new Dragon Emperor. This was going to be big. As expected, all the dragon race experts present were unhappy. An old man stood up and said angrily, "Presumptuous!" Schwa, schwa, schwa. All the dragon race experts looked at Jun Changshao. Their eyes were filled with anger. Boom! Gongsun Roli stood up and smashed the table in front of her. Her beautiful eyes were filled with coldness. What do you want? The former patriarch was so domineering, but there was still room for negotiation. But after she smashed the table, the direction of the situation was out of control. Shouldn't we be the ones asking this question? The high priest said in a deep voice, "We invited you here as guests, but you opposed the Dragon Emperor during the sacred succession ceremony. You were even rude to the Dragon Emperor. No matter what, we were in the right." At this moment, the atmosphere in the hall was extremely solemn. All the dragon race experts glared at Jun Changshao. Gongsun Ruoli, the 3 chancellors and 9 ministers stood up. They looked like they were not afraid. Cough. At this time, the Qing Ming Dragon King raised his butt and signaled his clansmen to sit down. He said with a smile, "I didn't expect Jun Patriarch to participate in the succession ceremony. This emperor is a little surprised." Jun Changshao said with a cold face, "Where's the little dragon?" The Dragon Emperor was not his contracted beast. There must be something going on. Jun Patriarch, the Qing Ming Dragon King, smiled. This emperor respects the will of the people and accepts doubts, even if you are an outsider. So, today, I will let you see if you are qualified to sit on the Dragon Emperor's throne. He raised his head with a ferocious expression. Huff, 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 huff. In an instant, Dragon Qi gathered around, and 5 dragon claws gradually appeared. Gongsun Roli said, "It is indeed a 5-clawed dragon." The 5-clawed dragon in the dragon race didn't have 5 fingers or toes like humans. Instead, it had 5 limbs. Now that the Qing Ming Dragon King showed it, it was enough to prove that it was a genuine 5-clawed dragon. It was qualified to inherit the Dragon Emperor's throne. Our emperor will exist forever. Our emperor will exist forever. The dragon race experts knelt on the ground and cheered. However, in front of irrefutable evidence, Jun Changxiao's eyes gradually emitted a monstrous killing intent. There was only one 5-clawed dragon in the dragon race. Since the Qing Ming Dragon King was the 5-clawed dragon, it meant that the little dragon was gone, or it was snatched away by him. Huff! In an instant, a torrential qi wave enveloped Jun Changxiao. When everything dissipated, the great sage Set was draped over his body, and the 4th form hard to retract blade was in his hand. He spoke like an emotionless death god. "This daddy will give you 15 minutes. If you don't see the little dragon, the entire dragon race will be annihilated." Chapter 1585. Jun Changshao had always believed that Little Dragon was the successor of the Dragon Emperor, so he prepared a generous gift to congratulate him. In the end, it was some bullshit Dragon King ascending the throne. He definitely couldn't accept it. In fact, it didn't matter who was the Dragon Emperor. Go Sheng wasn't the kind of super bully who had to let his contract beast be the Dragon Emperor. But the problem wasn't the Dragon Emperor only a 5-clawed dragon qualified to be the Dragon Emperor? Since Little Dragon had it, it should naturally sit on it. If others meddled, it would be a seizure of power. Thinking of Gongsun Roli saying that the 4 Dragon Kings had been fighting for a long time, Jun Changxiao's IQ finally came online. He guessed that his contract beast was controlled and forced to hand over the Dragon Emperor position. These weren't enough to make him furious. What really touched his bottom line was that Qing Ming Dragon King had transformed into 5 claws, proving that he was absolutely qualified. Jun Changxiao didn't believe that the Dragon Clan would have a second 5-clawed dragon, because if there was they wouldn't have waited for so many years and wouldn't have gone to the Sect of all times to pick up little dragon. Back to the key point. Why did Qing Ming Dragon King have 5 claws? Thinking of how the demon ancestor's Saint Devil body could be intercepted by Yao Menjing, little dragon's Dragon Emperor body seemed to be snatched away. This meant that not only was his contract beast-controlled, but it was also in a very dangerous situation. Dragons had reverse scales, and those who touched them would die. Although Jun Changshao wasn't from the Dragon Clan, he had many reverse scales. Sect of all times' 100,000 disciples and higher-ups, and even Aunt Wang, who ran the inn in Ironbone Town, were his reverse scales. Whoever dared to touch them, whoever dared to hurt them, he wouldn't rest until he was dead. The great sage Set, the blade that was hard to withdraw. He showed them all. Letting the Dragon Clan hand over little dragon in a quarter of an hour was Jun Changxiao's attitude. It was believed that when Go Sheng exploded, no readers would think that this was because of the mission, because everyone knew that he was extremely protective. Husband. Rose of Flowers walked over from behind and gently leaned her face on his back. I'll help you. Because she understood, so there was no need to say more. Xiao. Green light spread, and the two merged into one. Gradually, Jun Changxiao's eyebrows and eyelashes turned a grassy green, and he once again turned into a rose. This, Gongsun Ruoli's expression, gradually became stunned. In that moment, Jun Changxiao, who held the death god's scythe in his hand, not only did his aura become stronger, but he also emitted the power of space. It was as if he had become a completely different person. The 3 dukes and 9 ministers were stunned. The patriarch's current aura was several times stronger than when he fought all the warriors on a training field. No, it was at least 10 times stronger. Of course, after completing the epic Quest 6, Jun Changxiao entered the truth-seeking realm. His strength had been greatly improved. Now that he had used all kinds of trump cards and had the support of gold, his combat power was incomparable. Brat. Qing Ming Dragon King, who had a friendly look on his face, said in a gloomy tone, I'm magnanimous, and I've been patient. Don't push your luck. Who? The experts of the Dragon Clan unleashed their cultivation at the same time, and the anger in their eyes grew even stronger. Stirring up trouble at this critical juncture was intolerable. Inside the clan hall, the intense killing intent was replaced by a state of mutual hostility. Even if they were to fight now, there was nothing to be surprised about. The 3 dukes and 9 ministers did not cower. They stood in front of Jun Changxiao, forming layers of protection. However, they were roaring in their hearts. What the hell is going on? Because Jun Changxiao wanted to show off, he did not tell them about the little dragon. Now that the situation had developed to this stage, the higher-ups of the Stone Statue clan were all puzzled. Everyone, Qing Ming Dragon King said in a low voice, you want to protect this guy. Dragon Emperor. The High Priest hurriedly sent a telepathic message. This guy is the new patriarch of the Stone Statue clan, Gongsun Ruoli's son. What? Qing Ming Dragon King's eyes widened. He was still wondering why the patriarch of the Sect of all times was here, since he did not invite any upper domain forces. Now that he heard from his subordinate, he understood that the patriarch represented the Stone Statue clan. That's not right. Isn't this guy Jinren Tonggu's disciple? Since when is he related to the Stone Statue clan? And he's the patriarch of the Stone Statue clan. The Dragon Clan might be stronger than the Stone Statue clan in terms of overall strength, but the gap was not that big. Therefore, in terms of status, the Dragon Emperor and the Patriarch were on the same level. I'll say it again. Lord Rose, who had used all kinds of trump cards and was holding the 4th form hard to retract blade, said in a mixed male and female voice, I'll give you 15 minutes. If you don't see the little dragon, the entire Dragon Clan will be destroyed. How dare you destroy the entire clan in the Dragon Clan's territory? Even the big shots of the 10 major immortal sects would not dare to say such arrogant words. Did you hear that? Gongsun Ruoli said coldly. Bring him here now. Whoosh! Whoosh! She fully unleashed her peak truth-seeking realm cultivation, forming a huge pressure that enveloped the entire clan hall. Bang! 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 In an instant, the tables and chairs could not bear the pressure and instantly cracked. The son was showing off, and the father was showing off. It was like fighting a tiger with brothers, father and son going into battle. Gongsun Ruoli. Qing Ming Dragon King suppressed his anger and said with a gloomy look, Are you declaring war on the Dragon Clan? How dare you make my son unhappy? Gongsun Ruoli said coldly. So what if I declare war on the Dragon Clan? The 3 chancellors and 9 ministers were about to cry. My dear patriarch, you're a bit reckless. If it was just a fight, it would be fine. But if it escalated to a war, the problem would be much more serious. Hurry up. Jun Changshao roared, Bring him here. Otherwise, don't blame me for starting a massacre in the dragon field. All right. The father and son were going all out. What should they do? What else could they do? They definitely had no reason to support the patriarch and patriarch. Whoosh! The 3 chancellors and 9 ministers all unleashed their cultivation. At this moment, they finally realized why the patriarch had brought so many top forces of the sect. His real purpose was to fight. He was really good at keeping them in suspense. In all honesty, Jun Changshao had brought so many people to the dragon field to support them. He even wanted to give Little Long Long a surprise. In the end, the surprise was not given. Instead, it turned into a war between the 2 clans. Good. Qing Ming Dragon King was furious. Let's go out and fight. The guests they invited actually wanted to cause trouble. As the host, he definitely could not tolerate it. So, no matter what, he had to teach the Stone Statue clan a lesson. East Sea. Ryu Sinan squatted on a rock by the sea as if he was constipated. Brother! By Rakshasa was about to cry, Is the dragon field here or not? Don't panic. Ryu Sinan rubbed his temples hard and thought hard. Let me think about it carefully. You've been thinking for 4 hours. Ah! Ryu Sinan stood up and roared. Why did you make me lead the way? Why didn't you just find 2 dragons to lead the way? Ga! The moment he said that, the upper echelons of the sect were all dumbfounded. That's right. Why did we ask him to lead the way instead of 2 ready-made dragon field martial artists? They could not be blamed for being stupid, nor could they blame the author for being careless. It was just that the situation was a little too urgent at the time. They did not have time to think. Ryu Sinan took the initiative to suggest leading the way, so they followed in a daze. Once bitten, twice shy. The heavens and earth were the witnesses. If anyone asked Elder Lu to lead the way in the future, the former sect master would write his surname backward. I'll go back to the sect and bring them back. Just as Black Rakshasa was about to take off, a purple stream of light suddenly appeared in the distance. Then it landed on the beach like a cannonball, instantly stirring up clouds of dust. I haven't been a big brother for many years. I don't like cold bedsides. Don't force me to miss you. Don't force me to cry. I'll fall out with you. With the background music, a handsome man with long flowing hair walked over, carrying the Dragonfield Tung Fei brothers on his left and right shoulders. Hall, Master Z! Everyone exclaimed in unison. Swoosh! Swoosh! The Purple King threw the 2 dragons on the ground, clapped his hands, and said, Hall Masterway was worried that Elder Lu was unreliable, so he asked me to bring them here. His aura and tone. It was as if an earth-shattering change had occurred. Everyone was overjoyed, but when they looked down at the Tung Fei brothers, they saw that they were foaming at the mouth and their eyelids were rolled back. It was obvious that they had fainted. Good gift. Wonderful gift. What a great gift. P.S. Please vote. Chapter 1586. Forbidden Area of the Palace. Outside the training field. Led by Jun Changshao, the Stone Statue clan's experts huddled together. Thousands of Dragon Clan's martial artists had gathered from all directions. This was the Dragon Field, their territory. Since they were here to cause trouble, they had to be prepared to be beaten up. Fortunately, Jun Changshao had used all his trump cards. With the death god's scythe on his shoulder, the space attribute around him was extremely powerful. Although they were outnumbered, their aura was not weak. Not to mention, there was also Gong Sun Ruoli, this kind of top expert who was half a step into the divine secret realm, although he only had the aura of the peak of the truth-seeking realm now, who knew how terrifying his power would be in a real battle. Qing Ming Dragon King said coldly, "I invited you all to the ceremony out of goodwill, but you just had to cause trouble. You've gone too far." He was very annoyed. He was about to ascend the throne, but the guests had ruined it. If he had known this would happen, he wouldn't have invited them. At this moment, Qing Ming Dragon King still didn't realize how serious the situation was. To be exact, he didn't know how protective Goshing was. There's not much time left. Jun Changshao looked at the exquisite soil and said, "I won't see the little dragon again." He glanced at the surrounding Dragon Clan's martial artists and said with killing intent, "They'll all die." At this moment, he didn't care if his contracted beast could become the Dragon Emperor. He only cared about its safety. If anything happened, the Dragon Field would really become hell. The patriarch of the Sect of all times and the leader of the Stone Statue clan, Gongsun Junrose, would definitely do what she said. At this moment, Qing Ming Dragon King waved his hand and a vast amount of dragon qi gathered, turning into a roaring dragon. He said angrily, "I'll kill you first." No one would be able to tolerate such arrogant words in their own territory, so it was inevitable that they would attack. Qing Ming Dragon King's strength was not inferior to Jinren Tonggu's. In fact, he was even slightly stronger. His every move shook the space and created layers of energy ripples. Crack, 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 crack. Jun Changshao frowned. The roaring dragon emitted an extremely powerful pressure. After all, the Azure Abyss Dragon King was one of the most powerful beings of the dragon race. Even if Zhang Xian were to use all of his trump cards, he still wouldn't be able to match up to the other party. However, Jun Chang stood proudly with a smile on his face. He didn't panic because, boom, Gong Sun Ruoli shifted her body just as the vast dragon's aura was about to descend upon her. Her right palm vibrated in the air, and a soft yet firm power met it head-on. It collided with the roaring dragon, and a deafening boom instantly rang out. Dang, dang, dang. Qing Ming Dragon King took a few steps back as his eyes were filled with disbelief. The aura this woman exuded was about the same as his, so why was it that the power she unleashed when she attacked was even stronger? Could it be? He didn't have time to think about it because Gong Sun Ruoli had rushed over with a mysterious movement technique. Swoosh! Whoosh! The sky was filled with afterimages, making it difficult to distinguish the real from the fake. "My son," Gong Sun Ruoli said, "this is the Stone Statue clan's unique martial art, the Heavenly Shadow Phantom Steps. Watch your father use it carefully. It will help you comprehend it in the future." Qing Ming Dragon King was on the verge of collapse as he dodged. How much did this woman look down on him to teach her son martial arts in the middle of a battle? Jun Changshao's eyes lit up. In terms of movement techniques, he had once practiced the Ethereal Seven Sages, but it was obviously far inferior to the Stone Statue clan's movement technique. Not in the future. He had to learn it now. Without hesitation, Jun Changshao crushed an upper realm version of the Insight Talisman and instantly transformed into a martial arts master. He relied on his spiritual thoughts and eyes to capture every step and repeated them in his mind. Seeing her son so focused, Gongsun Ruoli was very pleased. Then, she deliberately slowed down her movements so that he could clearly see how she used the Heavenly Shadow Phantom Steps in battle. Ah! Feeling humiliated, Qing Ming Dragon King immediately roared. A vast dragon's aura burst out and gathered in his palms. He changed from passive evasion to active attack and instantly started fighting with the woman. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, 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 boom. In an instant, the power of the stone statue and the dragon's aura exploded outside the clan hall. As the combatants were all at the peak of the truth-seeking realm, the special effects were at the peak, and the visual impact was great. The surrounding Dragon Clan martial artists did not stay idle. When Qing Ming Dragon King and Gong's son, Ruoli, started fighting, they all unleashed their cultivation to suppress them. Judging from the anger in their eyes, they were going to teach the Stone Statue Clan a lesson. Whoosh! Whoosh! The dragon's aura whizzed over with great momentum. Protect the clan leader! The 3 chancellors and 9 ministers all gathered around Jun Changshao and formed an iron wall. Each of them performed the martial arts of the Stone Statue Clan, gathering dazzling light and blasting it out. Although the Dragon Clan had the advantage in numbers, the Stone Statue Clan's upper echelons were quite powerful. If they really fought, they might not be able to gain the upper hand. Buzz! Buzz! At the same time, outside the huge martial arts arena, layers of flowing light arrays appeared and completely enveloped the ancient clan hall and buildings. Go! Go! Seeing that the nearby buildings were protected by arrays, the Dragon Clan's powerhouses became unscrupulous. Come to make trouble? Then let's beat them to death. The Dragon Clan was well known for their belligerence. Boom! Boom! On the extremely historical martial arts arena, the unique energy of the 2 clans exploded and wreaked havoc in the space. The various forces in the upper world would never have thought that on this seemingly ordinary day, the upper echelons of the Stone Statue Clan and the Dragon Clan would actually fight. It had even evolved to the point of pulling hair and spitting saliva. However, no matter how the 2 clans fought, Jun Changshao remained unmoved. He stood on the martial arts arena as if he was detached from the world. It was as if he had directly disconnected from the game when the team battle started. Fortunately, it was not a solo match, and no one wanted to participate in the advancement match. Otherwise, there would definitely be a wave of complaints. Swish! Swish! Gong's son, Ruoli, performed the Heavenly Shadow Phantom Steps to the extreme. Her original intention was to let her son comprehend it. Therefore, she had been exhausting the Qing Ming Dragon King. Although the battle looked intense, it was difficult to determine the winner in a short time. Jun Changshao stood on the spot, and the movement technique in his sea of consciousness was constantly evolving. Understood. Understood. After a while, his lips curled up into a smile. Kill. Kill. At this moment, more Dragon Clan's martial artists rushed in from outside the palace. Their eyes were locked on Jun Changshao as they gathered all kinds of energy and blasted it over. Protect the chief, the Grand Preceptor roared. However, at this moment, they were all being held back by the Dragon Clan's powerhouses, so they couldn't divert their attention to help their clan leader neutralize the various energies that were attacking them. Boom! Jun Changshao put down the Death God's scythe and placed the blade on the ground. He muttered, "A quarter of an hour has passed, and you still haven't handed over the little dragon." So Shua, the 4th form of hard to retract blade, suddenly swung, and the vast power of space spread out in all directions. The various draconic might that came from behind instantly froze in midair. What? He's being controlled! How is this possible? The Dragon Clan martial artists who had rushed up were dumbfounded. Shwa! Shwa! The saber light was like a shadow crisscrossing. Plop! Plop! As soon as he finished speaking, hundreds of Dragon Clan martial artists fell to the ground. Fine blade marks appeared on their necks. The moment they felt the pain, their minds were completely disconnected. The 3 dukes and 9 ministers were stunned. They were not shocked by the fact that their clan leader had killed so many Dragon Clan martial artists in an instant, but by the heavenly shadow charming steps that had rushed over just now. Gong's son Roli said in disbelief. He learned it just like that. He learned it. He was very familiar with it. Chapter 1587. Jun Changshao had not only learned the Heaven Shadow charming steps in a short time, but he had also learned it thoroughly. It could be said that as long as it wasn't a systematic martial technique, as long as it met the cultivation requirements, Sheng would be able to learn any martial technique easily. If he couldn't do it, it meant that the insight talisman wasn't high enough. Of course, it couldn't be said that he was invincible. The reason why he was able to master the Heaven Shadow charming steps was because Gongsun Ruoli had purposely taught it to him. If it was an outsider, Jun Changshao wouldn't be able to learn it even if he dug his eyes out. Unbelievable. Patriarch is too godly. The 3 ducal ministers and 9 ministers worshipped Jun Changshao like a torrential river. They were sure that their patriarch had been wandering outside and had never come into contact with the stone statue race's martial techniques. Even if the old patriarch had taught him a movement technique, it was impossible for him to master it in such a short time. What did this mean? His innate talent was extraordinary, an unparalleled genius. Under his leadership, our race would definitely achieve greater glory. Hoo-hoo, hoo-hoo. In an instant, the 3 chancellors and 9 ministers burst forth with even higher cultivation and started fighting with the dragon race experts. For the patriarch for the future, even if they had to die in Dragon City today, they couldn't let him get hurt. My son, Gongsun Ruoli forced Qing Ming Dragon King back and said, Father will teach you a few more moves. Since he had learned the Heaven Shadow charming steps, there was no harm in teaching others. Space-breaking stone chop, mountain-splitting sacred palm. For symbols, dark cloud art. All sorts of stone statue race martial techniques were executed by Gongsun Ruoli. Light rays and palm prints shrouded the entire training ground, emitting a terrifying aura. When top experts fought, they would usually follow the steps. For example, one move after another, interspersed with the introduction of the power and the shock of the passers-by. Gongsun Ruoli directly used all sorts of trump cards and didn't follow the rules at all. Qing Ming Dragon King could only deal with it tirelessly and was even in a more difficult situation. Shua. Jun Changshao brandished his scythe and used the power of space to bind the dragon race martial artists that were rushing in from outside the palace. As he studied, he used all kinds of martial arts of the stone statue race. It could be said that he had mastered all kinds of martial arts of the stone statue race at his fingertips. Of course, because the other party still refused to hand over the little dragon, Sheng no longer showed any mercy. While learning martial skills, he mercilessly took away one dragon clan cultivator after another. In a short period of time, there were already over 1,000 corpses outside the training field. Ah! Qing Ming Dragon King roared madly. These dragon clan martial artists were all carefully nurtured by him, not to mention 1,000 of them dying. Even the death of a single one would cause him pain. Jun Changshao. His eyes almost popped out of their sockets as he roared, This emperor will tear you to pieces! Roar! The dragon's roar shook the heavens and earth. Shua! Gongsun Ruoli retreated several dozen feet, her brows tightly knitted together. Up in the sky, the Green Abyss Dragon King summoned his true form, which turned into a giant green dragon that was coiling around in a dragon ball. His scales shone brightly, and his 5 claws gathered an extremely powerful dragon aura. This is a little tricky. The smile on Gongsun Ruoli's face did not match her words at all. As far as she knew, the Green Abyss Dragon King's true form was the rare Green Abyss Holy Dragon of the Dragon Clan. Now that he had inherited the Dragon Emperor's body, his strength would definitely increase. This was not the main point. The main point was that when the other party transformed into his true form and let out a roar similar to the Dragon Emperor, the entire Dragon City was infected. They all transformed into their true forms of various colors and charged towards the Dragon Palace with bloodshot eyes. For a moment, The entire sky above the city was filled with dragons. Roar! Roar! The upper echelons of the dragon clan who were fighting with the 3 chancellors and 9 ministers were also infected. They all activated their true forms, and huge dragons gathered in the sky above the training field. Breathing in and out, the dragon aura was vast and mighty. Strictly speaking, the dragon clan could also be classified as demonic beasts. Therefore, after transforming into their true forms, their combat strength increased tremendously. Shua! Jun Changshao carried the death god scythe, and flames shrouded his feet. It was as though he was stepping on wind and fire wheels as he flew up. He faced the huge dragons and said coldly, "Today, I will pull out your dragon tendons and smash your dragon palace." Hardcore Neza cosplay. Die. At this moment, Qing Ming Dragon King opened his bloody mouth and spat out a beam of dragon aura. It went straight for Go Sheng's bald head. Gong Sun royally blocked it first. Not only did her tender right hand quickly petrified, layers of power gathered in her fist, and with an extremely domineering method, she dispersed the beam of light. She said coldly, "You want my son to die? You don't have the ability." Damn! Jun Changxiao's eyes widened. That woman's right hand not only petrified, but also gradually turned black. It felt like she had activated armament hockey. "My son," Gong Sun Ruoli explained, "this is the 3rd form of my stone statue clan's bloodline. It can precisely control the petrified parts and gather enough power to achieve the ultimate explosion. So that's how it is." Jun Changxiao suddenly realized that Gong Sun was half normal and half petrified. It should be the 2nd form of the stone statue clan's bloodline. Our clan's bloodline form does not have a limit. Gong Sun Ruoli said, "As your father, I hope that one day you can comprehend the 4th, 5th, or even higher." Previously, when he passed the position to Jun Changxiao, he was anxious to unburden himself and go out to find the heartless man. Now that he had learned the Stone Statue clan's martial arts in such a short time, he was full of expectations for his son's future. Go Sheng's mouth twitched. The bloodline was inherited carelessly. Successfully awakening it was really lucky. It was hard to say whether or not he could comprehend the 2nd form in the future. "I will definitely do it." Although he was not confident, he had to make a statement at this time. Huff! Huff! The 3 ministers and 9 ministers did not hide anymore and activated the Stone Statue clan's bloodline. They had not reached the old patriarch's level and could only activate the 2nd form, becoming half human and half petrified. Infected, Jun Changxiao's blood boiled, and his cold face gradually petrified. Trump card. Another one lit up. "Come." Jun Changxiao waved the Grim Reaper scythe and said, "Fight!" From afar, the dragon beasts gathered in the sky above the dragon palace, and the Stone Statue clan's patriarch and upper echelons activated their bloodlines. It was a shocking scene. Kill! Kill! Summoned by the Dragon Emperor Constitution, the dragon beasts swarmed in from outside the palace. The originally spacious space suddenly became abnormally crowded. "All of you die." Jun Changxiao waved his scythe, and the scythe pierced through the sky. As the power of space spread wildly, the dragon race martial artists who rushed over were all frozen and cut into pieces. Blood and limbs scattered all over the ground. A massacre had officially begun. In the deepest part of the East Sea, the Purple King stood in place with a serious expression. As the Sect of all times came too quickly, 2 dragon race martial artists could not withstand it and fainted, so they could only find the entrance themselves. "Hall Master Z," Jiang Yi said weakly, "are you reliable?" As Ryu Sinan led the wrong way, the upper echelons of the sect felt a little guilty. After all, in terms of abnormalities in the sect, Yi Xingqin's sect was the first, and his sect was the second. Moreover, Big Brother, wasn't it just finding the entrance? Why did he have to take off his school uniform? Listen carefully. The purple craggy monster king put his clothes back into his spatial ring, leaving only his red underpants on. He turned his extremely serious face around and said, "This Hall Master has snuck into the dragon domain to steal a dragon egg. No one is allowed to question this." Whoosh! After saying that, he transformed into purple sky and swung his tail across the void. Energy ripples rippled, and a thin crack gradually appeared. Damn! Everyone was stunned. The two space-time worms were not around, or they would worship him on the spot. Crack! Crack! The space gradually cracked and expanded. When it reached a certain level, the purple craggy monster king roared, "Return to the void!" Whoosh! 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 The powerful Kuin's power erupted wildly. Not only did it cover Ding Xingwang and the rest, but it also covered the 3,000 mechas and the 200,000 devil army. It was as if they were wearing a layer of invisibility cloak. All of you, listen up. Once you enter, you will be in the Dragon City. Once you are discovered, your life and death will be in the hands of fate. The Purple King knew that readers had always wondered how he could sneak into the dragon domain to steal a dragon egg with his weak cultivation. Today, not only would he use his actions to prove it, but he would also go straight to the center of the dragon race. Demon King, not to be humiliated. Chapter 1588. Boom! Boom! Inside the Dragon City Palace, all kinds of energy and special effects were unleashed. Even though many buildings were protected by arrays, they were still shaken to the core. The higher-ups of the Stone Statue clan activated their bloodline, while the higher-ups of the Dragon clan activated their true forms. This level of battle was really intense. It was even comparable to the battle between the 10 great immortal sects' demonic war ancestor 100,000 years ago. Of course, because they were in the Dragon City, no one outside knew about this internal battle. Roar! Roar! High up in the sky, the dragon aura shot down like cannonballs. Qing Ming Dragon King, who had transformed into his true form, was getting angrier and angrier. However, he could not do anything to Gong Sun Ruoli. He was even certain that this woman must have reached the third step. In the sky, the higher-ups of the two clans were fighting to the death. Low in the sky, the strong smell of blood drifted. Jun Changshao held the death god's scythe in his hand and swept away the dragon beasts. Broken limbs, scales, tendons, and whiskers were scattered all over the ground. The scene was comparable to a slaughterhouse. In terms of strength, he could not do anything to Qing Ming Dragon King and the higher-ups of the Dragon Clan. However, with all kinds of trump cards and hard-to-retract blade, it was not a problem to deal with the small fries outside the palace. Ever since the extraterritorial battlefield, Jun Changshao rarely went on a killing spree. This time, because little Long Long's life was uncertain, he was really in a berserk state. There is a need to remind the host. The system said there are at least a few 100,000 Dragon Clan martial artists in Dragon City. You alone may not be able to deal with all of them. I don't care. Jun Changshao's eyes were red. I will kill whoever comes. The system was speechless. What I mean is that hard-to-retract blade has a time limit. If you can't deal with them, you will be dealt with by them. Although the 3 chancellors and 9 ministers and the hundreds of Stone Statue clan elites were strong, they were still in the enemy's territory. If they were to fight a protracted battle, they would definitely be exhausted to death. Jun Changshao realized this problem and felt rather vexed. If he had known, he would have gone to the Sect of all times and summoned the Dark Destruction God and the Million Devil Army. Hoo-hoo! Hoo-hoo! At this moment, more Dragon Clan martial artists rushed over. Jun Changshao didn't have time to think about it. He waved the Death God's scythe again, erupting with the power of space and mercilessly harvesting the dragon beasts. As long as the dragons had any intelligence, they would realize that Go Sheng was in a strong period and had to avoid him. However, they still pounced on him like moths. Other than the Blue Abyss Dragon King's henchmen, most of the dragon race martial artists couldn't control themselves. They were all under the control of the Dragon Emperor's aura. They only had one thought in their mind, and that was to kill the stone statue race. Die. Die. Wherever the sickle passed, blood splattered. Jun Changshao didn't care if they were being controlled or not. Anyone who tried to invade would die under his blade. At this critical juncture, if he still cared about his morals and benevolence, then he would be the one to die. However, more and more dragon race martial artists poured into the Dragon Palace under the summons of the Dragon Monarch. Even though Jun Changshao was constantly harvesting, the number of martial artists still increased. And this was just Dragon City. As the draconic might continued to spread, the clansmen of the other cities would definitely attack. The Blue Abyss Dragon King spat out several powerful light beams and roared, "All of you must die!" At this point, he wouldn't let the stone statue race go. He definitely wouldn't let Jun Changshao go. Therefore, he crazily released his draconic might and summoned his clansmen to join the battle. "You don't care about the lives of your clansmen," Jun Changshao coldly said. "Even if you have the Dragon Emperor's body, you are not fit to be the Dragon Emperor. Whether I am fit to be the Dragon Emperor or not, it is not up to an outsider like you to decide." The Blue Abyss Dragon King opened his mouth and spat out dozens of draconic might cannonballs. Half of them were aimed at Gongsun Ruoli, and the other half were aimed at Gosheng. He had been eyeing the Dragon Emperor's throne for tens of thousands of years. Today, he was finally going to ascend the throne. Therefore, anyone who doubted him must die. The temptation of power. It made the Blue Abyss Dragon King enter a state of madness. Boom! 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 Gongsun Ruoli neutralized the cannonball that was aimed at her. Then, she blocked the other half of the cannonball and neutralized it. She coldly said, "The Dragon Emperor's body that was stolen is not legitimate, even if you sit on the Dragon Emperor's throne." She didn't know the exact situation, but she could roughly guess one or two things. Combined with the Dragon Clan's cold treatment and the High Priest's strange behavior, this Blue Abyss Dragon King might have stolen the Dragon Emperor's body and then controlled the Dragon Clan's upper echelons. What made Gongsun Ruoli even more sure of her guess was that, for such a big matter like the Dragon Emperor succession, why didn't the other 3 Dragon Kings come? There were 2 possibilities. Either they were controlled by the Blue Abyss Dragon King, or they had been eliminated. Jun Changshao also thought of it. He didn't care about the life and death of the 3 Dragon Kings. He only cared about little Long Long. "My contracted beast met with misfortune. Your entire dragon clan will be buried with it." Paige was his first contracted beast. But in terms of weight in his heart, little Long Long was obviously higher. After all, they first communicated with words. Although they were master and servant, they were more like brothers. Die. Jun Changshao's eyes were red from killing. He waved the death god scythe crazily. Streaks of blade aura that tore through space mercilessly reaped the lives of the Dragon Clan martial artists. A pity. As time passed, more and more Dragon Clan members came from other cities. The system said, "The effect of hard to retract blade is still 20 minutes. Host can't kill all of them. Quickly retreat." "I'm leaving." Jun Changshao shouted angrily, "Who will avenge little Long Long?" The system was speechless. "I know you can transform into a physical body, and I know your strength is unfathomable. After I can't fight, can you appear and help me destroy the entire Dragon Clan, even if you have to pay a painful price?" Jun Changshao said resolutely in his heart. The system said, "For a contracted beast, is it worth it?" Jun Changshao's thoughts drifted back to the past, back to the egg that he had spent a large amount of crystal cores to mutate, and then watched it hatch with his own eyes, as well as the first time he experienced flying after awakening his first form. The corner of his mouth gradually raised into a smile. "It's worth it." It's hard for me to understand human emotions. However, the system paused for a moment, then said, "Since you are so desperate, I will help. Buzz!" Suddenly, there was a fluctuation in the sky. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. In a moment, hundreds of martial artists wearing the same uniform appeared out of thin air. Behind them, 3,000 pitch-black mechs gradually appeared. Around them, hundreds of thousands of well-equipped soldiers gradually gathered, and an incomparably huge Kuin. Jie, the experts of the two clans in the fierce battle, were dumbfounded. Suddenly, there were uninvited guests. Anyone would subconsciously have a puzzled expression on their face. The Purple King, who had just secretly brought everyone into Dragon City, discovered that the densely packed Dragon Clan members below him had transformed into their true forms and were staring at him. The corners of his mouth twitched as he said, "The spatial fluctuations here are too great. The void retreat has lost its effect." "Patriarch!" Yao Menjing exclaimed. "Patriarch, my ass!" "Hall Master," Z said in despair, "hurry up and run." Just as he was about to escape, a familiar and astonished voice came from below. "Why are you all here?" "Jie." The Purple King was stunned and hurriedly looked down. Soon he saw the Patriarch surrounded by the densely packed Dragon Clan martial artists, and he was stunned on the spot. "Big brother, why are you here?" Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and the others also noticed Jun Changshao, and a look of joy appeared on their faces. "Patriarch!" The Black Rakshasa was the calmest. He hurriedly said, "The Green Abyss Dragon King of the Dragon Clan forcefully stripped Xiaolong of his Dragon Emperor body and nailed him to a dragon pillar. We are here to save him." Space. Air. It was as if everything had frozen in an instant. Ta! Jun Changshao landed on the broken training ground and lowered his head slightly. The surrounding rocks and dust gradually floated up. "My son!" Gongsun Ruoli was stunned. Swish! At this moment, Jun Changshao suddenly raised his head. The stone statue's skin gradually turned black, and monstrous flames appeared around him. His face was ferocious, and his veins were bulging. He roared furiously, "Raise Dragon City to the ground!" Chapter 1589. The reason why the higher-ups of the sect of all times rushed to Dragon City was because they heard from the soaring dragon brothers that little Long Long was not only robbed of its dragon emperor body, but also nailed to the dragon pillar. The Patriarch's contracted beast was in great danger. As a member of the sect, they were duty-bound to come to its rescue. To be exact, they understood Jun Changshao's character. Once he knew about this, he would definitely rush to Dragon City. What kind of general would lead what kind of soldiers? The Patriarch wasn't in the sect, and they couldn't contact him. After a short discussion, the higher-ups of the sect of all times moved out immediately. Although the process was a little messed up, it didn't change their attitude. 2 words, reliable. However, they regretted it after arriving at Dragon City. 200,000 was too little. In such a situation, they should have deployed 1,000,000 troops. Back to Jun Changshao. He had already guessed that little Long Long was in danger. When he heard what the Black Rakshasa said, he couldn't control his emotions anymore. It didn't matter if he lost the Dragon Emperor body as long as his contracted beast was safe. However, he was still nailed to the dragon pillar. Pain, heartache, pain all over. Destroy Dragon City, destroy Dragon City. This was the only thought in Jun Changshao's mind. Under the cover of the flames, he seemed to have turned into a demon. Terrifying, Gongsun Ruoli thought. At this moment, Jun Changshao's strength didn't increase, but his anger and killing intent were unprecedentedly strong. Even she, a half-step divination realm expert, was shocked. Yes. At this moment, the disciples of the sect of all times who snuck into Dragon City shouted in unison. Then they controlled the 3,000 Diablo warriors and charged down. Kill! Yao Menjing shouted. Swish! Swish! The 8 ghost generals and the 200,000 demonic race soldiers also moved. At the beginning, the battle belonged to the stone statue race and the dragon race. Now, another group joined the battle. They represented the sect of all times. What's that? This was the first time Gongsun Ruoli saw a mech. She was stunned. However, when she carefully observed the 200,000 soldiers, she couldn't control her emotions and exclaimed, "Demonic race! How is that possible?" Qing Ming Dragon King was also shocked. The dark god of destruction was made of special ores. Although it looked huge and strange, at least it was within the scope of understanding. However, why would the demonic tribe, which had been exterminated for 100,000 years, appear again in so many of them? Wait a minute. Qing Ming Dragon King and Gongsun Ruoli both noticed something at the same time and exclaimed in unison. They are all in the revolving core realm. A single revolving core realm martial artist wasn't anything to be surprised about. But 200,000 revolving core realm martial artists brought about a massive visual impact. Boom! Boom! Under the command of Zhong Yi, the 3,000 Diablo warriors charged toward the large group of dragon race martial artists. Arrays and energy erupted, converging into streams of light cannonballs. Soldiers are trained for 1,000 days to be used in a single moment. After many years of silent development and research, the old Taishan mecha could finally shine. The readers who saw this scene could not help but lament. For this reason, we would rather watch the author's process of building a mecha for a few more chapters. We even hope that we can make him 200 million. Roar! Roar! In an instant, the gathered Dragon Clan martial artists were bombarded by all kinds of energy cannons, letting out sorrowful roars, and those whose strength was at the void-piercing realm were blasted into smithereens. Kill! Kill! The dragon race was not to be outdone and instantly charged toward the mechas. ZZZZ! Right at this moment, a stream of light flew over, accompanied by the light of lightning. Pucci! Pucci! More than a dozen dragon beasts were sliced apart, and fresh blood splattered in the air. Li Qingyang held his personal divine artifact and floated in the air, his eyes flashing coldly. Boom! Boom! Suddenly, a bright light burst out from behind him. Powerful! Xiao Ziji, who had transformed into a mecha, raised a steel shield and smiled. On the other side, Yi Xingqian had transformed into an unparalleled god of war. With the halberd in his hand, he jumped around in the air and swept through the dragon race martial artists. 10,000 miles, ice seal. Lu Qianqian descended from the sky like a fairy. As she crossed her hands, a thin layer of icy air gushed out crazily, freezing all the dragon race martial artists that tried to approach. Many fire dragons were instantly turned into ice sculptures. Whoosh whoosh! Ryu Sinon flew over and tore the surrounding space apart, binding the dragon beasts that were spitting out energy. The sect of all times had sent many higher-ups and core, disciples this time. If each of them was given a stage, a few chapters might not be enough, so it would not be described one by one. In short, it might be a little difficult to deal with a truth-seeking realm martial artist, but it was not a problem to deal with a reincarnation realm martial artist. As for the 200,000 devil army, it was needless to say. They obeyed Yao Menjing's orders and blocked the path of the dragon race martial artists outside the palace. Jun Changshao and the stone statue race's higher-ups did not have the advantage in terms of numbers. If they continued fighting, they would only be exhausted to death. However, with the arrival of the sect of all times' army, the situation was stabilized. Boom! Boom! In the sky, Gongsun Ruoli was serious. Her iron fists, which looked like they came from Judge Piltoff, flew toward Qing Ming Dragon King and forced him to retreat. "Father!" Jun Changshao roared, "Take him down!" Although he had gone crazy and wanted to destroy the dragon city, he had to know the whereabouts of the little dragon as soon as possible. "Leave this long worm to me," Gongsun Ruoli said. Hurry up and look for it." These words woke him from his daze. Now that the situation was temporarily under the control of the Sect of all times and the stone statue race, he could go and look for the little dragon instead of standing there in a daze. But where would he go to look? The dragon domain was no smaller than the stone statue domain. Because of the dragon energy, he was unable to contact the little dragon. If he wanted to find it, Master Xiao Maxian, who had transformed into her true form, flapped her wings and flew over. "I can feel the aura of the little dragon. Let's go." Jun Changshao jumped onto the back of the Demon Ridge Black Hawk. He turned into a beam of light and flew out of the Forbidden Palace, rapidly flying towards the endless mountain range in the east. Damn it! Qingming Dragon King wanted to stop them, but before he could do anything, he was struck by Gong Sun Ruoli's iron fists. "Be a good boy and take a beating." Kill! Outside the Imperial Palace, the sounds of killing shook the heavens. The 3,000 Diablo warriors were like door gods, trembling with the giant dragon beasts. One of them could even take on several of them. With the support of special ores and arrays, the mecha's defense was extremely strong. They would often charge into the group of dragon beasts and then fly out safely. Of course, the dragon race was not weak either. After a short period of adaptation, they immediately changed their strategy and slashed with their sharp claws. Ka-ka! Ka-ka-ka! Several Diablo warriors were surrounded by more than a dozen dragon beasts. In the end, they were unable to break out of the encirclement. Their bodies were scratched black and blue all over. Just as their lives were about to come to an end, they instantly activated the explosive device. Boom! Boom! In an instant, small mushroom clouds appeared. The dragon race martial artists nearby could not dodge in time and were instantly blown into pieces. Stare! In the Sect of all times, several disciples of the War Cavalry Hall took several steps back, their faces filled with frustration. That's right. There were no disciples in the Diablo warriors. They were all remotely controlled. They could fight, and they could also take a beating. If they couldn't withstand the explosion, then they would cause AoE damage. This was simply too shameless. For better or worse, a massive amount of resources and manpower had been invested into this research. If they didn't perform well on the battlefield, then Jun Gosheng would be heartbroken. Whoosh! East of the dragon territory, Xiao Maxian rapidly flew forwards, tears in her eyes. As a special bird, her sense of smell and perception were extremely strong. Not only could she sense the position of the little dragon beasts, but she could also feel that their auras were extremely weak, like a candle flickering in the wind. Woo-woo! You can't die! Jun Changxiao's mood became increasingly heavy. The hand holding the death god scythe began to tremble. Several minutes later, Xiao Maxian flew over a tall mountain. In front of her was an area filled with mountains and forests. Lifelike dragon beasts were carved into these mountains, emitting a rich aura of death. It was like a dragon graveyard. Whoa! Suddenly, Jun Changxiao felt as if he had been struck by a bolt of lightning. His entire body froze. From his field of vision, he could see that after passing through the tall mountains, he could see a crimson dragon beast circling around a massive stone pillar. No, it had been nailed to the pillar by some sort of sharp weapon. Its scales were gone, and the horns on its head were gone. There were long scars on its belly that resembled the belly of a fish, and drops of blood dripped down from its tail. Master! The little dragon beast lifted its eyelids with difficulty. As it cried out, its consciousness gradually faded away. There was no life left. In the mountain range, a sorrowful and helpless roar echoed out. P.S. You can think that I'm weak, but you can't stop me from shamelessly begging for votes. Chapter 1590. Woo, woo, woo! Xiao Maxian wept in her human form. After the little dragon was taken away, she often bullied the spiritual cat because she missed it. Who would have thought that, when they met again, it would be a life or death parting? Jun Changshao stood in front of the stone pillar, his fists tightly clenched. At this time, the anger that gathered in his body had already suppressed his grief. The little dragon's battered corpse lay on the ground. Although its face was pained, there was a faint smile on its face, as if it were happy to see its master again before it died. System, Jun Changshao roared in his heart. Empty its 3 points and save it. I'm sorry, the system helplessly said. The little dragon's life force has been cut off. Even if you activate the crisis resolution mode, it will be difficult to bring it back to life. Moreover, its heart has been dug out. Jun Changshao lifted the death god's scythe, and a sharp blade light instantly burst out. Mountain after mountain was cut off and collapsed. His entire body surged with a billowing evil energy, as if he had truly turned into a demon. The stone pillar was fine. Nothing was allowed to happen to it, because it stole my contract beast's dragon emperor body and nailed it to the stone pillar. If I don't use the same method to kill that fellow, then how can I face the little dragon's spirit in heaven? I will destroy the dragon territory. I will kill all the dragons. Jun Changshao's eyes gradually turned red, as if he were losing all reason. The little dragon's death might have nothing to do with the dragons, but you didn't protect your own dragon emperor. You deserve to die. It's over. The system said, you've gone mad. After learning that the little dragon was nailed to the stone pillar, Jun Changshao's heart had already collapsed once. Now that he saw the little dragon die in front of him, he truly collapsed. Thus, no matter what crazy things he did, the system wouldn't be surprised. Little dragon, I'll bring you home. Jun Changshao's tone was abnormally calm. A dog that bites doesn't bark. A dog that barks doesn't bite. At this time he was the most terrifying. Xiao. The corpse was placed into the spatial ring. The little dragon was born in the Sect of all times, so even if it died, it would die in the Sect of all times. As for the dragon territory, how could it be used as a graveyard? Jun Changshao dragged the death god's scythe as he walked out of the broken mountain, step by step. The evil energy gathered around him was getting stronger and stronger, and it was difficult to see his face clearly. The system said there are only a few minutes left until the fourth form. Jun Changshao fused into his spatial ring and summoned the last seal opening talisman. Not enough time. Continue. The system hurriedly advised. This method won't work. Even if it works, opening the seal twice will definitely bring about even more terrifying side effects. I don't care. Jun Changshao roared with a ferocious expression. I want the dragon clan to be buried with me. Crazy. However, just as he was about to crush the opening talisman, the heart of the earth horn dragon that was stored in his spatial ring suddenly flew out uncontrollably and hovered above the little dragon's corpse. Jun Changshao was stunned. Swish! Suddenly, the earth horn dragon's heart turned into a stream of light and entered the little dragon's body, which was still warm, without any hesitation. It hung over the empty heart. Could it be? The system exclaimed. This is a dragon's heart. Who? A vast aura appeared and turned into white silk that wrapped around the little dragon's corpse. Then it disappeared into thin air. It's outside, the system said. Jun Changshao had already seen it, and a look of ecstasy appeared on his face. The spatial ring given by the system did not have the ability to store living creatures. There could only be one reason why the little dragon that had fused with the earth horn dragon's heart was suddenly sent out. It had life. Not only that, the system said, I'm afraid this is still a great opportunity. Boom. The sound of something crashing came from the Dragon Palace. The Qin Ming Dragon King was sunken in the training ground, his scales scattered, and his expression was extremely painful. Gong Sun Ruoli hovered in the air and said coldly, You made my son sad, so I'll make you sad. Strong. Damn it! The Qing Ming Dragon King's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets, and he was extremely unwilling to accept this. The time spent fusing with the Dragon Emperor's body was too short, and it was not completely compatible yet. Otherwise, this woman would not have gained the upper hand. Boom! Boom! On the other side, a few thousand Diablo and 200,000 Devil soldiers were also fighting with the endless stream of dragon martial artists, preventing them from entering the palace. Based on the current situation, although the Sect of All Times and the Stone Statue race had temporarily suppressed the dragon race, it would be difficult for them to fight against the entire dragon race because there were too many of them. Gong Sun Roli also realized this, so she decided to capture the Qing Ming Dragon King to prevent the dragon race from attacking. Swish! Swish! Suddenly, 3 streams of light broke through the mech's defense line and hovered in the air above the palace. When the light gradually dissipated, 3 powerful people with extraordinary auras appeared. Black Scales Dragon King, Azure White Dragon King, Blazing Red Dragon King. Gong Sun Roli frowned and said, "You guys are still alive." She guessed that since the Qing Ming Dragon King had the Dragon Emperor's body, he would definitely attack the other 3 Dragon Kings. She did not expect him to jump out in such a healthy state. Azure White Dragon King smiled faintly and said, "Old Qing Ming, you seem to be in trouble." The Qing Ming Dragon King endured the pain and shouted angrily, "The Stone Statue race offended my dragon race. What are you guys waiting for? You want us to help?" Fierce Red Dragon King said, "Sure, hand over the Dragon Emperor's body." Gong Sun Ruoli understood. These 3 brothers were not here to help the Qing Ming Dragon King. They were here to take advantage of the situation. The dragon race was in such a mess. You guys, the Qing Ming Dragon King was furious, but after thinking about his current situation, he was forced to compromise and said, "Okay." A smile appeared on the faces of the 3 Dragon Kings. They were not afraid that this guy would go back on his words because he was already injured. Clan leader Gong Sun, Black Scales Dragon King, looked over and said coldly, "Our races have been friends for generations, but you brought people here to cause trouble and even killed so many of our people. This is a little too much." "Too much?" Gong Sun Ruoli said, "I don't think so." Swish! Swish! The other 2 Dragon Kings flew over and surrounded her in a triangular formation. Judging from the aura of the battle just now, Clan leader Gong Sun should be half a step into the divine state. If the 3 of us join forces, it shouldn't be considered bullying, right? White Azure Dragon King said. Gong Sun Ruoli frowned. She could easily defeat 1 Dragon King, but now there were 3 of them, and they were not weaker than the Qing Ming Dragon King. This might be a little tricky. Of course. Black Scales Dragon King looked at the thousands of mechas and hundreds of thousands of demonic tribe soldiers and said coldly, "Those who offend the dragon race must die." Huff! The dragon aura exploded and blasted at the dozens of Diablo mechas. Boom, boom, boom. In the face of absolute power, the mechas exploded. At the same time, the 3 Dragon Kings' subordinates came from different directions and surrounded the disciples of the Sect of All Times and the 200,000 demonic tribe soldiers. This is troublesome. Gong Sun Ruoli's face turned serious. Although she did not have much confidence in defeating the 3 Dragon Kings, it should not be difficult to escape safely. But what about her people and reinforcements? Swish! A gust of wind that contained the power of space blew over. Gong Sun Ruoli was stunned because there was an additional person in front of her. As his back was facing her, she could not see his face clearly. She could only see the word unification engraved on the fluttering cape. Who is it? Jun Chongshao. He stood proudly with the word unification engraved on his forehead. There was no emotion in his eyes. The 3 Dragon Kings were stunned. There was no aura at all. There was no movement at all. This guy seemed to have appeared out of thin air. The Dragon Emperor is in trouble, but you did not come to help. Jun Changshao said coldly, "Now you are in a hurry to split the Dragon Emperor's body. What's the use of having trash like you?" "Brat," the fierce Red Dragon King said angrily, "who are you calling trash?" Boom! The edge of the training ground caved in rapidly. The bad-tempered Dragon King was lying in the depths of the pit. Black Scales Dragon King and Azure, White Dragon King's eyes widened. They turned their heads stiffly and saw Jun Changshao in the area where their companions were. A strong sense of fear surged in their hearts. The fierce Red Dragon King was killed instantly. Jun Changshao said calmly, "The dragon race in the dragon territory are all trash." Chapter 1591. Calculating the time, Hard to Retract Blade had long since passed its time limit. But why wasn't Jun Changshao weak? In particular, when he returned, he was even stronger than before, even killing the fierce Red Dragon King with a single punch? Because he had been possessed by the system. Because he had used a cheat. And what was strange was that Jun Changshao had a handprint on his neck, as if he had been forcefully strangled. It was a long story, but in short, the little dragon had turned into a cocoon and his vitality was gradually recovering. This allowed him to relax. Then he grabbed his neck and roared, "Come out and help me exterminate the dragon race." System, are you coming out or not? Are you coming out or not? Jun Changshao tightly clutched his own neck. He was so ruthless that his face turned red. Good, good. The system compromised. I'll come out, I'll come out. Being stored in the host's body, if he died, then it would definitely die with him. Who? In an instant, Jun Changshao erupted with a powerful energy. The word system appeared on his head and cloak, and his entire body was filled with explosive strength. From another perspective, this was a cheat. Little Dragon King, I'll take revenge for you. Whoosh! He vanished without a trace. Xiao Maxian, who was guarding the little dragon, said with wide eyes, "Master suddenly disappeared." With the support of the system, Jun Changshao's speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in the skies above the imperial palace. Gongsun Ruoli hadn't noticed him at all. And what shocked her even more was that he had killed the fierce Red Dragon King with a single punch. Terrifying. Gulp! The other two Dragon Kings swallowed their saliva at the same time. Their strength wasn't much stronger than the fierce Red Dragon King's. If this fellow could instantly kill him, then he could also instantly kill them. Bang! At this time, Jun Changshao appeared in front of the Black Scale Dragon King. His right fist gathered a powerful strength and came crashing down. The camera slowed down at just the right moment. One could clearly see how the black-scaled Dragon King's face was tilted and his eyes were wide open. Plop! The black-scaled Dragon King fell to the ground, his hands and legs twitching. One punch and he was instantly killed. The Azure White Dragon King was so shocked that his scalp was about to explode. He realized that Jun Changshao had stopped beside him. He quickly grabbed his head and said, "Can I do it myself?" No. Boom! The ground outside the training field caved in again. At this point, the 4 great Dragon Kings of the Dragon Clan were lying near the martial arts arena. It could be said that they were a family. Gongsun Ruoli's mouth twitched. What kind of technique did my son use to be powerful enough to instantly kill 3 peak-stage, truth-seeking realm cultivators? Schwa! Jun Changshao landed on the ground and placed one of his hands on Qingming Dragon King's face. Jun Changshao then lifted Qingming Dragon King out of the pit and said coldly, "I will make you regret being alive." If all 4 Dragon Kings died, would this matter be over? No. The main event had just begun. You. Qingming Dragon King could already smell the danger, and a strong sense of fear rose in his sea of consciousness. His injuries were not serious. Now that Jun Changshao was clasping his face, not only did he not dare to move in the slightest, he even felt a chill run down his spine. Boom! Boom! Outside the palace, the battle continued. All of you, stop! Suddenly, a deafening voice rang out. The Dragon Clan warriors who came from all directions subconsciously turned to look in the direction of the clan hall. They saw a bald young man clasping Qing Ming Dragon King's face with his hand, and the other 3 Dragon Kings hanging nearby in a coma. The fierce battle finally came to an end after all 4 Dragon Kings were killed. However, the entire Dragon Palace was already in ruins. Many buildings had collapsed into ruins, and only the crumbling clan hall was left. Awesome! Su Xiaoma's eyes were blazing. The Dragon Clan was not weak. After this battle, he felt very comfortable. Yi Xingqian was very disappointed because he wanted to fight a little longer. In the end, the patriarch took care of all 4 Dragon Kings, and the Dragon Clan warriors were all terrified. After the battle, the Sect of all times suffered heavy losses. At least 500 of the 3,000 Diablo planes were destroyed, which made Zhen Dejuan very sad. The Dragon Clan was even more miserable. Not counting those killed by Jun Changshao, the number of Dragon Clan warriors who died in the hands of the mechas and the 200,000 demonic tribe soldiers was around 30,000 to 50,000. At this moment, the palace was filled with corpses and scales. Dragon graveyard. Little Long Long was still covered in layers of silk. As there was a special light flickering inside, the situation could not be determined. Clang! Clang! Jun Changshao, who had rolled up his sleeves, squatted at the side and focused on sharpening the green dragon crescent blade. The Qingming Dragon King was entangled, nailed to a stone pillar, and could not move at all. He was not alone. There were a few other stone pillars beside him, and the other 3 Dragon Kings were also nailed to them. Jun Patriarch, the black-scaled Dragon King, who had regained consciousness, said bitterly, We did not harm your contracted beast. We are innocent, clang, clang. Jun Changshao continued sharpening for a while. He touched the sharp blade and said, Little Long Long was taken away by the 4 of you. Naturally, you have to bear the responsibility together. Jun Patriarch, the Red Dragon King, broke down and said, We tried to persuade Qingming, but he did not listen to us. He even violated the rules and forcefully took away the Dragon Emperor's body. A bunch of cowards! The Qingming Dragon King's eyes flashed with anger. You still have the face to talk, the White Dragon King scolded. If it were not for you, our brothers would not be nailed to the pillar of shame. Swoosh! At this moment, Jun Changshao had finished sharpening the torture tool. He then raised the shiny green dragon crescent blade and said, You seem to be very stubborn. Don't worry, I will let you know what it means to live a life worse than death. Swoosh! Swoosh! The blade light crisscrossed. Swoosh! Swoosh! Ah! Green dragon scales fell off one by one. The Qingming Dragon King could not bear it and let out a blood-curdling scream. Because the scene was too cruel, there was no need to show the camera. Everyone could imagine the scene of a fishmonger using a kitchen knife to scrape off fish scales in the market. The dragon scales on the little dragon's body fell off naturally because it lost the Dragon Emperor's body. Now that the Qingming Dragon King scales were being forcefully scraped off, one could imagine how painful it was. The 3 Dragon Kings closed their eyes tightly and did not dare to look. But when they heard the cracking sounds, they were so shocked that their souls flew away. Bam! After a while, Jun Changshao held the green dragon crescent blade horizontally in front of him. The Qingming Dragon King, who was nailed to the stone pillar, had been scraped clean. His skin was white and tender. It would be delicious to stew with some seasoning. You, kill me. You want to die. Jun Changshao shook his head and said, It's not that simple. He flew up and stabbed the green dragon crescent blade into the back of the Qingming Dragon King. Then he slowly cut downwards. Ah, ah. With a painful scream, a dragon tendon was pulled out. The entire process was slow and leisurely, but the 3 dragon kings were so frightened that they began to shiver. "The 3 of you," Jun Chang Shao turned his demon-like face and said in a cold voice, "It's your turn." Jun Patriarch, the black scale dragon king, was nearly scared to tears. "We were wrong. If you were wrong, then you will be punished." Jun Chang Shao raised the shining green dragon crescent blade. However, just as he was about to execute the punishment, Xiao Maxian cried out in alarm, "Master, look!" Jun Chang Shao turned his head. He saw the silkworm cocoon shine with a brilliant light and then begin to disintegrate. Who? Suddenly, a boundless dragon might gushed out from within, forming visible ripples that spread throughout the entire dragon domain. Every dragon that was touched by this ripple couldn't help but revert to their true form. Dragon scales were forcefully peeled off from their bodies. Whoosh! Whoosh! Dragon scales gathered together, flying towards the dragon graveyard like a swarm of locusts. In front of the clan hall, Su Xiaoma looked up. As he saw this strange scene, he asked, "What's going on?"